All right. I think we're live. I hope you guys piled in for us a little bit already. Pleasure to be here. As you guys probably know, my name's Mike. I'm going to be commandeering this thing for the next 6 hours. Hope you're willing to join. I'm a little MLB All-Star celebration. We're going to have a lot of guests. We're going to have a lot of SRS guys. It's going to be a fun all-day event of baseball, creator talk, all that sort of thing. And I did promise co-hosts you're not going to have to just sit and listen to me the whole time. So I'm going to bring on our newest team member, one of the best in the business. He's got a lot of stuff that he's been crushing on his own channel, our channel. You'll see him soon in the next couple weeks back on SRS. And the pseudo face reveal for baseball historian and Shohei Ohtani behind you. So welcome.
Hey, what's up? Got Shohei in the background here. He'll be joining us on the stream.
He's another guest.
Of course, we couldn't get the real one, but maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future, yeah. And I also do want to bring on our first guest, one of the oldest friends I have doing this sort of thing. I really wouldn't be here without him. He's like my guide and my go-to for all things YouTube. I really appreciate that. Probably overuse that little guidance ask all the time over the years. Please welcome 5Points Vids.
And hello. I like how you say your oldest friend. Is that duration or actual age?
Because... You know, I meant it as duration, but now that you mention it, age probably is a factor in there too. Whatever you.
I think I'm everyone's oldest friend in the YouTube.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and something that I'm going to do for everyone is I'm going to judge you by your Twitter bio and start a question with that. So it says here, you make videos about sports. You want to tell us about that and who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I cover all sports, not just football. I love the only sport I don't cover, I was thinking about this last night, is like WWE, because it's not actually real, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, the pain is real, but the outcome is typically predetermined. So that's the only one. Like, I like auto racing, I like NFL, MLB, NHL, NBA. But baseball is my first love. So I love talking about baseball. It's my favorite sport out of them all. It's the one that I actually had somewhat of ability in, that I could play a little bit. But other than that, you know, just love all the sports. And I'm looking for interesting stories and information that you didn't know that you needed at all. So
that's a great way of putting it. And I think that a lot of us share that kind of niche of, like, you'd never think of knowing that you care about the story, and we all kind of somewhat make you care about random things you never heard of. But you gave the perfect segue to what we're going to talk about a lot here. We did play baseball together this summer. So for those who don't know, this is the man responsible for that. So would you mind telling the viewers a little bit about your perspective of what we did in early June?
So yeah, I had an idea one day. I wanted to play a certain minor league team, but they thought they were hot shit and too good for us. So I was like, F it. Let's see who actually is down for this, instead of just trying to say that we're not good enough. And a team in Burlington, North Carolina, the Sock Puppets, were like, we'll play you. Hell yeah, we'll play you. And so I assembled the Avengers and, just put out an open call to whoever wants to play, get thrashed by a semi-pro or pro baseball team. And the event just went great. It was better than I expected. I thought that it would be sort of just a haphazard, like, kind of put together thing. And it wasn't. It really was a production, and it went well, and we just had so much fun. I think the one thing is, like, you get a bunch of YouTubers together, and we all sort of have something that makes us interesting, and it's fun to just hang around guys that all just love baseball and love playing as well as talking about it. And that was really fun.
The one thing about, like, the first game was I would say that the thing I would describe most to everyone. So we played 2 games, actually. The first game against the Burlington Sock Puppets was like, okay, let's actually play baseball. Like, everyone tried. Like even like the actual real players, like, yeah, we'll kick your ass and we'll take pride in it. And they like really put forth, I'll say like 85 to 90% effort, like those guys.
Yeah.
And like it was like in a stadium with fans. It was like the real spectacle. And we played the Turkeys. It was a lot more. All right, you want content? We'll give you content. We'll have our righty pitchers throw lefty, and we'll have the infield sit down. We'll have no one wear gloves, and we'll have our head coach do a backflip in the box. And that was just like such. You said it well, like being surrounded by a ton of people on both sides who wanted to be there and love baseball. Like it was just perfect. And I feel bad that we're probably giving Dylan FOMO, but still.
Yeah, I was surprised that I was like, why didn't we invite baseball historian? But I think for next year, I'm already talking to the sock puppets. We're trying to get a game going. I think next year we're going to be a much more competitive team for sure. I've got some bigger names lined up, some actually better players, but there needs to be a mix of like guys who can't play and guys that actually can really play. Like that's the fun part about it, more so than, if we just if we brought in a bunch of ringers, like, yeah, I could go get a bunch of of even current college players to come, which would be fine. But like, it's more fun to see your favorite content creators.
It's so not the point if we're bringing the college players.
We're definitely going to be more competitive next year for sure. It's just, we'll have a different mix of guys out there. It's going to be fun.
You know what I was thinking about like a couple days ago, sorry to interrupt you, is we had Eric Sim up with a runner on second base. We could have scored.
So we would have got out of the first inning unscathed, but Baseball Bat Bros had to get a read on Eric's pitching velocity. And so second base was completely wide open because GiraffeNeckMarc had to shift over to short. I was like, why didn't we just send someone that was on the bench out there?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was in
in
the booth calling at that. I was taking my shift up there. And I was like, what are we like? Wait, because obviously like I can't hear this discussion. I was like, what are we doing? Like, why do we not have a guy at second base?
Yeah, so Eric was pumping about 88. I think he went over 90 at one point. He just, they never read a 90. But, next year, like, I got some really fun ideas for how I don't want to give them away right now, but there's going to be some really interesting things that we're going to do. So it's going to be awesome.
Man, you have me stoked for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm willing to wait a year, get into, playing shape. It's been a couple years since I've picked up a baseball or much less a bat. So I think.
Did you play in high school at all?
Yeah, I played through high school, and that was about it. I think that was my peak, senior year of high school. So as far as baseball is concerned,
I think
for anything else.
If you played on your varsity team, like you're not going to be overwhelmed or befuddled out there. Like I think you're going to be surprised at how much you can hang, but also how little you can hang as well. Like it's different to practice and get into shape and then go out and see 90. Like I've got a whole off season plan right now building up to that moment. Now I did barrel a 90 on the second game, but it's just not as cool in front of nobody at a high school, like, I mean, the boys really enjoyed it, but my goal is to do it big time in front of the crowd. And it's our goal, me and Anderson with the sock puppets, to bring in 1,000 fans. Like that's our goal.
We need that.
We want 1,000 people in attendance. So we're going to have a really hard, like, marketing blitz on this, and I'm gonna look for big names for sure to come on out.
By the way, guys,
I think 1,000 is doable.
I did forget, chat, that I made a background music loop, so it's not going to be just when we have dead air. At least have some background music. I forgot to play. But yeah, I'm super stoked for next year. I'm super glad that we even got. Like Dylan, you weren't there, but you saw everything, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm stoked for everything next year too." So I think that speaks to the power of everything we did at the same time too. Like, hey, I got
Wardy's in the chat.
pride on a stream a month and a half later.
Yeah, our leadoff hitter, Wardy, Wardy, how tall would you say Wardy is? About 5'3", 5'4"?
It's
Maybe.
Why are we doing that?
No. His height is what it is. And we tried to put him up as the leadoff batter to draw a walk. I was fully expecting him to just get down low and the pitcher not even like I wanted a Eddie Goodell situation, and he threw He threw 3 pitches right down the middle.
He says 5'5".
5'5" is on his license. Okay. I'm just saying, like, the dude was unfazed. He was like, "Oh, you want to get down low? Okay." And he was like right down the middle, 90. Just like, I'll hit that target.
Didn't that kid throw like a no-hitter or something? And
he struck out 12 or something in like 5 innings. It was.
We were talking after. It's like it wasn't just us, guys.
So in my at bat, like, he gave me a pitch to hit. Like, it was right. It was middle in, but I swung. It was so much higher than I expected it to be because there was no drop off from that 90. And plus, a lefty was my kryptonite. Like, you would think I'd have an advantage against lefties being a right hand. I cannot see the ball as well from a lefty than my whole life I just faced righties. I'm used to the ball tailing away. For that ball to come from where it did and to rise on me like that, I was like, holy crap. Like, I was shocked at how nasty it was.
I was like impressed, even facing Will. Will was probably chucking mid to high 80s, which is what we were seeing. And I somehow put a ball in play. Like, that's the most fun I had is, other than taking the slider in the second game to the back, just putting the ball in play was fantastic. And I was honored that when I was cutting up all the times we struck out, which was absolutely incredible, that I wasn't on there.
Yeah, you got lucky. So, I mean, yeah, baseball, it's hard. Like, I mean, Will struck out against Will did strike out in the game. So our best player, and then Eric got called on a bad pitch. Baseball quotes, Corey did really well. He hit a fly ball to the warning track. He probably did the best in the sock puppets game. It was just, now we have a year to get ready, so y'all better be ready.
I didn't know about Corey before we played. Like, I didn't know his background or anything like that. So obviously, like, he was by far, other than probably Sim, like our most best performing guy. Which I know nothing about him. I didn't see that one coming.
He actually won the home run derby against the Disco Turkeys. Like, he crushed like 5 or 6 wooden bat homer. Like, he didn't even cheat with a metal bat. Like, they were like, oh crap, like, this guy can actually play. And I was impressed by Corey, like, because I knew he played D3. That was his, like, he was like, dude, I played D3. I was like, you're in. Like, come on in. And he did barrel one the first game. It's just, we have people missing as well. Like, Fuzzy was supposed to come. Foolish Baseball was supposed to come. Scooter had to back out at the last second. So we're going to have definitely some bigger not bigger, but big names next year at the game for sure.
Can I ask, what was the sense that you guys got from the actual minor leaguers? Like, do you think they expected any kind of fight from a bunch of YouTubers? Or, I mean, sounds like they were surprised, at least for some of you guys. But
listen, anytime you go and step in someone's dojo, like, they're just like, oh yeah, like, we're ready to kick some ass, but we're not expecting much to happen. And that's basically what it was. They were ready to go. They knew they were going to kick our ass. I think they were surprised that we were in it the first 2 innings because Eric was pitching so well. Like, honestly, if we played just a little bit better defense, we could have made it through the first 2 innings being either down 1 or even tied. We should have at least ended the first inning tied, or we could have had a run, but the kid at third base made like a great play on Eric Sim fouled one off. And this guy makes this backhand play up against the fence, and that killed our rally. Like, we had a chance. I mean, we could have scored if Eric gets a base hit there or hits a tank, then Corey was up next. And he played the best out of all of us, honestly. So we had a chance, but after that we got smoked, especially once Eric came out. But I have another arm that's already signed for next year that is going to throw for sure.
I was going to ask Dylan if he pitched in high school.
I did, but not to the level like I could try out there against them, but don't know.
Yeah, we discovered trying is not good enough against
no
pro baseball players. Trying is pretty awful, in fact.
Yeah, I think hitting wise, maybe. Pitching, almost definitely not.
Mm-hmm. ATB down there says he was too low in the lineup. Okay.
Hey, you didn't start me, and I was one of the only guys who made contact.
Okay. that's listen. I'm the coach. I'll decide who goes. The thing is like with some Joe's says get Trevor Bauer. If Bauer's available, I'm bringing him out there. If nobody wants to play with Bauer, then don't come. Because if he wants to play, I'm letting him play.
So let me ask you this. So I would say you are, of most people I know, the foremost expert on making stadium videos. So how did you get into that? 'Cause that's such a very specific but interesting little category you've built yourself.
So with stadiums, like I've always loved going into Google Earth, and just the fact that they would 3D render like a stadium in Google Earth was just blew my mind, because then I could look at it and just flip it all around and see like what the stadium was. And then one day I was just like, I wonder if I just turn these into a video. And then there's so many things that you can do in Google Earth with, spinning or rotating it. And like, I was surprised at how capable it was. And then one day I was like, let me just make an NFL stadium video. And it took off. Like, it just completely blew up. And I had no idea that there were other geeks that just love stadiums and architecture the way that I do. And it just became a thing from then on. So usually on my YouTube channel, when I find something that works, I take it and do it for every league. So if I do an NFL video and everyone loves it, I'm like, all right, formula works, I'll do it for MLB. And it's just been great the whole time that and finding these other geeks that have the same stadium fetish. And then one thing that I really like is taking a stadium and then personifying it and telling it like a narrative, like the Tropicana video that I did, or Six Stadium. Like, that's really fun, because to me they're like people. Like they're born, they live, they have their highs and their lows, and then some of them die or have a tragic story, or some of them keep going. So that to me is really fun.
Have you ever been to the Trop?
I have not. I saw that you recently posted some footage, and some guy was watching Breaking Bad instead of the game. Awesome. Was that? Did you know that guy, or was he just in the row in front of you?
I knew the guy, but he was just okay. So I knew him, but he still did it, and I was like, "Dude, what are you doing?" And I was like, "Can I?" And I was like, "All due respect, can I like film that? Like you're doing this?" He was like, yeah, go for it. And I turned it into that short. Yeah, the Trop is interesting. I figured you, as a stadium guy, maybe gave it a shot. It does feel like a relic from another time. I recommend, as just for the experience, trying it out sometime.
I've driven by it. Like, I've been in St. Pete many times and driven by it and just been like, oh, that now I know why people don't come here, because it's in a weird spot. It's, I guess you have to take the Sky Bridge or whatever, and then you're not in where the people are in Tampa. And then, it looks kind of out of place and not appealing at all. Like, you're just like, oh, look at this warehouse looking thing. It looks like a big grain facility of some, like a factory of some kind. It doesn't look like a baseball stadium. And you're just like, okay. And then, but I'm sure, listen, I've been to a game at the Metrodome in Minneapolis before they tore it down. Like, it's Major League Baseball. So when you walk in the stadium and you finally see the turf or the field, like, yeah, you get into it, you like it, but I've just I feel like it's about run its course for as far as a stadium when there's other stadiums that are just so much more better. But
Marlins Park is pretty much a better, newer version of it, having been to both. Lone Depot Park, sorry. But like the thing about the Trop that most, like, I'd say the biggest complaint I'd have with it is it felt like I was like on the concourse, like about if you leave the concourse, it feels like you're about to watch like a high school pep rally. Like it felt like a gymnasium.
Really?
Like,
well, that's the thing.
Is like it had very, I'm going to watch high school basketball vibes to it.
Well, the other thing too is like around Tropicana Field inside, it's concrete walls, you know, right? Like it looks like a hospital or some type of warehouse facility. It doesn't like, even going to Arizona, I got to go to that stadium. It's amazing. You walk in and it's compact. You're right on top of the action. The roof is of incredible scale. The only thing that was bad with Arizona was like the atmosphere was bad because there was just so few fans for a night game. I really wish that they would get good again in Arizona because it's a great stadium and a good baseball town for sure.
Let's go around in a circle. What's everyone's favorite stadium they've been to?
Ooh, am I starting?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. So probably the best stadium, it's the cliche answer, but Camden Yards was beautiful. You have the warehouse in right field. I don't think anything matches that. And just the energy of walking around that stadium for the first time. Granted, I haven't been to too many. I've like 5 or 6 under my belt. So most of the MLB ballparks I haven't been to, but Camden Yards really stood out as probably hands down the best I've been to, now that I'm going through my mental list.
I've been there once.
I've
been there once.
I've been to Camden Yards so growing up in Northern Virginia, like I took Camden Yards for granted. Like it is still incredible. It's still my favorite ballpark. But if I can't say Camden Yards, oh gosh. Let me think. Safeco Field in Seattle was amazing. Like it's just the roof scale is huge. Like it's unbelievably large. It's right there on Puget Sound, so it's incredible. The views, like we had seats on the upper deck, but if you go high enough, there's a plexiglass surrounding. So you just turn around and you look and you see huge ships like coming in and freighters and all that stuff. And then when you go down, like the SRO areas were really fun. A lot of fun people down there. You know, a lot of cities are stuffy, you know, and you go down to the SRO and people are just douchey. Not like that in Seattle. Like everybody wanted to hang out and meet and talk shit and just have a good time. The Seattle was playing the Yankees, and every time A-Rod got up, they just booed relentlessly. It was great. And then Aaron Beltre like hit 2 home runs. It was an awesome game. This was in 2005, 2006. Really good ballpark. Baseball quotes in the chat. What's up?
Yeah, what up, boy?
Barreled it up
Hey.
in both games, right? I really thought he was going to get a hit. If we could have got him another at bat against the Puppets, he probably would have taken one deep.
So you guys have you been to Dodger Stadium, Adam? Because I have not, and I know Dylan has.
I have not. So
okay. So can you tell us about Dodger Stadium, Dylan, where it's hosting the All-Star game?
Yeah. So to start, it's got to be the hardest ballpark I've ever had to get to. So I, for context, do not have a car. So I had to Uber there when I went there for the first time this past May. And apparently they don't open the gates until they weren't opening the gates until like an hour and a half before the game. And I got there like 2 hours because I vastly overestimated how much traffic there was going to be in LA. So I ended up standing line of cars that went stretched back to the highway. Just by myself, I had the people selling hats outside the stadium, like coming up to me, asking me what I was doing out there. Eventually they opened the gates, and once I got inside the stadium, it was just as beautiful as it looks on TV. I mean, I don't think there's a view out in center field that matches the one at Dodger Stadium. And just walking around, you could, in the same way that people describe, say, the old Yankee Stadium or Fenway or Wrigley Field, you could feel the history in Dodger Stadium. Like the fact that I'm sitting there and watching players play on the same field that Sandy Koufax pitched on or Kirk Gibson played on. Like, if not for Camden Yards, Dodger Stadium would probably be my top pick.
Really? It's still a classic. Like, I mean, I definitely got to get out there. I'm very jealous of all the content creators that are out there for the All-Star game this year. I'm just saying, I mean, your friend Kyle, I'm your friend, and you're not inviting me to all these cool events. If you're watching, Kyle, like, I know he's probably waking up. It's not even, he's probably asleep they're all out there. Shelfie's out there. Cougs is out there. Your friend Kyle, it makes me want to stream MLB The Show so that I can be as cool as Little Man and all those guys. But, I can't be a part of every clique,
If only he could escape Cedric Mullins, then Little Man would be.
Only he could. But no, it looks fun. Like, and Flank Thomas, who I'm friends with now, he's out there for the All-Star game, and he played in the minors for 8 years, and he was like, yeah, now I'm going to the All-Star game as a creator because I play MLB The Show. He's like, not because I was actually good at baseball.
I mean, we got to kick around the idea of going to the All-Star game next year, just even talking about it. And it's in Seattle, which you've said is amazing, so extra incentive to do it out there.
We definitely need to take in a home run derby. I need to do that.
Yes.
And
I've done that at Yankee Stadium with the Josh Hamilton one, and it is it is an experience. I've done 2 All-Star games, and neither was the one at Citi Field.
How do we work it with the MLB so that we can go out there and shag the non-home runs on the
We take the Make-A-Wish kids out of the picture. And
we knock one out and we steal his uniform, and then we just run out there. So
what happened to remember the kid last year who got hurt doing it, and Pete Alonso's like jumping up and down, spinning around?
Yes. So the kid last year, I think, it was a big pop, and it like fell on his head or something like that, and because he wasn't ready. You need to get out of the way of the ball. You can't try to cut if you ain't down. Just I think it is kind of dangerous to let kids under 14 be out there.
I mean,
because they're hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting it, 100, 110 miles an hour. I mean, I would not want to be within 400 feet of, like, Giancarlo Stanton, for example, hitting a ball, or any of those guys who are going to be out there tonight. Like, it's clear and present danger.
It's just crazy. So, like, when I went and hit with Eric at his gym, like, my best exit velo is like 92, 93, which isn't crap. It's not shit. But, like, these guys are hitting 110 exit velo. Like, that's, and then even up in batting practice, it's like 115, 116. Like, that's absurd to be hitting a ball that hard. Now, my goal is to get to triple digits. Like, my goal now, from a year from now, is to be 16% better than I was at the game. That's just an added 50 feet of distance, and I'll be hitting the tank. So we'll see. We'll see where we get here.
It's definitely reachable.
I think so. Yeah. It's just 16%, but it's not like I'm only hitting at 100 feet and I need to go to 350. No, I hit one in the home run derby against the Turkeys like 310 feet. So I think, only 50 feet is what I need, but it's still hard. Baseball's super hard.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of the video we wanted to do. Like, we knew going into North Carolina that, like, Matt and I were like, there's no way that even in a universe we take some kid 600 to dead center, that we're going to be like, that's so easy. So, like, the whole plan that we had for weeks before that was, all right, this is going to be really hard. And once you even put the cliche of, like, getting a hit 3 times out of 10 is what's perfect, you're still failing 70% of the time. You're like, okay, right there, we got to sell the message that baseball is really hard.
Yeah.
A mandatory thing. I gotta ask you before everyone goes.
Yes.
Before everyone goes, need a home run derby and a World Series prediction.
Dylan, I'll let you go first.
Okay, home run derby. I'm going to start small. I think Albert Pujols makes it out of the first round.
Ooh, okay.
Are they juicing his balls?
I mean, hey, if they are, don't tell me, and I won't care. if he makes it out of the first round, even if it's because of the juice balls, fine by me. I want as much Albert as possible. Who's he going up against the first round? Is it Schwarber? That's tough because I also want to see Schwarber keep going. But
Schwarber's gonna hit some bombs, dude.
Yeah. And then World Series, I'll make it quick. It's going to be the Yankees. I have to.
I'm going to write that down on the old pen and paper right now for everybody. So you have, who's your winner for the Derby?
Ooh, okay. I mean, Alonso, I think it's Alonso until anyone takes him down. I mean, 2 in a row, gave his 10 tips on the home run derby this morning. He seems like the expert.
I'm gonna go Big Meat Pete winning the HR Derby. He is the best in the world at just hitting tanks, especially because for one reason only, it's Dave Joss is gonna be throwing 65-mile-an-hour seeds right in the middle of the plate, right where Petey likes them, just like And That's Baseball did for me in the home run derby when I finally took one out on the little field, which still waiting for Baseball Bat Bros video on that. He hadn't come out with the home run derby, but no, Pete Alonso is going to win it. And then I'm not going to give you a winner in the World Series, but it is going to be a Subway Series. It's going to be Mets, Yankees, and I'm not going to say who's going to win it. They are on a collision course to baseball infamy.
Well, Adam, thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to keep you any longer than I asked of you. Really appreciate you coming out. Any final words for the crowd here?
LFGM all day. Let's go fucking Mets. Let's fucking go Mets. And we'll see you in a year down in Burlington, North Carolina. And I'm coming for you, sock puppets. Coming for you. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post all the videos of me hitting. It's not gonna be a secret. It's not gonna be one of those games where I show up in like a nerdy outfit and start hooping like those Mormons do on the basketball court when they start dunking on people and stuff. Nah, there's gonna be no surprise. I'm coming ready, and if I strike out, it just further proves that baseball is super hard. But we'll see. We'll see.
Adam, thank you for your time. Keep doing everything you're doing. Now, I'm pleased to bring on our second guest of the day, someone that is a pillar of the baseball community, an influence of all of us to what we do. It is a pleasure to introduce Mr. Foolish Baseball. How you doing?
Mike, how are you?
It's been a pleasure. I don't know if we've ever talked with voice before, so this is a very overdue thing for us.
Yeah, well, we're breaking new ground here.
Absolutely. That's what we want to do. We got to get a big representation for everybody for the All-Star festivities. Everybody's got a week off, but here we are celebrating. We wanted to get our own All-Star lineup out. So what I did with Adam, what I'm going to do with everybody else is the first question is I'm getting a judgment off you from your Twitter bio. So you make videos, but you don't take suggestions. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, ideas aren't worth that much. I think you know that if you've made enough YouTube videos of your time. Coming up with an idea versus like actually executing and seeing it out, like a totally different ball game. And I think just for me especially, like I try to go kind of off the beaten path in terms of certain video topics I work on, especially lately. It's not always about necessarily the biggest superstar players or teams that won the World Series or things like that. So for me, like I pretty much have to convince myself that it's my idea in order to feel passionate about what I'm doing. And so yeah, I listen to what people have to say or what they might want to see, but ultimately, like, it has to come from me, and that's kind of my own selfishness rather than, other people's suggestions.
I'm kind of sort of like that too. I don't know about you, Dylan, but like I do need, if I'm going to dedicate a lot of time to a thing, a suggestion can work as long as like, but for me, I know right off the bat, like if the gears are turning, I'm connecting a lot of it to other possibilities, all that sort of thing. But you are known, Bailey, for a little series on YouTube called Baseball Bits, where you kind of connect the 8-bit video game aesthetic with the video game sort of thing and the video essay. It's a good hodgepodge of a bunch of different niches together. How'd you come up with that, if you don't mind me asking, like the very simple question of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think when I was getting started, I felt like the best YouTubers had sort of an aesthetic or a design language. I really had this idea where, even if the video was muted and you couldn't hear my voice, just from what I was putting on the screen, you'd be able to tell who made this video. I just think that's where it came from. As far as landing on video game, 16-bit pixel art type stuff, it's really sort of my own technical limitations. Like, I don't consider myself a great artist by any means, but, through sort of like brute force, I was able to teach myself on the fly how to do, these pixel art sprites of various baseball players. And I think part of it's luck too. I mean, that was, the first real video essay type project I worked on was a Baseball Bits, and here I am now 3.5 years later, I guess, and the videos still look largely the same.
Now, is that by choice, or do you see yourself kind of evolving it little by little over time and maybe changing anything about that?
I definitely think there's like improvements that could be made, but I still really like the theme. I don't think people have gotten necessarily tired of it yet. And I always have my second channel, Foolish Bailey, if I want to pursue other projects that don't really fit that format.
Can I ask if you have a specific player or team that you've been dying to cover in a video, but you just haven't hit on yet? Or is that, you don't want to unlock the Foolish Baseball vault?
Right, yeah. There's an element of that. I will say, for specific players and teams, it kind of comes down to like historical baseball, and I think I'd like to do more on certain players who played either in the Negro Leagues or like the dead ball era, for example. I think that's definitely the vein where, I've done some videos on that. I talked about Jackie Robinson and his Negro Leagues career. I talked about guys like Bobby Wallace, but I think there's definitely a lot more stories to be told there. And really the challenge is coming down to, how can I make this interesting in terms of YouTube as a visual medium when we don't have, footage of these guys playing baseball?
Resources is the hardest thing for that, for sure, when you do old baseball.
Yes. Especially for the dead ball era, I find myself reusing the same clips over and over, and I worry that people are going to call me out on it. Like, you use this clip of Tungsten Armo Doyle pitching back in this video 3 months ago, come up with some new stuff, but it doesn't exist. Like, I can't do anything about the fact that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I believe the first recorded footage of a baseball game even played was recorded by Thomas Edison in like the 1880s or something like that, and that's definitely like an interesting clip to go look at. It's literally just guys running down the first base line, but it's like that is the earliest
creator is Thomas.
Yes,
Edison?
Thomas Edison. Yeah, exactly.
No way.
No, I believe that's 100% true.
We can end the whole thing now that we know that the pioneer of what we're doing right now is Thomas Edison. I bet Nikola Tesla had it first and he just took it, but
probably.
Yeah, well, Edison was the first one to say, please be sure to like and subscribe. So he always the marketer.
I do remember that.
Now, who invented asking and chilling for super chats? Because I do have a baseball bat here. I'll impersonate stances or whatever you guys want me to do for super chats.
For super chats,
whenever it takes.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you. You played for the 2001 Braves. We had you originally on the roster for Bros versus Pros. What about, how do you see yourself as the physical baseball player? Because I'm sure you get the "you never played bozo" comments. What are you going to do?
Right. Well, which is I mean, it's just completely incorrect for starters. I mean, you know, people might see the fact that, for example, I wear glasses and assume I'm some sort of nerd, but really I'm just a jock at heart, you know. I'm not the guy getting stuffed into the locker. I'm the guy stuffing you into a locker. And so as a former member of the 2001 Braves, I think you're looking at just a physical specimen playing second base, and just overall 5-tool player.
I do wish we could have had you there. Plus, you also could have found, someone said it, we were in the dugout, you could have found some unique stat that made us look good. We didn't get a hit. We had an on-base.
Sure, absolutely.
Probably 3 guys got on base in 2 games. It was me, Will got hit by a pitch, and the diamond walked. So we need some stats that make us look good.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely, you know, you could look at like how your swinging strike rates may be improved over time or something like that, the more pitches you saw, and then sort of extrapolate that to say, hey, if we'd have played 40 games, we would have been the best team ever.
Ooh, there you go. That's an angle. I do wish we could have had you for that reason on that trip. The other reason I wish you could have been there is, I swear to God, multiple people who have met you on that trip and met me for the first time was like, Mike, you're a foolish baseball had a little brother. And I'm like, this is like weird. Like I need to see that. Like I swear
I'm
to
so
God,
sorry you
like,
had to hear that.
I mean,
I'm so sorry people were saying
I
that to you.
believe you're 26, so
I'm 26.
I mean,
Yes.
the math is there
Mm-hmm.
for that stuff.
I'll have to double check with my parents just to make sure.
Yeah, mine too. I'm the oldest, so I have to find out if I was missing something there. Yeah, you talked about it too with that struggle. I dealt it. I mean, with the struggle of like the old baseball stuff. The trick that I found when I was doing the Lee Riley video, which was on a guy who played 4 games in 1944, was just you kind of cheat and do like spring training footage that's in black and white from the 30s to the 50s, all that sort of thing.
Right.
Any neat like behind the scenes things that you've done in certain videos that you think make for cool stories, like any editing experiences, anything that went into a video that we might not have seen that really stands out about, hey, that was a cool thing in hindsight that I did to make this video work.
Yeah, you know, we talked about the pixel art a little bit. I was working on a video about the Baltimore Orioles, specifically under Earl Weaver in the 1970s, and I was focusing a lot on their defense, and they had, you know, one of the greatest defenses of all time. They had Brooks Robinson and Mark Belanger playing side by side in the same infield. You know, that's probably the best defensive third baseman all time, and at least like a top 3 defensive shortstop all time, something like that. So it's a pretty incredible thing. And I was working on this pixel art for Mark Belanger, and for me, I need to have like, it's kind of a tracing, so I need to have like a good sort of like donor image of the player. If you're doing a modern player, it's very easy. You just use their headshot. Everyone has them on, you know, MLB.com. It's just them like this. And then, but you know, for a player who played in the 70s, you might not always have something like that. You know, their baseball card, for example, might be, you know, sort of this much of an angle, and you can't really get the head-on approach that you really need to make the pixel art. And so what I ended up doing was actually using an image of Mark Belanger's son that I found, and his son, who just happened to be the spitting image of him, and then just take that face, put on an Orioles cap, and you had Mark Belanger.
Is that the Gary Pettis brother baseball card of Baseball Vids? You know that story?
Oh yeah, I mean, maybe. There's just so much lore, you know. That's really what Baseball Vids is all about. We're about building lore.
Speaking of like lore for your channel, so you're a Braves fan. I don't think you'd know that if you watch just your videos and don't follow you on Twitter. Is there a reason why, like I try to do it too with the Mets, but I'm kind of attached at the hip with it sometimes. Is there any reason why you kind of keep the Braves, for the most part, out of baseball bits? Like I can think of maybe one you've ever done, the Simmons one.
Yeah.
Is there a reason? Is that an active, conscious thing that you do?
I don't know if it's an active, conscious thing. I mean, you know, to some extent, like my fandom is like, it's personal, and I think a lot of creators thrive by putting it on display. You know, if for Mark, a big part of his brand, he's a Mets fan. For the John Boy guys, a big part of the brand is that they're Yankees guys. But for me, I think, you know, as someone who just wants to really talk about stats and celebrate, you know, unheralded players or maybe underrated players, or just re-examine certain careers, like I just don't really see where, you know, being like a Homer Braves fan would really fit into that. And so for me, as far as like what I'm putting out. I'm just not really interested in integrating my my personal fandom for the Braves into what I do as Foolish Baseball. I always kind of say, hey, Bailey is a big Braves fan, but Foolish Baseball loves and appreciates all forms of good and foolish baseball.
That's a really good way of wording it. That's why we're lucky at SRS to have a teamwork. Given that SRS is not a human being, contrary to the comments who think we're all one guy named Stark, we've got some Met fans, some Yankee fans, Padre fan. I don't know what Fico is even still. So we got a great mix, and I love that we can kind of tap into that. At the same time, we can have that individual and the separation, which you were talking about for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, you said as a Braves fan too, you kind of keep that away, but I'm gonna have to press you now. What do you think the Braves are the Braves getting out of that division? How do you think the Mets are going to compete with them? We're in for a dogfight if we've seen anything. So what's the midseason check-in on the Braves there?
The Braves look good. I mean, it's kind of, they had a little bit of a rough start, but lately they've just been playing some really good baseball. They have really nice starting pitching, which I think, when I kind of look at it like just a team, that's kind of how I start with. I'm just like, okay, what's starting pitching looking like? Theirs is good. I think the thing with the Braves is they're really being driven by players who didn't contribute necessarily to their World Series win last year. Now they have Acuna back, but it's also a lot of the rookies like Spencer Strider and Michael Harris could be 1 and 2 in NL Rookie of the Year right now. William Contreras is awesome. He's an all-star. He's going to start at DH for the National League, and so it's this really tight blend of the guys that helped them win the World Series, but also some new faces as well. As far as how they stack up against the Mets, I mean, you just said it yourself. They're in for a dogfight. Whoever doesn't win that division there's a good chance they'll be the first wild card spot in the National League, and it'll just be interesting to see how it shapes up. I am leaning towards the Braves at the moment just because they've been there. They've won this division 4 years in a row now. They're going for a fifth. I just sort of feel like the Braves are going to slowly but surely creep up on the Mets, but we'll just have to see. And I think maybe it'll come down to the trade deadline, honestly. That's where the Braves really started to turn their season around last year. It'll be interesting to see what they do and what the Mets do.
Dylan, I got to bump Jack's question for you, if you don't mind answering this one here.
Oh, yeah, good question.
Oh, yes.
I was having the same thought, so I'm glad that Jack asked.
Yeah, I mean, I get it a lot, and to this day, I don't really have an answer besides it's a combination of genetics and just it's God-given on some level. Why I am incredibly hot. I have people stopping me on the street on a near daily basis to ask me this question, and one day I'll come up with a definitive answer, but that's what I've got for now.
This is a good comp here in the chat. Bearded Tyler Glasnow. Have you gotten that one before?
That's a little generous. That's a little generous.
I mean, Tyler Glasnow is a beautiful human being, and I don't know if I would compare anyone, even myself, to him. He might be the prettiest person I've ever seen.
You're actually with the UCLA cap, the long hair, and the beard. You're giving me Pirates Garrett Cole vibes a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he as a UCLA student, he is, I'm proud to count him among my, I guess, alumnus. Yeah. I can never remember what the singular version of alumni is, but one of those.
There's a universe where you sit in the same English class seat as Garrett Cole did, which is...
yeah. If I'm assuming he went to class, not all the athletes do, but Garrett Cole seems like he was one of those who probably did at least attend some of the classes. So there's a decent chance that I'm sitting in the same spot that Garrett Cole sat at any given time while I'm on campus.
Definitely.
I've heard a story that Braves legend Deion Sanders went an entire semester without showing up to one class.
I mean, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going, as Cardell Jones once famously said, we ain't here to play school. So, and those are words I live by to this day.
Even though you're the school teacher of baseball, in a sense, according to the comments, you're the big dork who goes and brings the stats and the math equations. But no, it's not.
Oh, absolutely.
We need to clear
Absolutely.
that part up.
Absolutely. And but it's a relationship. It's an ecosystem, So even if you got me in the front of the class, I don't do it for the people in the front row, with their planners out all organized. I do it for the guy in the back of the class, writing, scratching his name in the desk and launching spitballs at the girl in front of him. That's who watches my videos.
Do people still do that? Like, I'm a little too far out of school to think like that. Like, I graduated high school in 2017. And I never really had that. I think we kind of still, we were in still cell phone era when I graduated high school. Probably by the time I got to 6th grade, everyone had a phone. So, I really hope kids in this country can experience spitballs and desk carvings again.
Yeah, my parents told me people used to just smoke in the bathroom, cigarettes. I was that's just so weird to me. And they went. I mean, it's not like they went to high school now. It was the 80s, but still, it's weird to imagine that now.
This is the kid.
I guess maybe they vape now.
This kid thinks I was out bumping early XXX Tentacion or something like that. I'm a little too, I'm a little too normie for that.
I'm a little too old for that personally.
You're also a big music guy. That's one of my favorite things about your Twitter. So have you ever thought about lumping any more influence of that into baseball bits? Because one of my biggest influences in my content is rap culture. And I think that's pretty obvious the more you watch me. But you can hang with the best of them with music taste with that stuff. So have you ever thought about lumping more of that stuff in?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I kind of have the vision of maybe the last baseball bits I'll do, I'll just completely abandon the video gamey type soundtrack and just choose whatever music I want. Just take the copyright claims to the dome and just sort of deal with it. So yeah, I definitely have a vision for that. I'm definitely sort of a music nerd. I'm big on the website rateyourmusic.com. I sort of just kind of browse through that all the time, try to figure out what are the cool new albums coming out, what do people think, and so yeah, I definitely think I'm an internet content creator, and the internet has definitely influenced my taste in music, so there's definitely room to celebrate both those things.
And you're very good with music too in your content, Dylan. You're probably the best out of the three of us at working in whatever you want and making it fit and making the music video montage part. So anything you can speak on about how music can influence the direction of a video for you?
Yeah, so I first started adding in little music video montages as almost an homage to another creator who's going to be appearing on the stream later, Sadman Baseball, who I will say I think produces the highest quality baseball content on YouTube. I mean, I have never seen anything like the kind of stuff he does, but when I'm making my videos and when I try to figure out when would be a good time to when would be a good time to fit a montage into it, I kind of go back to, there's a really interesting documentary about, this isn't baseball related at all, but the composer Howard Ashman, who did a lot of the Disney music and Broadway music from the 80s and early 90s. If you have a favorite Disney movie from around that time, he probably wrote the music, and his philosophy was when the emotions are too high to talk about it, that's when you start to sing. And that's kind of how I approach adding music into my videos. If a player had, for instance, Dwight Gooden in 1985, his pitching season that year was almost beyond words. So I figured, why even try to put words to it? And I set it to a montage. So if you want to, that's basically my philosophy, is if I can't find the right words to talk about it, don't try, and let music do the talking.
I used the phrase in the Ricky video that Dwight Gooden's 85 WAR was 2/3 of his age, which I think is the best way that I've ever described that. But I want to piggyback off two things Bailey said in his last answer. One, music review sites are terrible, because I don't know if you remember, Metacritic at one point had Eminem's Music to Be Murdered By as the greatest album of all time by reviews, in its first week. And
you're saying you disagree with that?
Yeah, I'm going to say I disagree.
Okay. More of a relapse guy. Gotcha.
Retro Baseball is in the chat saying that we can't have a last baseball bits. let me ask you, like,
yeah, that's a good point.
obviously, if you close baseball bits, does that mean you're like dying or quitting YouTube, or is there going to be a new sequel project? The fans need to know that for peace of mind.
I think I would probably sell it to Disney, and then J.J. Abrams could reboot it in a couple decades.
Oh wow, that wasn't what I was expecting, but that is a businessman answer right there.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said that baseball bits could use about 50% more lens flares. So
Yes,
yeah,
that's
it's a good
that's
idea.
all I'm missing. I use the wipe transition all the time, so I'm already halfway to Star Wars.
Who's the
I
guy?
think JJ can do a lot with it.
What's his name? He played Matt Parkman in Lost, and he was not Lost, in Heroes. He was the pilot on Lost, and he was in Star Wars. What's that guy's name? You know exactly what I'm talking about. The guy that J.J. Abrams puts in every movie. We need that guy to get a baseball bits.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can integrate him somehow.
Now, you're very good at picking out new guys for people to keep an eye on in the future. Like, you were very big on Stephen Kwan, to name an example, like right before he kind of became someone everyone knew about. Juan Soto is probably your crowning achievement with, like, just before hitting the mainstream, you covered them. Are there any guys we should be on the lookout this year, either bounce back candidates we've probably overlooked or guys who have not really hit their stride who you think are soon to be guys that we should start paying more attention to?
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a minor leaguer prospect, Curtis Mead, in Tampa's system. And what I'm watching him for, he's a great hitting prospect. They don't really know where he fits in defensively yet, but he's in the Rays system, and he has a chance to be the greatest Australian-born baseball player. He's going to be competing up there with, some great relievers. They've had, a couple position players, but I mean, that's really what I'm looking at is Curtis Mead. Will he be the greatest Australian baseball player of all time?
And does he have the accent? Like Liam Hendricks has nailed the accent.
That's true. The thing is, I don't think any of them have an accent. I think they just talk like that to try to trick us. I think when their Australians are around each other, they sound just like we speak, and I feel the same about
British people and Irish people and Welsh and Scots and all that. I just think that's a show they're putting on. Yeah, they're faking it. There's no other reason for them to not talk normal like us Americans.
Yeah. Why would they talk like that?
They're doing the voice just for our own amusement to throw us off their scent.
Yeah, they call flip-flops thongs there. Like that's a prank. There's no way you're gonna call that article of clothing a thong.
I mean, I'm wearing slides right now. You're just not seeing it because the camera's at my midsection. But I'm not going to use the second word. If I get up, which I probably will at some point in these 6 hours to use the bathroom, and you see him, I'm not going to refer to him as that new banned word.
I gotcha.
I just want that perfectly clear, guys.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get in trouble.
Now, a rule that we did pitch, you probably saw with Adam, before everyone goes, we're in our last handful of minutes, and I'm sure we're going to have to pick the brain about your take a lot more because you're smarter than us. Home Run Derby and World Series predictions, mandatory thing before you go.
Okay, Home Run Derby. I mean, I can't pick against Pete. I mean, he's probably gonna win. He may be. Here's the thing about Pete. I don't know exactly where he's at right now. I'm guessing this is like maybe. I gotta think about this. Like he's in arbitration right now. He's starting to get paid more money. And so, that $1 million for winning the Home Run Derby might just not hit the same as it used to when it was like twice as much of his salary. So be on the lookout for that. Will he be complacent now that he's actually making real baseball money? If you want a dark horse in the Derby, I like J-Ram a lot and I would say he's a dark horse because he does not have the raw power, the exit velocities that a lot of the top contenders have. But what he can do is he can pull the fly ball. He just has the home run swing. He has the Home Run Derby swing. And so I would at least be interested in seeing him get past Soto. They're facing off as the 4th and the 5th seed. As far as the World Series goes, I'll give you a dark horse there too. I still, and by the way, you say I'm smarter, but I picked the Twins to win the World Series in 2021, and we know how that went. They would finish last. So at this midpoint season, I kind of like the San Francisco Giants. I really do. I know it's hot. I know they're probably not going to win that division. They'd have to make a run out of the wild card. But we've seen it before. Teams that you wouldn't expect, making a run in October. It was the Braves. It was the Nationals in 19. I just feel like, I don't know, it's definitely not even guaranteed that the Giants will be in the playoffs. That's probably about a 50-50 proposition right now. Either they will, they won't. But if they get in, they could make a run because I just do like their team. They aren't as scary without Posey, but I just feel like if the pitching can just sort of get it together, they have what it takes to like make a run and really scare some teams in October should they actually make it.
I'll give you my dark horse for both. I'm going to save mine for the very, very end, and this is neither the direction I'm going. My dark horse home run derby is Julio Rodriguez. I always think those young guys, like the year Jock Peterson, I think lost in the final to Frazier, the year that Adam Duvall went very far. Like, I tend to believe in those guys, like the young guys who play with a lot of energy, have that raw power and the need to prove it. So I'm going to go with Julio Rodriguez. And the same thing you said about the Giants, I feel about the Cardinals. My thing about the Cardinals is whatever they're at in your head, add 8 wins to it. Because, they're like the Pittsburgh Steelers of baseball, where, like, they're always going to pull some guy you've never really heard of out of AAA who's going to be like a 3.5 WAR player with like 140 OPS plus. And like, you've never heard of him. He's got some like Rays bullpen type name. And they're always like, last year, like, what was their run in September last year to get to that second wild card? It was like 2017
I think they won 17 or something like that.
I was like 2007 Rockies-esque. So like, they're always a team that's going to significantly overperform what's in your head. So I'm never going to count them. I think they win that division, honestly. So, well, Bailey, thank you so much for coming out. We need to work together more. Long overdue to get you on something like this with us. Keep crushing it. Do you have any final words for the people?
Yes, I do. I have 2 final words. Jeff Mathis.
Thank you, Bailey. You're free to go now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I didn't expect that when he said that, and I'm perfectly satisfied that's how it went. And I really appreciate that he managed to do Jeff Mathis, Braves legend, 2021 World Series champion.
Yes.
Now the best segue possible, I don't know if you know this, came in that chat, right? So we made fun of accents, and we have my favorite British baseball content creator coming in, who's going to bless us with something similar. Please welcome Mr. Peter Pratt.
How are we doing, guys? We good?
We are doing great. Thank you so much for coming on. So for those who don't know, Peter is a Marlins podcaster from the UK. Something that I promised that I was going to do is judge everyone from their Twitter bio, but that's most what you got to do. So the obvious and fun question, how did that come to be? Any part of that?
Why are they UK-based Marlins fans? It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
What happened? What went wrong? But it's a familiar story, I guess. Like, you travel to the US and you fall into baseball and you discover it. Like, it really isn't it's not on our TV screens here in the UK. Like, baseball is really hard to find if you have to really seek it out. But actually going to the States, going to a ball game, that's how you find it. And I'm a cricket fan. I was a big cricket player as well growing up. So, like, it's very transferable. And it's a transferable watch as well, where you sit in the stands, slow pace, beers. I'm all for that, no doubt. So I went to see the Marlins play. I didn't know who was playing. Stanton hit a home run. I didn't know who he was at the time. Jose Fernandez, luckily, was pitching too. I didn't know who he was either. But at that moment in time, on a rainy Tuesday in 2017, I think it was, Stanton hit a home run. I went, this team is for me. I'm all in on the Marlins. And then the rebuild started shortly after.
I love hearing that it just takes going to see it, because that shows the magic of the game. And something that we're trying to do at SRS is to put people who've never really seen baseball into loving these same stories that the diehards love. But you also use the word transferable for the skills. I don't know if you saw Eric Sim the other day hit with a cricket bat in live ABs with baseball. I hope you will look that up after that. That would pique your interest.
I will.
It was on his Instagram. I saw that Eric Sim took ABs with a cricket bat, and I think he hit one off, like the simulated wall thing they do at the gym. I think he came close to a home run with a cricket bat. So That
There you
is as meta as it gets.
There you go.
But the Marlins are a team. I live in South Florida now, so I see a lot of Marlin fans who come through and talk about the team. They're obviously not at the top of the pecking order. They know that. They know that the Heat and the Dolphins are in there, but they know that they're a team that always gets headlines one way or another. So where would you say the Marlins are at right here? What's the midseason review on and off the field?
Oh boy. I mean, if you'd have asked me this a week ago, I'd have been absolutely hyping up the Marlins, saying, we're all in, we're going to push hard, and then boy, we had a stinking week last week. It was just such a terrible week, and going 5-2 before the break. In general, the Marlins are better than 21. You would say the record is better. Sandy Alcantara, I mean, he's otherworldly right now, Sandy. He's just absolutely playing. He's just pitch. Is no one like Sandy Alcantara now? He's a throwback. Jazz Chisholm's absolutely electric. Like, there's a lot of things to like about this Marlins roster. The inconsistencies, though, are just killing them. Like, it's so painful. Like, they just win 3, lose 4, win 2, lose 3. It's just so inconsistent, and that's the frustrating part for the Fish. In general, I think they're built to really kick on the next few years. I'm excited. I'm excited what the Marlins can do. But they need to develop these hitters. That's the thing. Like, the offensive side has been poor for a few years now, since they sold everyone, since I went to the game. So maybe everyone watching this can blame me and say, Pete, this was all on you. You became a Marlins fan and the sell-off began. But yeah, mid-season grade, I think a C is probably fair. Like, Sandy and Jazz. I mean, Garrett Cooper's an all-star as well. So there's 3 all-stars for the Marlins. So, that says that there's talent there. But
they have
overall,
a lot of pieces, for sure.
They've got talent. They really
You
have.
didn't say Pablo. You didn't say John Birdie. You still have. You're not. I mean, I would say Rojas's best days are behind him, but he could still man the fort. You got Anthony Bender in the bullpen. Need him. Got a lot of. You got a very good framework there. The problem is you need a little bit more out of the Garcias and the Solers of the world. Like, I'm actually going to screen share really quick to show you this. I'm setting it up right now. You got to see this stat I saw yesterday. I don't know if you guys see that, right? Jorge Soler's stats are only really good in blowouts. Do you see this right now? Margin of victory, 4 runs or more, or for either side. He's hitting 448. He's not anything above a $182 for anything else.
Well, there you go. Do you know what? For the eye test, that it feels that way too. It feels like Soler, and I mean the stats show it. Like, he comes alive when the Marlins are piling on. They don't pile on very frequently, by the way. I have to say it's been tough in terms of run production recently, and it's true. Avisail Garcia has been the same, apart from there was a very, very big moment. You were talking about the Cardinals just now. Big moment against the Cardinals, where a 2-run bomb in the 9th to go ahead. Sandy came out and pitched to end the complete game there as well. So it was a massive game for the Fish and a massive hit for Avi Garcia. Other than that, and this is the thing for the Fish. Kim Ang, she's got full control now, and they're going out there and they're signing Avisail Garcia and Jorge Soler. Those guys are underperforming, heavily underperforming, and that's a bad look, real bad look. Like, they're spending the money, but they're just not getting the production offensively that they need to take it to the next level. That's the problem with the Fish this year.
I saw someone tweet, this was the team that was supposed to compete, and they're still having the same issues. Like, the rebuild was supposed to be over. I
know. Well, I mean, we peaked in 2020, right? The 60-game sprint, the Marlins in the playoffs. That was us peaking. I mean, maybe we need another rebuild now. I don't know, but it's tough. The offense has been a little bit lackluster. There's bright spots, though. I mean, John Birdie, where's he come out of? Everyone's like, John Birdie leading the league in stolen bases. All the fantasy players out there, if you're a fantasy player, absolutely in love with John Birdie this year. What value there for 28, 29 steals? Undrafted. Didn't need to draft John Birdie, so plenty of nice spots.
Do you remember the S tier 2020's Marlins moment of clinching the playoffs at Yankee Stadium in 2020? What's your emotional attachment to that?
I mean, I am rooting for the Marlins, I've got to say. first off, you guys gave us Giancarlo Stanton, and I know a lot of Yankees fans for some reason don't like him, but I am very grateful for that trade. And I just think baseball in Miami has a lot more room to grow than where it is right now. And I think, of course, a key to that is, like you said, consistent, excellent play, or not just excellent, but good play from the Marlins. So I think going forward, I am excited to see what players like Jazz Chisholm and Sandy Alcantara do, but I think they do need more than that. So from an outsider Yankee fans perspective, even if they're not where they should be right now, I am excited for the future of the Marlins.
Yeah, the Angels are
good to see Big G as well.
Angels are proof you can't win with two guys, and one of them disappeared. Shohei's not on the screen behind you. I hate to burst the bubble there.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna be upfront. I didn't splurge for the paid version of the screen mirroring app, and apparently they only give me a certain amount of time where I'm able to do that. So if I can figure out how to get Shohei back,
man.
I mean, if you want to simulate it, I have a trick. Go to Google Images and type in Shohei Ohtani, and you can look at pictures of Shohei for as long as you want. So if you're missing that, that's how you can get him back.
That's the wisdom we needed. That's what we came for. Now listen, Pete. So Sandy is obviously statistically the front runner to start for the NL tomorrow. We don't know who the starter is yet, unless it came out while we were live. Do you think would you understand if they throw Kershaw, or would you raise hell if anybody other than Sandy is pitching tomorrow night?
Oh, good question. Sandy deserves to start, by the way. No doubt in my mind. He's just on another planet. I think that Kershaw will start, though, because of the location, and he's having a nice year, but I mean, he's pitched like half the innings of Sandy, and I would understand. The All-Star's interesting, though, right? Like this whole fan vote situation in general, not for the pitchers, but for the offensive guys. This fan vote, it creates so many of these storylines where you get dudes voted in, and everyone's there sitting, scratching heads going, hey, hold on a minute. Hey, Austin Riley's not an All-Star this year. What the hell's happened there? And you just got loads of these wrinkles. So listen, it's for the fans. It's a fan, thing. I've got no problem if they wheel Kershaw out there. To be honest with you, I actually hope that Sandy doesn't pitch. I just think Sandy's there, he gets his All-Star appearance, and Sandy doesn't get hurt. Wouldn't it be shocking for the Marlins if Sandy for the Marlins goes 8-9 innings over and over and over again, then he goes to the All-Star game for one inning and somehow tweaks an oblique or something, or an elbow? That would be a disaster for the fish. But I think Kershaw, to answer the question directly, Kershaw, I think, starts. Sandy deserves to, but he won't.
I just verified this comment from possibly Devin Booker that it is Kershaw. I looked it up while we were saying that. Kershaw and McClanahan is apparently the buzz that's come out since we started going live.
Would it be nice to have seen, McClanahan, Sandy head to head? Two Floridian, representatives from their teams. So that would have been nice. But yeah, I can understand the Kershaw piece for sure. But I'm glad Sandy's there. He truly deserves it. I think in general for him, can Sandy Alcantara win the Cy Young on maybe a Marlins team that doesn't make the playoffs? That absolutely, I think is an interesting question.
I think he
DeGrom
can.
did it twice.
Yeah.
So my inclination is that absolutely he can. DeGrom had the 10-9 year. I think that all questions were answered with that stuff personally.
I mean, I don't see how. I mean, he's at a 1.76 more than halfway through the season. So even if he pitches average from here on out, he's still going to end up with one of the best seasons a Miami Marlin has ever had, and he's going to be one of the best in the league. So right now, I think it's his to lose, and I don't think you're going to find anyone who's going to say differently.
Yeah, agreed.
Now you touched on going to see some baseball in the States. That's how you kind of got put on. Did you go to the Yankees and Red Sox series in London in 2019?
I did. I went to both games. I went to the day before as well for some BP stuff as well. So I had 3 days in a row, and it was. It's funny actually. As we were recording this and doing the stream, there is like extreme heat in the UK right now. Extreme. I think it's like record temperatures ever, all time. So it's extremely hot. I think the last time the temperatures like this was in that game 1 of that Yankees Red Sox game. And if you recall, the first inning went on for about 2 hours, and I was with my wife. We were out in the in kind of left field area, and she turned to me, having been sat there for a full inning of 2 hours of baseball, where it was like 9-5 or whatever it was after the first inning. We'd had about 7 beers in the first inning as well, and she said, Pete, how many innings are there, by the way? I was like, yeah, there's 9. Anyway, we made it to about 7. And she waved the white flag. She went, that's enough for me. I'm out of here. It was a very long, hot day. But what an experience. And they're coming back. They've signed a deal to be back in London. And Paris as well is part of the package. So you got 2023, they're back, 2024 and 26 in London, which is massive. And the NFL is the blueprint. It really is. The NFL have done that, years ago, and the NFL is ginormous in the UK now, massive. And I think this is the pathway now. Get people to see the games, get your eyeballs on the game, and equally find a way to put it on some mainstream TV here, so people you can fall into it then and go, wow, baseball, what is this? This is good. Is it rounders? No, okay. The usual stuff. But yeah, the London series was sensational. I'm excited, and I would absolutely love if the Marlins came, clearly. I mean, that would be a wild treat if the Fish came. I'm not sure they'd have the allure, let's say, of the Yankees and Red Sox in terms of the fans, because there was a lot of Americans there, I must say. A lot of fans did travel. There was like a mix in the ballpark of Yankees, Red Sox guys that flew over from the States or already lived in the UK or whatever and went to the game. There was also the diehards UK, like me. We follow the game already. We were there irrespective. Then you had the casuals, UK fans who'd never seen baseball before, and they were taken along with a friend, or their work could kind of give them some tickets, or they'd won something. So it was that kind of neat blend going on in the ballpark. And the attendance was ginormous, wasn't it? There was like 60,000 people there. It was massive, very fun. And the games were fun too. Maybe a little touch long in that first one, I'd say, for a few people.
I remember they were really high scoring. I remember that they looked a lot of fun. Is there anything about the atmosphere as well that you can speak on?
There was just a general buzz, actually. It was a good buzz and a good atmosphere, and it was a fun atmosphere. It was loud, actually. Having been, I mean, okay, there'd be a few jokes flying in now, of course, but being at Marlins Park as it was then, it was louder than that. No doubt. And I would say it had that kind of English soccer vibe undercurrent below that you don't normally get, I would say, in UK football or soccer fans. That is a whole different level of fandom, and the way they approach it just starts singing through the whole game for no reason, and just chanting and shouting and abusing everyone for no reason. And there was an undercurrent of that too, which was nice. That was definitely an English undercurrent, but it was good. It was good fun, and there was a lot of knowledgeable people there too. It wasn't just people walking around going, "What the hell is happening here?" So it was good. I'm looking forward to it being back next year.
Now, things that were new. Did you go to Home Run Derby X this year?
I didn't. I had a few friends who went. They said the concept itself was good, albeit it was very hot too. I think that was last weekend? I think it was.
Very recently.
Yeah, so they had that going on in a middle of a park, Crystal Palace Park, I believe it was. And a lot of people went, said it was good. It was a fun concept. Went on a little bit too long, and there was a lack of amenities, let's say. So there wasn't enough beer wagons and enough hot dog stands, But by all accounts, it was a fun day. And again, this is just trying to kind of, I guess, tap into like a different type of crowd, right? A different type of fan, a new fan, trying to introduce them into baseball via something a little bit different concept. And, home run derbies, we're about to see it, next very shortly. They're fun. I love a derby. I always do, or a derby, I guess, the right pronunciation. But yeah, I didn't go. I wish I had actually, but I think it was a fun day by all accounts.
Now, you touched on how good the concept was. I, at first, like many other, were a little surprised at like what it was and had trouble even understanding it until seeing it, or at least seeing clips from it. Anything you're willing to touch on for explaining what the event was to someone who might not know what Home Run Derby X in the UK even was? It could sound like we're speaking some other alien language right now to some people in the chat.
It felt like some sort of team event. I mean, I didn't watch it all. I just saw clips like you guys, but some sort of team-based event, knockout type feature where you had like ex-pros and then some kind of like minor celebrities, let's call it that, who were kind of teaming up with ex-pros. And, listen, blast balls out there and see what you can do. I think for the fan experience, it's fun too, because, everyone's out there with gloves on in the catch zone and, trying to grab balls as you do. So I believe that was fundamentally the concept. But I think because they had so many different participants, it went on a bit long, was the feeling. Like, they could have condensed it a little bit perhaps on the day. But nevertheless, I think when someone's hitting baseballs towards you or in your general direction, you generally kind of fix up and look sharp. You know what I mean? Like you got to stay alert when that's happening.
Yes.
And the other thing I would say, the fan event, the fan feedback was they were a little bit removed. They were a bit too far back from the actual action because, they effectively had like an outfield, I guess, between them and the action and the stage. So they were hitting off a stage, literally like what you would say would be like a concert stage. That was the concept, not like a normal situation for a derby. So yeah, it was a fun event. It looked fun. It was testing the limits of baseball too, I think, in terms of the traditional. Let's put it that way.
I think, I love that. I think baseball needs to keep exploring how far it can test its limits because there's a lot of things, even if they didn't get this one perfect right off the bat, there's a lot of potential to bring in a lot of new fans from the UK, from wherever else with things like this. So I'm excited to see how they continue to evolve whatever they come up with next, whether it's more series in London or more things like this Home Run Derby X, or even just, changing up the Home Run Derby or the All-Star Game to try to bring in more new fans or international fans. I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
I'm with you. I think baseball has to do it too. We're at that stage of baseball, like I sense anyway, that they need to think a little bit bigger and market the game more effectively. And there's many ways they can do that. And I think that conversation is probably a 4-hour-long conversation, so I won't take us down that pathway. But, I think baseball is ready for it, really, just to explore some innovative ways to get younger guys, different countries, whatever it might be, interested in the game. Because it's a beautiful game when you get into it. And it's the best thing is as well about baseball, having explained NFL to many family members, NFL is really complicated to explain in general. Baseball is really not that difficult to grasp and understand. It's an easy concept. And so that really helps as well. You can kind of just get in and go, okay, I understand the rules. Now I can sit back and enjoy the game. Whereas in the NFL, for example, there's so many intricate things going on that does take time to kind of explain to people. So I'm with you. Baseball has that in its, as a positive, that people can grasp the concept very easily. You hit the ball, you get around the bases, you score a run. Nothing more complicated than that.
And I feel like you've got to think that, especially fans in the UK, having cricket and, like you said, rounders, that's already almost an in for them to understand baseball in a way that maybe football isn't as accessible. So I do think they're doing a smart thing in focusing on these London series or putting the Home Run Derby X in. Was it in London specifically? Yeah. So I do think they're on the right track with that.
Yeah, me too.
Here's a fun question to go around the table because we talked about it with London baseball. If you could put Major League Baseball, like one of those fun little in-season games in like the interesting new location to test the waters, what should it be and why for the next one that we haven't tried before?
Wow. In the UK or just anywhere?
In anywhere. Anywhere we can
man.
have a baseball game. Where should we do it?
Oh man. Listen, I'm looking out my window here, and there's definitely space for like a Field of Dreams kind of vibe if they wanted to drop something right here. Absolutely, they could. I'm looking straight out, but I don't know. I mean, the thing for baseball for me, and following the Marlins too, they got so many kind of Latin players in there. I mean, I'd love to just see more baseball in like the Dominican as well. I'd like to see baseball in the Bahamas too, like Major League Baseball with Jazz and seeing the buzz that he's getting. So, like, there's certainly those opportunities, like the bit more kind of MLB in the Dominican. And the Bahamas, I think, would be a nice touch. But listen, I'm all for UK games. I live in Leeds. For those listening, we're going, where's Pete? I live in Leeds in the UK, in England, which is in the north of England. And absolutely drop a game in here, no problem. So,
my $1 million baseball idea is slowly getting stripped away, which was a Padres Nationals weekend series in the DR. You put Tatis and Soto on the pedestal. You have them go play each other. But little by little, the Jenga puzzle's been getting pieces missing, Tatis being out, and Soto now being the biggest trade rumor in the history of baseball. But I agree that the DR is where you do it if you could figure out the right guys to center it around, because I think the focal point should be picking out like players from the DR to put on that pedestal to center the event around.
No doubt. The Marlins got a ton of Venezuelan dudes as well. There's a ton of Venezuelans knocking around with the Marlins, and like there's a lot of buzz there too. So, and I think that's the obvious connection. I mean, I guess Soler being Cuban as well. Clearly, tons of Cuban connections. I don't know. It's these kind of Latin markets that, for me, there's so much hype and buzz. Like when I see just how passionate those fans are, like it's a different type of vibe versus looking into Lone Depot on a Wednesday. The Marlins are playing the Pirates, and you go, boy, oh boy, this is kind of wasted in some ways. Like, send a few of these series down to the DR or to Venezuela or even to the UK. I mean, we packed out 60,000 for, okay, it was the Yankees Red Sox, but you know what I mean? Like, there's so many games in a baseball season, 162. You can certainly ship a few of them elsewhere to expand the game, I think.
I'm 1,000% in agreement. Now, Dylan, definitely. I need your funky location suggestion.
Okay, well, if we're saying that the UK and the Dominican Republic are off the table, I mean, they've done series in Japan before. They've done series in Taiwan. I don't want to go there. How about Australia? I mean, we were just talking about Australian baseball players with Bailey last segment. I think you could bring I can't remember the name of the prospect that he was talking about, but they're...
Burns Mead.
There we go. Bring him in, bring in some of the other players you've got. I think Australia could be a fun place to do a series, send the Giants and the Dodgers out there.
That sounds awesome to me.
Now that you mention it, I think that if I remember correctly, they did do like an opening day out there for the Dodgers and so on. Because I have like this weird memory of like Kershaw pitching in Australia.
Did they really?
I'm pretty sure, like, I'll have to look it up right now and I'll screen share if it really did happen.
I mean, if that's the case, then maybe MLB should hire me for their marketing team. Obviously, I'm on the same page with some of them.
Turns out I wasn't going crazy. We do have an update that the Dodgers played there. It seems 2014. There's people blaming it for Kershaw's arm problems.
Ooh, well, they don't have to send him out, I guess.
We don't.
He can stay home. The rest of them can go.
Make Julio Arias do it or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, Pete, I don't know if you saw, we have a mandatory requirement where everyone here has to do a World Series and Home Run Derby winner prediction. So what's in that head of yours for what we're going to see soon?
Yeah, it's... understandably, a lot of people are leaning towards Big Pete, of course, for the Derby, and I think Ronnie Acuna is going to knock him out in the first round. I think Ronnie's going to shock the world, so I think Ronnie's going to knock him out. But I think then Ronnie's going to fade later. I think he's going to absolutely burst and have a round one to remember, and then someone's going to knock him off from the other side of the draw. Seager maybe or someone like that. I don't know. So, but I think Ronnie's going to shock the world, take down Big Pete in round 1. So I'm going to go with Seager and Alonso to go in the first round.
Ooh, okay.
So Seager's
Bold
the
prediction.
winner, and Alonso goes in the first round. Who's winning?
Yeah.
Who's hoisting that trophy up in late October, early November?
I recorded with some UK guys before the season. Granted, I'd had near 3 bottles of wine when we were recording, so I was feeling loose, no doubt. I ended up going with a World Series of the Yankees and the Phillies at the time.
Ooh.
So, and I took the Phillies to take it all, and I'm just going to stick with it. I think the Phillies could be dangerous if they can get in. The Phils would be dangerous if Bryce is back in town. I don't know. I mean, the Phillies are telling me their bullpen's amazing now. I beg to differ on that, but there we go. I'm going to stick with my preseason prediction after 3 bottles of wine that the Phillies take down the Yankees.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
Well, Pete, thank you so much for coming out. Everyone go follow Pete on Twitter and check out the podcast. Great listen. Any last words you want to give to the internet here?
Not really, guys. I've had a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on. And absolutely, follow me on Twitter at Miami Marlins _UK and the podcast Locked On Marlins now. So appreciate you having me on, guys. And we'll talk soon.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Now, originally, we thought we were going to have 1:30 open, all right? But a surprise guest has reached out and extended an invitation to come on. I'm thrilled to bring on Eric Sim, the king
What
of
is
Juco.
up, you jabronis? What is going on? Why am I so fucking big on this screen right now? Oh my goodness. This is fucking terrible. I don't know how to do this. Fuck it, let's ride.
Sim, how you doing?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
It's a pleasure.
Good.
We're pulling the marathon here. Now,
Let's go, baby.
the introduction for everybody today has been looking at Twitter bios and coming with something to judge and run with from there. So your motto is lift big, throw gas, hit bombs. Where'd you come up with that?
Right here,
what got
baby.
you? Of course.
Let's go.
Where'd you come up with that? Where did the motto, like, what got you being such a big believer in the mindset?
I just saw, like, even me playing pro ball and everything like that. I saw a lot of bullshit of people saying, oh, like, you can't be too big, you can't be too, strength-based workouts, and you can't, throwing gas is bad. You should locate, hitting tanks and pimping homers is bad. And I just thought it was eyewash because I've been through pro ball, and pro ball literally does exactly that. You know what I'm saying? They all go big as fuck. They throw gas and hit tanks. So I thought it was something that a lot of people are missing out, and that's something I wanted to put a little emphasis on for everybody. And then that's been my motto, and I do exactly what I say. And I just lift big, throw gas, hit tanks. That's what I do every single day. And then people like it, so that's good.
Now, you live that whole doing baseball every single day, something unique. We touched on right before you came on with Pete that you did the cricket bat. My
Right.
favorite one of those was the tennis one, where the guy hit like 130 at you and you tried to hit
Right,
that.
right. Yeah.
Best question about that from chat here. How you faring with this? The shot you took to the
That was no bueno. Yeah. So he's a CS9 on TV. They're big TikTok, YouTube, and everything like that, and they're awesome dudes. So he's a tennis player, and he grew up playing tennis. He's like really good. Like he was in the IMG Academy and stuff like that for tennis. So now he's like just doing content, which is fucking crazy. And then he came out. He's like, hey, like try hitting off me. I'm like, of course, like you don't gotta say it twice. You know what I'm saying? I'm in. And then I'm hitting off him. He's so we have a radar gun set up, and he's hitting like 130. He's been up to 134 miles an hour. I'm talking like straight gas. You know what I'm saying? And those tennis balls, they rise too. When you hit it so hard. So like I was ready to hit or whatever. You don't have time to react. My dude just unleashed one at like 130 right at my ankles. I'm just like I went down hard, man. And I'm heavy too, so when I went down, it was like a fucking, damn earthquake. It was ugly. It was ugly.
Now you're testing the waters with a lot of stuff like that, of all the unique ways you can hit things, throw things. Anything in the pipeline you willing to tease us for what's coming? You gonna hit a planet? You gonna hit a bowling ball? What's coming up soon?
Hey, bowling ball is actually a great idea. It's already on our list. But yeah, I got some fun things planned, and I just want to have fun doing it. You know what I'm saying? I just want to be able to hit with just random objects. You know. So recently, of course, cricket bat. I did that. I did it with a 2x4, which didn't feel good. So the next one actually in the working is we have a 2x4. Okay. Now we're gonna try to build a baseball bat with that on our own. Like we're not gonna go through a baseball bat company. We're gonna try to make on our own and see if it actually like it's not a good wood, right? So we'll try to make a bat, make a handle, lizard skin that shit, and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be a fun experiment because I don't really know what to expect. You know, kind of like cricket bat. It was like a really surprise to me because I got to like 93 mile an exit below with a cricket bat. I hit it 380 feet at Fenway. So I'm just like, what is going on? But I wasn't able to hit it out. But I mean, I think I can. You know, so keep having fun doing that.
Well, you do need to do the melon at some point. I'm trying to find.
I do. That's right. That's right.
I'm trying to center there. Hold on, we're gonna get it. Yeah, there we go. The melon.
We're gonna represent the melon head. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you obviously were a very big part of that event in North Carolina. You were our starting pitcher and cleanup hitter. What were your big takeaways from that experience? And now that we're a month and a half out, where's your head out from that whole trip that we did?
Honestly, I'm kind of locked in for next year, man. You know, like I think we're gonna do it bigger and better next year. I think after that event that we did together, I think a lot of it kind of opened some people's eyes, right? Especially creators and stuff like that, even teams. I've been reached out to by multiple teams after that. I'm talking to Salem Kaiser. I talked to a lot of teams because they saw that video. They're like, holy shit, that was cool. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can make it bigger and better next year. And then I'm honestly just locked in. And I'm going to get everyone on my fucking lifting program and throwing program. And we're going to go full send. You know what I'm saying? So, Mike, even if you mind, like, hey, Mike, you're going to go through some hell. You know what I'm saying? But I'll get you better, though. I'll get you better in baseball. Feel me?
I did. Hey, I made contact. I didn't strike out. And I got on
base. Hey, low key, Mike was one of the better players we got. Defense wasn't there, but I mean, offense is that's all it's about, you know? Like, yeah, he's a TH guy.
I'm in there for my offense. I got on base in the second game. It was a shame that
is true. Not many people did, and you were one of them.
I do wish I could have faced Trey Cooper and had that badge. I did face Will.
Nasty.
Still scratching the itch.
Right.
Will's probably our most.
Yeah, no, the whole team was awesome, and all the kids were all about it too. That's what it's all about, you know. And all of them like watch us on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's really cool, kind of experiments and experience and all that stuff, and with the kids. And I think that's what it's about. For me, that trip was amazing. I'll do it again next year.
Oh, absolutely. We're so looking forward to that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad. I said this when Adam was here that Dylan couldn't make it. We do need the big boys out next year for bigger and better.
Hey, we need everyone out next year. We need a full squad out next year. What was the score? Like 13-0. We need to clean that up a little bit. So we need some ballers. You know what I'm saying? We gotta clean that shit up.
Go crazy and get a run.
Yeah.
Get some more guys who get on base like you, Mike.
Yeah,
we need you. Mike's gonna be our lead off. I'm already making the lineup because I can't trust Adam with his lineup. I just can't do it. So Mike's going first. He's gonna lead us up, and it's gonna be all good. You know what I'm saying?
I believe Adam's in the chat. I saw him earlier. His feedback on that critique of his lineup making. But
fuck you, Adam.
Obviously, you played professional baseball for a good chunk of your life. It's something that is a big part of your branding, a big part of your content. What would you say is your favorite part of that experience? In hindsight?
I think it's. For me, the best part was meeting the people, right? Meeting all my teammates and going through the grind with them. Because it literally is a grind when you're in the minor leagues. It's so shitty, and you just survive with your boys. You know, I remember going to Walmart with my fucking roommate. We're waiting for a fucking shuttle. Shuttle didn't come for like an hour and a half. We're just like, what the fuck? That kind of just random shit. You know, you go through hell. You know, especially in rookie ball and low A. I mean. Those are not fun times to be, you know what I'm saying? So we're eating in low way. I remember our clubby loved like these little meatballs from they're not even like real meatballs. It's like tiny little fucking things, right? And he just made them every single day. He made these meatballs every fucking day, and we ate them every single day. And that kind of stuff. We're just like, what the fuck are we doing? You know, like it's just a cool experience with all the teammates and all the coaches I've met. I still keep in contact with a lot of them. Of course, the whole minor league grind was shitty for me. I still preach that on Twitter and stuff like that, just because I want things to be better for the future minor leaguers, which it looks like is slowly getting better for them, which is good. But for me, it's just the best thing that happened to me in pro ball was meeting everybody, all my teammates. I still talk to them, you know, the ones I went through the grind and rookie ball, low way, those motherfuckers, you know. I mean, not many people made it, you know, like, but I mean, that's okay. Like, you don't have to make it to have a relationship with me, you know. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're a good dude, like, I mean, we have stories, and that's what it's all about, you know. But yeah.
I do regret to inform you that you've been bumped to the 9-hole next year.
Fuck, Adam. You're right. You know, I didn't perform this year anyway, so I deserve that.
I mean, as the pitcher, 9-hole used to be standard. I assume you're getting back on the bump, and you're gonna send 90 for the boys next year.
I gotta do it, you know. I've been training a little more. I want to focus on training just because I simply enjoy doing it. I've been a little bit slacking just because I had some elbow issues and stuff like that, but I've been getting into it. I hit 90 on the indoor mound recently. That's good. And my goal is to throw like 92, 93 indoors, and then usually that translates into like 94, possibly 95 on the mound for me. So that's good.
Absolutely. Now, I really love how you pull off coming up with the new ways to use the tech, like you face the different pitchers, all that sort of thing, the different stadiums. Can you tell us a little bit about the machine that you guys have and the kind of content you can make with it, of like the facing different pitchers and generating the stadiums and all that stuff you got going on?
Our facility, I mean, it's incredible of some of the stuff we have. Of course, Hit Tracks allows us to actually have fun doing it instead of having no idea where the ball's going. Hit Tracks literally tracks everything, right? So, I mean, Hit Tracks, shout out to Hit Tracks for hooking us up. And basically what we got to do is we're going to make content for them, and they're happy with it. And then we just, you know, I'm in there every single day, you know, and hitting or whatever the fuck else, and having fun doing it. And then shout out to Aaron Hicks for the pitching machine that we have. He dropped it off for us. He said his garage is too full. I'm like, motherfucker, you got a 7-car garage. What do you mean? Like, what the fuck? I was jabroni, fucking just like dropped off a fucking 15-grand machine. I'm like, anyways, shout out to Aaron Hicks for that. And then so the machine's called Spinball. So it can basically duplicate like any big league arsenal, you know, unless it's like, so far I was able to duplicate every single pitcher that's in the big leagues, even like DeGrom, some of the very elite stuff like 94 mile an hour slider, machine can do it. 103 mile an hour fastball, machine can do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's been incredible, and we got more content coming out. I have a Garrett Cole video coming out on Friday. That's gonna be a fucking that already went out. And then I have another one with the Emmanuel Clase. That's gonna be that should hurt my hand, man. Emmanuel Clase throwing 102 mile an hour cutters, like that shit was ridiculous. But I got some more fun stuff planned, so stay tuned.
You're looking out for it.
Now, is there anybody very high on the list that you haven't stood in there against yet, that past or present, that you want to jump on in there with?
I mean, I've already done some really good ones like Shohei, like DeGrom, those top pitchers. I really want to do Max Scherzer, and I want to actually put his, like, you know, like his face with his crazy eyes on the machine or something like that. That'd be funny. Just kind of duplicate actual Max Scherzer, you know what I'm saying, with his intensity. I think that so he's very high on the list, so I'll be doing him pretty soon here. But again, like, these are more focused on like stuff. So like, I'd love to do Gratterall, Bruzar Gratterall. I mean, his stuff is just fucking ridiculous. So I'd love to do that. So that's definitely a couple of pitchers high on the list. Another fun one I was gonna do was Greinke, but I want to do Greinke, like I want to compare like old school Greinke stuff and current Greinke stuff, and see like if I can hit someone, like whichever one better or whatever, you know. So a lot of people think, you know, Greinke, like this 88 Greinke is like, you know, like super easy to hit. I don't think so because his changeup's at 88. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he's still so deceptive, and he literally throws everything around the same speed. Like I think it's gonna be tough. So I'll be excited to do that.
Did you see that he threw a changeup harder than his fastball?
It's crazy. It's Greinke. It doesn't have to make sense, you know. Like, I remember he threw like an 87 mile an hour fastball, and like he threw a changeup at like 89 or 90. What the fuck? It's crazy.
Have you thought about putting yourself as the pitcher? and do King of Juco faces King of Juco.
That's definitely coming up. So that before I do that, I kind of want to get to like my, not 100%, but like I want to get back a little bit more into shape. So when I'm throwing like 92, 93, I can throw all my arsenal, because we have a Rapsodo as well, so I can get all my spin rate and, you know, like all this stuff. And then I'm going to use that number to mimic that on the machine and hit off me, you know. But I think I can hit a tank of myself, you know, to be real.
Now, would you be honored or upset if you took yourself deep?
It's a good question.
Great. Fuck, I haven't thought about that. I think I'll be both. You know, like after I hit it, I'm always happy when I hit a tank. I'm like, let's go. And I'm like, fuck, you know, like I'm gonna nuke up myself. Like, what the fuck, you know, like, but it'll be good.
Now, we did get a comment asking for Ben Joyce, who I believe you've done already, correct?
I've done Ben Joyce already. If you want me to do it again, you're fucking smoking some shit, because I ain't doing that shit again. He will throw 105-mile fastballs, like, and his fastball's two-seam. A lot of people think it's like just straight, but it's not that straight. It actually moves. So, I mean, he almost broke my hands. Actually, in fact, I started hitting off of him with a wood bat, and we had to like bang the content and then redo it with a metal bat, because I simply could not. Like, my thumb was like, I thought it was broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, his stuff is not nasty. I mean, he's a college, but I mean, he hasn't been drafted yet, has he?
No, I was actually going to ask you.
No, that is the biggest surprise to me. I mean, pitcher throwing 104, 105. I mean, he can literally pitch in the big leagues right now, in my opinion, and be fine, you know. But it's been surprising. But I guess he's a reliever. Relievers tend to get drafted a little bit later, and of course, he has some injury history, I think, so that might back him up. But I mean, it doesn't make sense, man. Motherfucker throwing 105. I mean, should be drafted right now, you know. So
I was going to ask you if you were going to show up with pitchforks and torches at the draft site.
I might have to. I might bring some smelling salts, you know what I'm saying? Just like yell at Manfred to like sign Ben Joyce right now. Draft him right now. Let's go.
The draft was yesterday. The first first few-ish rounds, if you factored in the competitive balance and stuff like that. You and I recently did the college baseball video together. That was great to put together and pick your brain for. And yeah, so as one of the premier amateur baseball creators and advocates out there, did anything stand out, or anyone stand out from the draft yesterday, if you paid any attention to that?
I mean, for me being a Juco guy, Cam Collier went first round as a Juco kid, and that really fired me up. He actually went a little bit lower slot than he was expected. He was expected to go like, I think, top 10 overall, but still first rounder, and I'm very, very happy for him. Juco Bandit representing, and that's the thing. He's a 17-year-old, right? So he kind of did like the Bryce Harper route, you know what I'm saying? So he was stupid good in high school. He's just like, I'm gonna get drafted. Now for him to get the best chance was to go to Juco. So he went to Juco at 17. He was 17 years old in Juco, hit over 300, 8 jacks, just like stupid numbers, and he got drafted first round. So I thought that was a really cool story of like what you're able to do by going to Juco. You know what I'm saying? So I thought it was really cool to see. And of course, Kumar Rocker, I saw him go third overall. That was a big surprise to everybody, I think. But I think it's a fantastic pick, because that guy's hungry. You know what I'm saying? That guy he's already a polished pitcher with elite stuff, and he's hungry. It's game over. Motherfucker went from being he was one of the best pitchers in college baseball to getting fucked by the Mets, right? And then he went to indie ball. Can you imagine? You go from like basically a first rounder to indie ball. Like, I mean, that is a huge like downfall. Even for me, I went from pro ball, right, playing for the Giants affiliate, to going to indie ball. Like, my mind wasn't the same. Does that make sense? Like, it's just not the same, because the indie ball is just like the last resort you want to go to. Does that make sense? Like, so for him to go to actual indie ball as supposed to be a first round pick and go to indie ball and still shove, he still shoved. So that means he brought his A game no matter what. Doesn't matter what the fuck kind of mental stage it was in, he still brought it, shoved in indie ball, and got drafted third overall. I mean, that's fucking incredible. You know, like, I love an underdog story. He's not even an underdog, but he was kind of forced to be an underdog. Does that make sense? So really fires me up to see something like that. And I think Mets made a mistake, and then, you know, like, now the Rangers got him and Leiter. I mean, fuck, who knows, man? They can make some noise out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a Rangers fan, I'm counting down the days till I can see Rocker and Leiter on that mound. Yeah, man. And then I also have Cole Winn. He's stupid good, man. He's been their top prospect for a long time. I caught him in the offseason. He trains at our facility.
He's just an incredible stuff. I mean, first rounder, he's just nasty, you know, and he's still young too. He's a high school pick, just nasty. So they got Colwyn, Leiter, and now Kumar Rocker. I mean, fuck, man. I mean, they're those are like they all could be the top end starters for any big league team at some point, you know, like they've developed the way they should be or whatever. So I'm excited to see the Rangers, man. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, same.
Absolutely. Now, you faced a lot of virtual pitchers. Who's the best guy or best handful of guys you've actually faced? Like they're real human beings and not a machine on the mound.
Oh, so actual human beings. Okay. Shit, I've done that in a while. I'm just kidding. I faced some nasty pitchers. Probably stuff-wise, the best one I've ever faced was Justin Lawrence with the Rockies. He's a sidearmer throwing 102, and his slider is his slider is the nastiest thing I've ever seen. Like it moves like it's not even on the screen. Like it moves this much, you know, like it's just ridiculous. And he throws 100 like sidearm, and it's a two-seam. It's a sinker. So he stuff-wise, I've never seen anything like that before. Hitting off that was miserable. He made me look stupid, which is fine or whatever. It happens all the time. But I mean, extra stupid. You know what I'm saying? So Justin Lawrence is probably one of the best in terms of like stuff I've ever faced. I've also faced I faced a bunch of big leaguers, man. Who did I face? I faced Spencer Watkins for the Orioles, nasty. JD Hammer for the Rockies, nasty. Alex Vesia with the Dodgers, he's fucking disgusting. Because I faced him, and he throws like mid-90s, which is like, of course, it's firm, but like not like something I can't touch. Does that make sense? But he calls them invisible, so he'll throw a fastball. But I think because it's so deceptive with his onslaught, like it just keeps going. You know, like he has very high spin rate as well. So like usually fastballs, I mean, I can hit them, but I was swinging and missed them. Every single one of them, and I was swinging underneath. And even though when I tried to make an adjustment, I just couldn't. Just because, I mean, he's just that good. And no shit, he's shoving the big leagues. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's a reason why these guys are good. And then Garrett Clivinger as well for the Dodgers, lefty reliever, filthy. I also faced Ryan Feltner for the Rockies. Just all these dudes, man. Fuck these guys. Fuck facing these guys because it's no fun, you know. But I have fun doing it.
Well, I just made you full screen if you want to do the movement of the Justin Lawrence slider again.
just this. All right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. That perspective and wisdom of someone who's actually done it is really invaluable. Have you ever thought about tapping a little more into that in your content of like the perspective that you have that no one really in this industry does for the most part?
Yeah, I actually want to do not like a podcast, but later on I do want to do something like that with, you know, me and like a big leaguer or a minor leaguer or whatever. We'll invite them to the facility and we'll just have a drink. We'll just have a drink and talk about our stories and shit like that. I do plan on doing that. I've been wanting to do something like that because I mean, for me, what's most important is the stories, right? Like everyone has a unique story, even like you guys. Like to become what you guys are doing right now. You guys have a very unique stories, right? Like, but not a whole lot of people like know that, you know. Like, so for me, like, doesn't matter who you are. Like, you can be a big leaguer, minor leaguer. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. I don't care who you are. You know, like, just come, like, have a drink, and then let's talk about your story. Like, I have a very unique story because I was born in South Korea. I grew up there until I was 13. I immigrated to Canada, right? And I somehow went to Juco in fucking Kansas. And from then on, I went to University of South Florida in Tampa, Florida. Like, what the fuck? And I got drafted pro ball. Like, I went through a lot of stuff. And after that, I went bar managing for 4.5 years out of fucking nowhere. And now, I mean, I'm a YouTuber. Like, what the fuck? You know, like, but I think that's cool. You know, that makes everyone different. You know, like everyone's got their unique stories. And that's something I want more people to know instead of oh, that's just a big leaguer or he's a player. Like, I know the name. But you don't know shit about who he is. That makes sense. So that's something maybe I can focus a little more maybe this offseason if I can set something up. Because we're still doing a reno in our facility. Everything should be done finally in a few months. And when that's done, we have like a, you know, like bunch of fucking rooms and stuff like that. So we'll be able to do cool shit like that. So I'm excited. Yeah,
it's exciting. Looking forward to that.
You also have a series that you do called Gas for Cash. I love it.
That's right.
My dad is fully down the rabbit hole for it. Where did you come up with that? And B, how fun is it in the moment? It looks like you're having an absolute blast when you make those.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so answer your first question, I just wanted everyone, like, I love baseball, but like not to the extent that like I'm following all these teams, and I don't really watch that many big league games. For me, I just like doing it. Like, I love throwing a baseball, I love hitting, and I love like doing everything around it. So I'm like, okay, let's get as many people to throw gas as possible, because for me, throwing gas is fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, hitting that number, whatever the fuck it is, that shit is fun for me. And I literally built my brand around throwing that 95 or die journey. That really got me started with being a YouTuber and stuff like that. So I just wanted as many people to experience that as possible, and that's why I started the series. It did well. I'm still doing good, and I plan on doing more of those down in the future. I don't know. I just like, I have fun because I'm in it with them. You know, like so the best one, I think one of the best ones, there are many good moments, but I went to Juco World Series down in Grand Junction for the, obviously I'm king of Juco. I gotta be there. I gotta be there for the people. And I went there, and then I set up a shop for Gas for Cash at the stadium, because they're cool about it. The president for Juco, like, he's all about it. Jamie, like, he's awesome. Anyways, I went there. I set up shop for Gas for Cash. I didn't know how many people were gonna actually realize it. As soon as literally before I even set up shop, there are 60 kids just like fucking waiting, like just going crazy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I set up the net and everything with the gun, and I got so many kids to throw, like 15, 20 kids, like, threw as hard as possible, had fun. Everyone else, all the kids were like cheering for them, you know, cheering for each other. You know, I had a 5-year-old. I had a 5-year-old throw, and he threw like 37 or something, which was ridiculous. And he did that literally all of us got fired up, you know, like, just incredible, like, experience for me, because even that shit like that fires me up, because yeah, of course, like, I don't throw 35, I'm trying to throw 90 and 90 plus, but for everyone's different, right? So for you, Mike, your PR is going to be different, and you, Dylan, you're going to be different. So you might go for like 60 miles an hour. Dylan, you might go for 80. I might go for 90. But whatever your PR is, you trying to get to that, you're trying to push yourself to get past that level is what's important. Does that make sense? So for me, yeah, I'm all about velo, and of course, you got to be a certain point if you're trying to play pro. And there's simple line, you got to throw over 90. I guess it's a period. But like, if you're just trying to have fun, doesn't matter how hard you throw, man. I mean, shit, you can still have fun throwing 60, but try to be better than who you were yesterday to today. You know, if you threw 59 yesterday, try to hit that 60 today. Let's fucking go. And I'm gonna fire you up in every way possible for you to do that, you know. So, and I just have fun doing it.
I regret not taking it on this year when you did it with us in NC. I will absolutely do it next year.
Hey, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it big this next year. All right, we'll do it.
You have my word. I'll do Gas for Cash next year.
Let's go, baby.
So yeah, something that we've been doing, I'm sure you noticed, is you have a mandatory World Series and Home Run Derby prediction. I think I know who you're going to say for the Home Run Derby, just keeping it on brand. But World Series, I'm very interested for your takes on both. So
Home Run Derby, I think Schwarber is going to take it. He's just a fucking donkey. I think he's going to take it. Now, I think a lot of people are predicting Schwarber and Alonso in the finals. But my sleeper pick is Jose Ramirez. I've seen him take BP at the because I went to Cleveland Guardians like practice thing or whatever during spring training with Coach Ferber, so we have some inside accents or whatever. We went. I saw him hit, man, and he's not a very big guy. And motherfuckers, he rotates so fast, man. Like it's actually incredible. You know, obviously he's an elite player in the big leagues, but that's why for me, like Acuna, like one of the best players, like. But I don't know if that's gonna play in BP. Right? It's like so in home run derby, you gotta take BP for 3 minutes, right? So it's a slightly different game than being in a game. You know, like Acuna, amazing in game, but I don't know if he's got that during BP. But like Jose Ramirez, I saw him like, holy shit, like that motherfucker can. I'll throw him 50 baseballs right now. He'll hit 30 out. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. You know, so it's. I think Jose Ramirez for me is a sleeper pick for that. And then for World Series, man, I mean. Fuck. I mean, Yankees, Dodgers, I don't know. Like, I mean, they're pretty fucking good. Like, I really want the Angels to play better. You know, I really do with Shohei and Trout. Everyone, I think all of us can agree that we want the Angels to play better. But are they going to be a World Series? Probably not. You know, like, so, Yankees are looking pretty fucking good. They have a very good chance of winning. What are you guys' picks for that?
I'm saving mine for the very end. Dylan, do you want to?
I'm going with the Yankees and
Yankees. Yeah, they're looking so good, man. The whole team, and that's the thing. Like with every team, there's like 2 or 3 really good hitters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Yankees is like 6 or 7, and it's it's mind blowing. Like their lineup is just fucking stacked, and their pitching is good. It just literally every pitcher they have throws gas, like fucking. Cole all the way down like 99, 98, everybody. Yep. Bullpen fucking 100, 102. Everyone just nasty as shit. It's just stupid.
Yeah, you turn on a game and it doesn't matter who's up. Like, you are confident they're going to pull through.
You got a chance. Yeah.
Isaiah Kiner Faletti has been the shortstop the whole year, and he's been killing it. As far
Jose
as
Trevino just got traded. Right, Trevino's been raking. He's an all-star now. Like, what the fuck? It's just crazy. Joey Gallo is their worst hitter. Like that tells you a lot about their lineup. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. And then
that motherfucker is like a 5-hole for any other team. You know, like.
Yeah, and then you have the idea that maybe they bring in Juan Soto at some point. Like if they do, and if the Nationals end up trading him, you add Soto to that lineup,
God,
and.
Dude.
I don't know how. Like, it's just.
I don't think that's fair for baseball, man. I don't think that should happen. I think Juan Soto should go somewhere else. It's just not fair for the Yankees to have all that, or the Dodgers. Fuck them. Like Juan Soto should go to like the Mariners or some shit. Give the Mariners a chance. Like, come on, give them some chance.
Well, Sim paying $500 million.
Yeah. Who knows?
Sim, I expected you to go Pujols for the home run derby as the.
I know he's a Juco, king of Juco. He's the real king of Juco. I get it, but he's 42. Even me, like my difference between 30. I'm 33 now. When I was 25, it's night and day difference compared to like 42. I can't even imagine how my body feels, and he's still playing. At 42, that's just incredible. Fucking Pujols the GOAT, man. I really like. I don't know if you guys touched on this. The legend legacies. Like with Miggy and then Pujols. I think it's really cool they're doing that. I think it's unfair for Pujols to go against Schwarber. I think that's what first round is. I'm like, what are you guys doing? I think he should go against like Miggy or something like that or whatever. But I think it's really cool they did that. I think it's good for the game.
Eric, thank you so much for coming out. Any final words for the people?
Live big, throw gas, and hit fucking bombs, motherfuckers.
Thank you so much.
Peace
Appreciate
out.
you coming out. We got to work together more, man. This is always a blast. So on that note, I do want to bring our next guest up, who is here. He brands himself as being sad, but frankly, I think he's getting progressively happier in every video I see. We've talked him up a good bit. We are also expecting another person to pop in very shortly. But for now, Mr. Sadman, wearing the Braves shirt and the Met hat. Can you explain that one?
Is there a problem with that?
To either team's fan bases, yeah. To people like me who are just pretty easygoing, I'm fine with it. But we kind of owe an explanation to millions of people on both sides of that.
Yeah, so I was on a work call earlier today, and I specifically put these combinations on just to rile them up. I think fandom's a funny thing, and I think we need to take ourselves a lot less seriously when it comes to that. So doing something like this to maybe provoke a little conversation about it.
So your judgment from the Twitter bio is that you have exactly 9 sad baseball videos, correct?
That's right.
So that speaks to what I think is the best part of your content is the production value is off the charts. Dylan touched on it already. You average 2 videos a year, give or take, but they are extremely well put together. So is there any insight you can give us on your channel, what you do, your background, all that sort of thing, to make all that work?
Well, first of all, thank you. Everyone's always so nice about the production value of my videos. But I don't really view that as the best part of what I do. You know, I like to do that because I have that sort of standard for my videos. You know, I see a lot of people who are starting out in the YouTube space, specifically sports or baseball, if they ask for any tips. I usually tell them to try and do something that someone else isn't already doing. And this was something that I saw that no one was doing, is putting forth that sort of quality that I wanted to see. And then talking about the sort of synthesis of like narrative and emotion and analysis within the sport. You know, it's kind of how I enjoy the sport, and I wanted to share that with other people. And yeah, it takes time to do, man.
Absolutely. And we do have, I'm going to bump a certain fellow SRS member.
What's up, guys?
Is also going to be joining us. Welcome aboard. So yeah, we got the 4-man stack right now. I do know I only slotted Dylan for the first 2 hours, but you are welcome to stay, Mr. Aaron Nola, for as long as you want. Let me know. If you do take off, just let us know, and we'll give you the greatest farewell of all time. But for now, we got a 4 stack. Yeah. How you doing, Storm? Welcome aboard to the stream.
I'm doing all right. Happy to be here.
Can I just say,
home run derby?
Can I just say that Robinson Cano's 4 of his 5 teams are represented in this call right now. We have a Met fan, a Padres fan, a Yankee fan, and a Brave fan.
So, do we know any Mariners fans who we can call in?
Not off top, unfortunately. You made the video on why they're the saddest team. We could have found one fan. Come on, that was.
I can put on a Mariners hat if I have one.
But yeah, did you guys see his minor league thing, wearing the SpongeBob jersey? Like, imagine a guy 10 years ago we thought is a sure thing, first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's in this position now. I guess one could say it was pretty sad.
One could say that. Very nice. I like that, Mike.
You're very cool here. I'm going to full screen you.
So you know, for someone like Robinson Cano, he's got to love baseball to don a SpongeBob jersey, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Larry Walker does it of his own accord, but pretty much anyone else, yeah, I think shows Robbie Cano still wants to. He still thinks he has some juice left in the tank. Let's say. I think so too. I mean, I believe in him.
So both of you guys, Dylan and Storm, just recently helped And That's Baseball with the Cano video. So you guys are fresh on this experience, and definitely go check out that video too on his channel. Any Robbie? We're gonna turn this into a brief Robbie Cano tangent, I guess. Any quick summation of what we're seeing with him? Dan gave his. Anything from you guys that you learned from Robbie Cano? Don't you know?
Well, I'll let you go first, Storm. I've been talking enough so far.
Well, I did the segment on his time with the Mariners before he got suspended, and I didn't really realize how good his career stats were before he got suspended, because he was at a point where, before he got the season before he got suspended, he was at a point where it was basically harder to not get into the Hall of Fame than it was to get in. It was, off the top of my head, the only players with his stats that didn't get in are Pujols will get in, Miguel Cabrera will get in, and then there's Barry Bonds and A-Rod. So then we obviously know where Cano stands now. He's kind of in the A-Rod, Barry Bonds group. But yeah, I just didn't realize how great Cano really was before making that video.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, go on.
Oh no, I don't have anything to add to that.
But yeah, you, Mr. Sadman, is perfect to have here because you kind of specialize in stories and tales like that. So you touched on why the quality. Is there any reason why you went for the whole sad niche / gimmick / whatever order you want to go for it?
Yeah, like I've always been someone who I've explained it to someone that it feels like one of my superpowers, and that I'm not afraid to go into a sort of sad space or a sad state of mind, or to sort of confront that part of who I am. And I think a lot of people kind of avoid that, they try to, they distance themselves from feeling that. And, I just noticed that, within the YouTube space, within the conversation of baseball, YouTube, there was something lacking in terms of confronting that part of the sport, and so I saw that. And then there was the other thing that I think it's funny to brand yourself as sad. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before. My friends and I in college, we kind of joked around about us being just a couple of very sad guys making sad movies. And, that's just kind of carried into what I do here.
And you got the film background that really shows in your content. Like, we keep using the word production value, and I think that the biggest leg up you have on all of us is that film skill set to you that none of us really went through. Like, you went to film school, correct?
I sure did. Yeah, to the North Carolina School of the Arts.
There we go. We got an alum. Did you wear the shirt? If my memory serves, did you wear the shirt to Lewis Brinson? Is that what he criticized?
No, I wore a Winston-Salem shirt. And I almost wore that to this. It was between the Brave shirt and the Winston-Salem shirt. But no, yeah, that shirt that I wore with Lewis Brinson just didn't care for some reason, and let me know. He's like, I don't like your shirt.
We do have to touch on, and we will get to both Storm and Sadman's North Carolina thoughts, because that is fresh in everyone's mind. We got a bunch of people from that here. But you and I are also the only two who are going to be here today. We should have asked Adam about it as well, about the spring training trip in 20, which is an unbelievable 4 or 5 days that I really can't put into words, even this far out. So your video is probably the definitive capturing of that experience. What would you like to tell the people about what we did there, and what you're reminiscing on that a little bit, that whole experience?
I mean, when I got this hat in spring training that year, we got to see the Mets and kind of got a little backstage access there, which was, I tell everyone, if you think of backstage with the Mets, it was as Metsy as it gets, it was in the Wilpon era. And then, we saw a few games, and we got to go backstage with the Marlins, and that was super cool. I mean, I still think about it. I still talk about it with friends and family. I get asked about it a bunch. Talking to Sandy Alcantara was really cool, and looking at his season now, it's kind of pretty amazing. We got to talk to someone who is in Cy Young contention now, and Miguel Rojas and, company there, seeing Brian Reynolds play. There were so many cool moments to where you got to see that, standing next to Jazz Chisholm in the dugout, pretty cool. Getting to see Matt Kemp in his twilight, was surreal.
I will not speak of that.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. But I mean, there's not much to say other than, man, it was really cool, and did I gain any sort of insight? A little bit, it's, I don't know if any of you guys have been on any sort of film set, whether short film or not, but there's something a little bit enchanting about it, where you think, man, this is something that you don't see on a normal day. It can be inspiring, and at the same time, it can be sort of demystifying, where you're like, oh, so it's just this, it's just a guy with a boom pole and a camera guy and a actor. That's all there is to it. And in a similar way, the spring training experience kind of, I would say, humanizes it, right? It humanizes the business of baseball, and in a sense that these are guys that are just guys, and they're doing guy things on the baseball field. And there's not much more to that. It's kind of like meeting celebrities. You realize, well, they're just people too, and to an extent, that wall, that curtain, kind of came down for me to view these people as people first. To not view them as baseball players, but as people first.
The phrase you used in the video that I keep thinking back to is that you learned how much about the process of spring training.
Yeah, that was a cool thing too. Getting to see just the day in, day out. Seeing like the rookies, like the minor league spring training going on too, was interesting. I don't think we ever talk about that or even see that. So that was something that was pretty cool too. Dude, they work hard. It's like workouts every day, and it was super neat.
Piggybacking off that, the story I'm going to have to tell when I do eventually talk about this player for a video is that, I don't know if you remember, we had a short list of 4 guys, right, that were already approved. They're like, hey, these guys are in. They'll talk to you. Just go find them. It was Sandy, Sterling Sharp, Bjorn Yamamoto, and a certain guy who, what stood out about this before I mentioned his name is that the reason we didn't have this particular player in the video, you were very high on him. You put me on, if you already have connected the dots, what I'm talking about, is that he was hitting in the cages for about 2.5 hours, like consecutively. And the rule was like, as it should be, you can't go up to a guy when they're doing a drill, which is perfectly fair game. We wouldn't have done that anyway. And this particular busy beaver was none other than Jazz Chisholm.
That's
so, right from that moment, I've kind of been like, wow, this kid is something else. And then you just see him, you come up. You absolutely nailed him. And those who know me know that I'm a huge Jazz Chisholm believer. I feel very obligated to do that video sooner or later now that he's an all-star. We'll probably have jurisdictions with that, the one who put me on. But that's always something that stands out about that trip too.
Yeah, it's super, super satisfying to be kind of early on him, right? Like to identify like, okay, this guy's got something cool going on. He's got some flair and he plays the game, a certain way. Could be someone interesting. And that was the guy that I highlighted. Like, I'd love to talk to Jazz.
Up recently too. Like we saw, like you see this coming when that first happened.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's an all-star now. Yeah, super cool guy. And talking to the other staff at the Marlins Park, they were talking high on Jazz too, as being like super social. And one of the security guards, I was like, don't talk to him because he won't shut up. Like he'll just chat your ear off. Which Jazz seems like a cool guy.
Absolutely. But contrasting that to the other amazing trip that you and I share in North Carolina, your backyard, basically, we had a trip in.
That's right.
How would you compare, and Storm, I would love you to jump on too, your thoughts about the North Carolina experience, so to speak?
Sure. So it was first of all great to see you guys in person. Storm, to meet you was super cool. And getting to meet the other creators was, of course, a blast. I only got to play in one game, the Sock Puppets game. I wasn't feeling the greatest, so I couldn't hit the field. But one thing that it's just so apparent, and I know it's probably been said enough, is that these guys are just so good at baseball and like naturally talented athletes. So if you ever think that you've got a shot at making contact, about putting a ball in play, about getting a hit, you're way overestimating it. These guys, we faced these what are essentially college level players and had we were in another universe when it came to our skill level. So that of course stood out to me. And, I really loved how both the teams that we played embraced the fun nature of baseball, and I think we brought that to it. Where we couldn't bring the skill, but we would bring, a fun natured experience. And they really leaned into that. And I thought that was great.
Absolutely. Storm, what about you? What were you and I bunked together too. So I know how you feel, how you felt in the moment, but now that you've had a little bit of time for it to marinate, how are you feeling about all that we did?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things you're just gonna kind of remember like forever, basically. I mean, it was the first time I like traveled in traveled outside of California in like probably 4 years. And I hadn't been on the East Coast since I lived on the East Coast, like in like 2007. So it had been a really long time. And I hadn't been to that region of the country anyway. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to have to go to this. It's just something I'm going to remember forever. I get to meet all these other creators. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, I'm going to hopefully get some contact when I'm up to bat. So I spend like a month in the batting cages or whatever. And I should have spent more time, but I kind of procrastinated. But just going onto the field and just being like, man, I'm on a actual baseball field with all of these people around me. Just actually taking batting practice on the field, actually playing in the game. I don't know, just one of those like kind of surreal experiences you're just gonna always remember. But there is one thing I am gonna kind of not necessarily regret, but just be kind of annoyed about in the second game when I drew a full count and my ego basically told me like, well, you're not going to strike out looking. You're either going to hit it or strike out swinging. And I swung at I think it was a slider inside. So I would have walked if I would have taken the pitch, but no, I swung and I missed it, as you'd expect. But overall, it was just one of those great experiences.
Dude, backdoor sliders are impossible. I don't understand how you hit that.
Yeah, no, I didn't strike out. I got the slider and I had it on the back of my rib cage. I'm just saying.
Just wear it, yeah.
That was fun. That was great. Like, we just all got super hyped when I know you got hit and one other person got hit that I cannot remember. Will, it was Will. And we just all got super hyped just to see someone get on base, and then you stole second. So
yeah, and this is in our video. I only did that because the first baseman goes, "Yeah, the catcher's a pitcher right now."
Yeah,
like, okay.
There you go.
Yeah,
they were not ready.
So you also, what I have to ask you about, Mr. Sadman, you invented a stat in your last video.
I did.
It's meant to quantify excitement, pretty much. If I have that's the
wording. Or like entertainment factor, you know.
Mm-hmm. So what was the process of doing that, making the video, and then is there anything you learned about particular guys, that maybe someone who was really high that you would never have expected, that sort of thing? Like, tell us about that whole experience of that project.
Yeah, good question. So as I'm starting to learn about myself, a lot of the creative output that I have is born out of just unsatisfaction or frustration. I've grown a little uneasy with the way that we talk about baseball players, about their performance in terms of like how valuable they are. Are they worth their contract? Are they, are they, basically we're looking at WAR, these few numbers to judge whether or not should they be a baseball player? Should they be on this team? Should the team trade them? Are they, And I just knew like there's so many different factors to enjoying an athlete, enjoying a player. And I just wanted to capture the entertainment value, because there are some players that I knew that I liked watching that were not all-stars, but were super fun. And so I set out to try and identify, are there any stats that kind of capture that? Can we combine them all? And, I've got a data analyst background as well. And so I was able to kind of use that to build the stat using the survey to figure out what do people like, and then just compile all those stats into a certain formula that essentially like has so it's hard because I didn't want to combine stats that just tell you whether or not a player's good, right? Like, because then you could just look at WAR. But I had to find the things that were undervalued in terms of how good they are, but were very valuable in terms of how fun or how entertaining they were. So finding those stats, things like WPA plus, like how much do they contribute to the win percentage, and like how clutch they are. And, running, like stolen bases is a big thing. Running fast is a big thing. If you're running fast, it's fun to watch. And as far as like learning about certain players, Julio Rodriguez is just blowing it out of the water this year. He is a fun machine. But I've learned that when we use this stat to kind of measure who's fun, who's not, that a lot of these like sort of fringy outfielder types kind of come up on the leaderboards. People who are pretty quick, who steal bases, who run fast, or even someone like Bobby Witt Jr., who maybe isn't like huge on the WAR side, but is doing an excellent job in terms of fun. So he's been a great person to watch. There's a certain facet of the baseball player that I'm very pleased that Funds is sort of capturing.
Absolutely. And you said Julio Rodriguez is the clear leader this year.
Yeah, it's not quite close. He's hitting home runs, stealing bases. He's killing it.
Can I take a guess and say John Birdie's got to be pretty high? Do you have a check? You checked on
He's there somewhere. I'll have to pull it up. You're making me pull it up. Let me look at the last one. I haven't run it in and I think you guys need to understand, like, running the calculation to do this involves like scraping data from 3 different baseball sites because they don't like you automating their stats for free, which is understandable. Let me see here.
I believe you can screen share, by the way, on this if you want to show us the whole thing.
Gotcha. So I've got a laptop that I'm doing this on, and then I've got my desktop that has all the data on it. But anyway, while I'm doing that, maybe we can talk about something else, like
like how we need to make X grit according to this guy. Can you quantify that?
Yeah. So I know X grit has been pretty popular on Twitter.
Dogging him. I asked if the funds stat taught you anything about anybody, because it really didn't click how amazing Byron Buxton is for me until I saw
Yes. Okay.
He was the one who I was like, wow, when I saw that video for you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for leading me into that, because I could talk about Byron Buxton for a while. That dude, like, on a plate appearance basis, is essentially Mike Trout, but fun. Like a guy who can put the value in and also just entertaining. Like, plays elite center field defense, mashes, steals bases, comes up clutch. Like, there's nothing not to like about this guy. And Funds definitely confirms that. And like on a per plate appearance basis, it's not even close. Like, Buxton is like the most fun player in baseball, according to Funds.
Awesome. I'm sure Tatis, if he was in there this year, would be shooting up that too. Sorry to kind of twist the knife a little bit there, Storm. But I do kind of need to give him his dues that when he's back, he's probably going to hopefully challenge Julio Rodriguez. You're making it sound like I'm going to take your word for it that he is just completely crushing everybody and everything. So I have to ask you then, for that reason, is he your home run derby guy? Because as you may have noticed, you were in the chat, mandatory home run derby and World Series predictions before everyone takes off. I'm going to guess he's yours, but we'll see.
I really haven't given it much thought. Let's go. I'll be a homer and just say it's Acuna. And then World Series, I think it's going to be, I don't know. It's going to be Mets and Braves for the World Series.
So whoever gets out of the
you know how like every year, so here's the thing, right? There's the postseason, right? There's a World Series, and then there's like this series within the postseason that was like, okay, these were the 2 teams that were real. Like last year, it was the Dodgers and Giants, right? That NLDS, where everyone was like, okay, this is some good baseball. These are 2 powerhouses going at it. I'll go with that. That the World Series. Let's go with the winner will be the Braves over the Mets.
Fantastic. As a Met fan, I'll take my 50-50 odds of that. You got 100% because you're apparently sold out for.
That's right. Go Mets, baby.
Now, last guy I'm going to ask you about that I meant to ask Bailey about, but you're probably better because I assume he's pretty high on the funds. Where'd Michael Harris come from?
Oh, dude.
That's a guy that
he's been
completely off the radar this year.
So, like, Braves fans, anyone who's been like prospect hunting, Braves fans who have just been paying attention to the farm system knew he was on like the short list of after all the promotions happened prior year, he was kind of, it was like Pache, Langoliers, and they're like, check out this guy Harris. He's moving up the list. And coming into spring training, we were like, okay, now he's gonna. After we dealt Pache and Langoliers, we're like, okay, he's our guy. He's our number one now. And we knew that he was going to be pretty good. We did not expect him to be this good. And that's been such a joy to watch. And yeah, he's like a power speed guy with elite defense. So, that's amazing. What I will say, and Bailey would probably talk to this too, is that his walk rate is really bad. So he doesn't really show that patience that is going to be necessary long term. So that's going to be his sort of adjustment he's going to have to make. But overall, just couldn't be happier to have Michael Harris. Awesome. He's like in that sort of like Jazz Chisholm tier of just fun to watch.
Well, I respect him too. I love the story that he was between baseball and vet school. Something I read about him when I was doing my first overview of, oh my God, who is this guy after he got on my radar. It is a pleasure to pick your brain. Again, as always, you are one of the best at what you do. We need to see more of you. I'm going to nicely ask for the pitcher's funds sooner or later. We need something like that. Any final words of wisdom or encouragement, or maybe anti-sad words for the people?
Enjoy the sport for what it is, and don't invest too heavily into it emotionally, and you'll be fine.
Sounds like great encouragement. More people need to take that to heart. I definitely am a little too invested in this stuff too, so I'll do my best to take it for what it's worth. Thank you so much for your time. Pleasure as always.
It's been a blast. Thank you, guys.
All right. No easy way to say this. Our next guest team got creamed by their arch rival about as hard as I've ever seen anybody get creamed. Please welcome Robbie Hyde.
What's going on, everyone? How you doing?
We're doing well. Probably, I'm going to guess better than you're feeling coming off that series.
Well, let's just say I woke up about 10 minutes ago. I've been crying since last night. I had to cry myself to sleep last night. It's fine. You know what the biggest bummer out of that was, I mean, everyone saw Chris Sale's finger. It's like this guy had Tommy John. He broke his ribs or whatever, had fractured ribs, tears a TV off the wall in AAA, and then now his finger's broken. And it's like, the poor guy, man. It's like the guy just wants to pitch, and for the Red Sox, they really could have used that, and because they're relying on guys like Cutter Crawford right now, and Josh Winkowski to help fill in the spots for the starters, and getting a guy like that back would have been awesome. But what can you do? We stink. It's okay. We got the deadline coming up. Let's see what happens then.
Dylan, I'll give you the opportunity as a Yankee fan to gloat. The floor is yours if you have anything to rub into Robbie's face.
Oh, well, I agree on the last point that you guys do stink. I, as much as I wish I didn't, I do feel bad for Chris Sale. I mean, at this point, it's almost like he's done something to tick off the baseball gods. Yeah. But as a Yankees fan, I'm glad to at least not have to face him for another couple weeks, however long it takes for that pinky to heal up. It looked pretty bad. But I will say, the Red Sox still, they're always going to scare me. Like, whenever they go into Fenway, I just get this feeling in my gut that no matter how much of a lead they get, they're always going to find a way to, make it a close game, and it's always going to go at least 5 hours because, of course.
Oh, it's brutal. It's like you got to make sure you got some food prepped away. It's like you gotta be prepared for those marathon games, man. Like 4 hours at least every single time. But it was a rather that was like yesterday too. I'm watching it yesterday. It was still like 3-2 at the time, and I'm thinking in my head, like, what is it, like the 5th inning, 6th inning now? I'm like, it's only like the bottom of the 3rd. Like, what's going on right now? Like, it was, geez, man, that one was taking a while yesterday, and then they scored 8 runs, and then I turned it off basically at that point. Had it on as background noise, but yeah. So
the stat that really popped off the sheet when I saw it yesterday, I don't even know how this is possible. Like, this is very 62 Mets-esque. How in the world have they not won a division series yet to any of those 4 teams? Did you see that?
I don't know, man. It's, to me, the Red Sox, like, I always hate when they go play the Orioles. I can't, like, I don't know. There's something about the Orioles that just drive me insane every single time we play them. Probably 2011 PTSD, honestly. The game 162 drives me insane. Like, I basically cried after that game. That was the one time where I had my face covered with my hands, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, what the? So I hate the Orioles. The Rays, every time, like, I asked you, hey, maybe we want to go to a game at Tropicana, and I'm glad we didn't, because I think I'm not kidding. I think I'm on like a 10-game losing streak at Tropicana Field. Like, I can't remember. I think the last time the Red Sox won a game when I went was when they had John Lester. I think it's been that long. Like, I mean, I know they've won games at Tropicana, but the games that I go to, they just don't want to win. Like, I've been to Fenway and they've won, but Tropicana, man, it's just, I don't know what it is about that place. They just can't ever seem to win a series there. At least you can't remember one. And then obviously Yankee Stadium, it's, it's always tough. But Toronto, it's always just, I don't know what it is. I just get this miserable feeling when we go on the road to division rivals. It's, I don't know, man. I don't know.
So I, just to go on a slight tangent, I turned you down painfully because I had been flying back in from St. Louis the day before.
You're a busy man.
And unfortunately, I'm very glad I turned down, because I had
Me too.
12 hours of flight delays. I got back in. I had a flight that was supposed to take off at 6 a.m., right? It was going to be straight shot, 40-minute layover, get back home at like 2 o'clock. I got back home at like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I had several flight cancellations. I saw a bit of some game in some airport restaurant. I think it was in Boston, actually. I don't remember what my layover was. So, yeah, that's how. I'm very glad that the struggles of air travel prevented me from watching that and seeing you suffer in real time. But the Twitter
me too, my friend.
The Twitter
I almost
judgment-
I thought about going to the Sale game. And he looked good in that game, but they ended up not winning it because horrible defense in the end just did him in. But what can you do? But yeah, I don't know. I just hope they just move to a different stadium soon. I can't do Tropicana Field anymore. I will say though, Tropicana Field, I think it's one of the best bargains in all of baseball. It's cheap tickets every single time, air conditioned. Come on, it's a great deal. Great deal. I can go sit right near the dugout for what, like, I don't know, $60 or something. Great deal every time. Tropicana Field, man, what a deal.
I saw a guy watching Breaking Bad there. I made the short recently. But yeah. You're like I've been doing for everybody, judging everyone based on their Twitter bio to come up with the first question about you. Yours is put very simply in the first sentence. I talk about baseball a lot. So what can you tell us about who you are, what you do? Give us a little bit of an overview of you and your background as a creator.
I think that bio really just kind of, if you want to get deeper into that, just one little sentence, that's basically me as a person. I'm just really simple. I'm very black and white. I don't know. I don't have enough of a brain to think deeply about things. So, simply put, that's what it is. I'm just a simple man. But for my day job, I'm a teacher. I'm going to be teaching 4th grade this coming year. I've done mostly 2nd grade for my career. This will be my 9th year coming up. So I love the summertime. It's like perfect how everything kind of works out with that, because obviously it's a busy time during the summer. So I can really focus on the channel during that time. And then, we got Christmas off, got a couple weeks off for that. We got spring break at some point. We got a lot of time off. So it kind of works with the channel and whatnot. But I've really I've definitely had to put in some hours at times. Like when Carlos Correa signed at like 2 a.m, at that point I'm running on, a sleep schedule at that point. I'm like, oh my God, I'm used to going to bed like 10, 11. And then Correa signed at 2:30 in the morning. And I'm like, okay, I got to wake up and go on a stream now. So here we go. But it's, it's definitely been really cool doing this channel. It's been busy, but being a teacher, I got to say the time off is rather wonderful as it is, but it really helps out with my channel as well. So
Did the morning after Correa sign lead to a substitute teacher for Mr. Hyde's class that day?
I feel like that was on a weekend. I think he signed on like a Saturday night, I think. So no substitute teachers then. I did think about it for Monday though. I will say that. There are times where busy weekend, man. Oh man, I need a sub on Monday. Nope. We're doing a 3-day weekend.
Hey, principal, Correa sign. I'm not coming in today.
Oh man, we got a new principal last year. My old principal probably would have been like, all right, Hyde, all right, whatever, do what you got to do. You're good. I'll see you Tuesday. New one probably like, what the heck are you talking about? What? You better have your butt in that classroom on Monday morning. So that wouldn't work with the new one. The old one maybe, but yeah, absolutely. There are definitely some days where, it's basically turned into a second job for me. Yeah, just put in the work, man.
So yeah, Storm and I first met you on the North Carolina trip that will continue to be discussed throughout this entire stream for everyone who was there, as it should be, because it was absolutely incredible. Storm's even got the puppet hat. I just back there, keeping a little bit of the...
Oh man, I still got mine right over here on my desk, man. Still got my puppet hat.
Perfect. You guys have wait, that's a different hat. I
got like the little, like the trucker hat kind of a thing. Oh, yeah, you do have a different hat.
What is
the same one?
Yeah,
yours looks darker, Robbie.
Yeah, I got a dark gray one. You have like a light gray one.
Yeah, and it's a different puppet animatron, like whatever the cartoon thing is. They really blessed us. Like, the thing that we haven't even touched on yet is what they did for us. They gave us the hats, the socks, the locker room, PP, the drinks after the game. What can you speak on your personal, both of you guys, now that you're fresh on the stream, your takes on that whole North Carolina event?
Yeah, I'll let you go first. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I kind of touched on it a little bit ago, but it was just an amazing experience in general. Just the way the sock puppets, everyone there, all friendly people, all super inviting. It was just awesome to see what we were trying to do, just have some fun with on the baseball field, and it was awesome just seeing how accommodating they were to all of us.
Yeah, man, that was really cool. Like, I remember when we got done with the game, we packed up everything from the clubhouse, and then I think it was the guy that ran the media or whatnot for the sock puppets, and he said, "Hey, there's people out here, who want to, meet you guys." I'm like, "What? Me? You want to meet me? Like, what? What is going on here?" And I had a guy ask me if I could sign his ball. I'm like, "Really?" Like, to me, that was more of, it was probably really cool for him if he wanted me to sign his ball, but for me, that was like, wow, man, like, thank you. Like, that's really, I took that more personally than probably he did, because that was really cool, man. And it's cool that there were people out there. It wasn't like a huge crowd of people, but and a lot of them were there for King of Juco, obviously, but it was cool to be able to meet these people out there that, hey, they tune in, especially to see my potato of a face on a stream, and they somewhat enjoy my content, to come up to me and say hi. That was the coolest part for me, man. It's just meeting a few people and then getting to meet all of you guys too. That was really cool, because we've had the GiraffeNeckMarc here, GiraffeNeckMarcs, Fuzzies out there, Foolish Baseballs, yourself. I'm just kind of a smaller channel. And so to me, I'm just like, hey, what's going on, everyone? Hey, I'm here. And but all of you were really, welcoming and accommodating as well. And it was cool to pick your brains, and because I remember just driving around, just asking questions, and like, oh, I didn't think about that. You guys have been doing this way longer and way better than me, so it was really cool to just get to know all of you and just pick your brains. And yeah, man, so it was a great experience overall.
Hey man, I started doing this when I was 17, and I'm 22 now. I just got out of high school, and I'm getting a master's degree in like less than 6 months. That's what really puts it into perspective for me. But the point I was going to make was, absolutely, I said on record, the best thing about this experience is, bar none, the people you meet. Like this whole like entertainment lifestyle thing. Like none of the perks come close to the kind of people you get to meet. And that trip, like I'm very glad that no one really took video of that last night we all went to the barcade, because every single person at one point probably did something that was like next level. Like if this gets outward, like not like illegal stuff, obviously. Like Mark 7-0'd me in air hockey. I'm pretty sure Corey got hit in the nuts by you at air hockey. Tree spilled beer on me or a soda or something like that. I think it was a soda. He said. So yeah, that whole last night with you guys definitely reinforced the point I was just trying to make there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot. I don't know. I feel like some people out there, maybe, if they're doing a channel, they got to be like, uber competitive with other channels. Like, oh, I got to try and get more subscribers than this guy or more views. And I'll even admit myself, I was a little that way in the beginning. I'm like, man, like I want to get more views. Like I feel like I can, get some subscribers. Like, man, why not me? But at the end of the day, after I just got to know everyone, and it's like everyone's just normal people, man. Like, it's just cool just to meet people too. It's always good to make some friends, but just to see that other YouTubers are out there, kind of like how people almost look at baseball players, like they're human beings, and like everyone that we met there, everyone's just a human being. And, but it was just a great time overall. I really loved it.
Absolutely. And, you touched on it too. Like seeing that everyone's a human being, like all that sort of thing, and the anti-competitiveness. Look what we're doing here. Like we're doing 6 hours today of getting everyone in, because I see it personally as like we're all a big community. Let's all get together. We can work with each other, all that sort of thing. Because as I said to Bailey, one of my biggest influences is like rap. People hopping on songs every 5 minutes with each other. And I like that creatively too. Like you can pick each other's brains. You can benefit from each other's styles and influences. Like, hey, getting together. This is more your element. The live is significantly more what you're good at than what we're good at. But even like, look, we're doing a hodgepodge of a bunch of new things as a community together right here. So more power to it.
Yeah, I think that also comes from my teaching background, because I'm in, while granted they are, 7-8-year-old kids, I have to be on all day. Like I can't slack. Like I have to be able to talk. There's probably a lot of times I don't teach something very well, but just simply being attentive and being focused and talking in front of a crowd, while granted they are 8 years old. I mean, honestly, that's probably the best crowd you could ever talk in front of, because they don't know what the heck you're talking about. But that's, for me, over the years, I've gotten better at public speaking. And also just, talking at, parent conferences and stuff like that. And an open house where you got like, 30, 40 adults in that room, like just staring at you and whatever. And like, so I've had that practice over the years where I think that I tend to like the live stuff better. It's weird because when I'm like pre-recording something, I've actually done a few videos lately where I'll forget to edit out a little piece where I'll start saying something and then I mess up on it. Because when I'm pre-recording something, I tend to be a perfectionist, and then I'll kind of just like flub one of the words and I'll be like, oh, damn it. And then I'll just start over. And it's really funny. In my last video that I did, I left one of those in, and it was kind of embarrassing because it was like I did it as a premiere, and I'm like, oh, that's embarrassing. Everyone just saw me do a blooper like during a premiere. So I tend to do better in the live stuff just because to me it's more natural. While you guys are all just machines at editing and just making it look amazing, I mean, hey, this is what works for my potato of a brain. So it's, I prefer the live,
I want to know if all three of you guys separately can back this. I have a theory that every single video on YouTube has an editing mistake. It's just a matter of if you catch it or how minor it is. Like by mistake, I mean like something you didn't even mean to do, but like, or maybe it just happened to work out, or it looks fine, or it looks cool. And you can kind of even lie and say like, oh, that's something I tried. No, I think everyone who does something like this has something that slips through cracks. It's just a matter of how major it is.
Yeah, the worst part is, seeing 150 people see, like, because the mistake was, I remember it was like the opening line. Because there was something that distracted me outside, where I said, hey, what's going on, baseball fans? How you doing? Like, this is blah, 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 blah. This is what I'm talking about. I remember there was like a noise or something outside, and it like distracted me. And I was like, and I just like went, ugh. And I just set up, looked at the camera, and then just started talking again. I'm like, wow, that looks really bad when you're just watching it. It's like,
Hey, you could almost turn that like into a bit idea though. Like I'm almost like
Yeah.
inspired. Like there's a joke in there somewhere, like for editing technique.
there's times where I don't think I've ever told anyone this, so let's have it, here for the first time. There's been times where I'll be recording something, and then like I'll mix up like a number or something, like a stat, and I know it's wrong in my head, and then like because I'm kind of a perfectionist, and then I'll start to think, wait, I'll be talking, I'm like, wait, I don't think that was right. And there's times I'll just start yelling expletives out loud, like fuck, shit, like, it's, yeah, I gotta leave one of those in one of that, sometimes. That might be a good one, good little blooper reel.
So a good segue. I was drinking my water. I have my Pawtucket Patriot Ale water glass.
Ooh.
You are a Red Sox guy through and through. You have a Red Sox podcast. What can you tell us about tying, like you're wearing the jersey and the hat? You're pretty lodged into the Red Sox as part of your creator branding. What gave you the idea to lean heavier on that, and what's new with the podcast?
Well, when I first started, I actually wanted to do just a Red Sox channel. Like that was actually, if you go to my very first video, it's horrible. I'm like 30 pounds heavier in that video. I'm in like a room. I don't have anything. I didn't have this thing behind me. By the way, this is a fat head, by the way, if anyone wants to know what that is. Yeah, it's a good old fat head. There's some holes in it, actually. There's a little, I don't know if you can see it here, but sometimes in the wider shot, if you look closely, you'll see like a tear in a couple of spots. But story behind that, I was moving it because I had it too high, and you could see my wall, so I was trying to lower it, and the whole thing like folded, and because it sticks, it like stuck together, and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do? And I tried ripping it apart, and then it just started ripping, and I'm like, oh my god, this is really bad. Anyway, but for the Red Sox, I was born in England, actually. Funny enough, you just had someone from England on the show earlier. I was born there. I'm probably the most British guy you'll ever meet because I moved away when I was 7. I just got my citizenship a couple of years ago. But I moved to Massachusetts so I'm basically a pilgrim. And so everyone in Massachusetts, everyone loves the Red Sox. Like Patriots were getting big at that time. I moved in 97, so they're a few years behind that Super Bowl. But, Celtics with Antoine Walker, everyone loved their sports, like that was the thing. And in England, I was really into soccer. Like I loved playing. I would play with older kids. Like my dad was like a semi-pro soccer player at one point. Kind of like he was in the minor leagues of soccer over there. I don't know what they call it over there, but that was my sport. And then I actually played soccer in Massachusetts. But then I started leaning into. I had a friend and his dad that said, "Hey, come play Little League." And then I started playing baseball, and everyone's a Red Sox fan there. So it's kind of easy to get into the Red Sox in Massachusetts. Like it almost kind of just I don't know. It'll find a way to, instead of you becoming a fan, like it'll make you become a fan just because everyone is a fan there. So, but yeah, that's how it was. And even though I was a Red Sox fan, like, I had a shirt and I had a hat when I was a kid, I still wasn't really like huge into baseball. It was when I was in middle school. I was a nerd. I still am a nerd, but I watched like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon and whatever else on, the cartoons and whatnot, and other little anime things. And then one night I'm at home, I think I was playing Super Smash Brothers or something, and then I was like, all right, I'm just gonna see what's on TV. I see the Red Sox are playing the Oakland A's, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me see what's going on, because I always loved Pedro and everything with the Red Sox. So but I never really would sit down and watch a game. Like I would see if they won or anything, but that game, they were down 2-0 in the series to Oakland, and then Trot Nixon was up in the extra innings, and then he hit a walk-off homer. I'm like, whoa, this is like really cool. Like I'm gonna watch the next game. And then they won the next game in Oakland, or they won the next game at Fenway, and then they won the 5th game in Oakland. I'm like, wow, like that's crazy. They just came back 2-0 in a series, and now they're gonna go play the Yankees. And of course, my first big moment was with Aaron Boone. So yeah, so that was fun. But at that point, I was hooked. Like I was like, whoa, like it gave me adrenaline, man. It was weird. And then ever since then, I would watch as many games as I could. My dad would always get the MLB TV package that was on the Dish network at the time. Now it's just an app, but it used to be on Dish. I don't know if you remember that. But yeah, so I would just watch every game. I played baseball in high school. I wasn't very good, but I played, and yeah, man, I was just hooked on it, man. I was just absolutely hooked. And yeah, if I don't watch a game, I'm always looking at the box score, watching highlights or whatever else. So yeah, man, ever since that day of Trot Nixon, man, I've been hooked.
Just
Now,
in
any,
time for the 2014. Sorry. Yeah. Sounds like you got in just before the 2014, which I was 3 years old when that happened. But as a Yankees fan, I feel like there's some kind of, even if you weren't conscious during that time, it's like passed down to you, that trauma from the comeback.
Yeah. So much trauma, man. It's baseball. It's romantic, you know, and it's there's so many moments that just they rip your heart out, man. And 2004, this might sound ridiculous. I might get some backlash. There are times where I feel like that whole playoffs is rigged. Like I'm like thinking, what an amazing story that was. You know, you lost that way in 03. You come back 3-0, like the way you fell down 3-0. It was like storybook, man. It's like how the heck, like what the so. Yeah, that was the best time to be a Red Sox fan. It was so fun. The rivalry was at its peak. I couldn't have picked a better time to really dive in, you know, to the game. And yeah, man, I'm thankful for that.
Kind of fell forward into the greatest. Sorry, Storm. You go.
So as a Red Sox fan, you've won 4 championships in the past 20 some years or whatever. So excluding 2004, what would you say has been the most fun championship to watch between 07, 2013, 2018?
2013 easily, because you had the Boston Marathon thing, but what I loved about that team, they all had the beards going. They all had that thing, that team chemistry. Like the Red Sox, they had their own, you know, they were the idiots in 04, Cowboy up in 2003. 2013, it was the beards. Like that was such a fun year. I remember I was in college at that point. I was in my last semester, and oh my god, when Shane Victorino hit that grand slam against the Tigers, I actually had my neighbor complain like about me because I was screaming. That team was so fun. You had so many good personalities on that team. Johnny Gomes, Mike Napoli, Victorino, you know, they were all the newcomers too. And then you had Ellsbury, Pedroia, Ortiz. Like, God, what a team that was. And remember Mike Karp? Remember him? That guy was good that year. Go back and look at his stats in 2013. Mike Karp, the next best guy who has a fish for his last name. It's Mike Trout, number 1. Mike Karp is number 2. Go look at his numbers. They were so good that year.
I'm pulling him up.
Huh?
I'll pull him up.
Yeah, man. But yeah, 2013 easily. 2018 was the most recent. In a way, I found that, I mean, they were all exciting, but if I were to compare, 2018 was almost the most boring to me, just because that team was just so good. Like it seemed like every time they went out there, they were just going to win a game. And so, yeah, man, go look at 2013, man.
296 plus 296, 362, 523, 885 OPS. What was the WAR like?
So good. And he was a ginger too. WAR. So got to support, man.
Couldn't play much defense, but
no, he was good with that though. But yeah, man. Like I said, 2018, as good as that team was, it was exciting. There was also no Don Orsillo that year. I love Don Orsillo, man. I like the new commentary booth, but it was just, I don't know. It was like boring to me, if that makes any sense. Not, and that's comparing it to, you know, the other ones. 2007, that was really cool because that team was also extremely good. Like, I don't think people remember how good that Red Sox team was in 2007. Yeah, man. Just, yeah. 2013 is probably 2004 is my favorite, for obvious reasons. That should be everyone's favorite. But 2013 to me, that was really fun that year.
I think you'd be both surprised and honored to know that I was at the Koji Uehara Colton Wong pickoff game.
Ooh, oh my God, wow, that's great. I was actually out to dinner that game. I don't remember who. I know I was out to dinner because I was like looking at the game day on my phone. I didn't want to be at dinner, and I'm holding my phone like just like here like the entire time, just like keeping track of everything. That was nuts, man. That series was that series I feel like could have gone either way. That was a good Cardinals team that year.
Mm-hmm. Now, Storm, you're a big Don Orsillo guy too. I'm sure you're spoiled. He's gonna have to throw it out there. He's the man, isn't he?
Oh, he's hilarious. He's the best.
He's so funny. The pizza game with the Red Sox when someone threw a pizza. Oh my god! I've
seen that clip so many times. That's the best.
It's so good. There's also another one where sorry to cut you off. There's also another one that's really worth looking into. It's the pizza game is legendary, but there's also one where they're doing a shot like the inning is about to start. I don't even remember. I think Andrew Miller was pitching. And they're looking at these, there's like two couples that were sitting next to each other, having a good time at a game, whatever, Friday night, whatever it was. And you just see the guy, he reaches over and just grabs his girlfriend's chest. And then it was like, oh, whoa, that's really not good for camera. And then they quickly cut away from it. Don Orsillo and Remy, you didn't hear them for the next 5 minutes. All you heard was just laughter, in the background. They couldn't stop laughing. And it's so funny. Go watch it. It's amazing. But yeah, I love those guys. To me, that's just it was absurd that they let Orsillo just go. Padres fans are so lucky to have him, man. He's amazing at what he does.
The Padres, they haven't been good very much in the past couple decades, but it seems like they always have a good closer and they always have great commentators. That's what we tend to have, and that hopefully this year it all comes together. But it's just great to watch Padres games with Orsillo and Mark Grant just laughing away, just calling the game. At least we have that.
Storm, I'm begging you, please try to come up with a butterfly effect for the pizza.
I've never even thought about that.
I'm holding the mic up, please.
Please, I'm begging you, please.
We'll have to figure out what year that was. I'm going to assume that was late 2000s, early 2010s.
I'm trying to remember who was in the outfield for the Angels in that game. I feel like, I can't remember. It was a name that was known. He was the Angels left fielder that year. Maybe? Yes, Garrett. Yes, I think. Yeah. I think that's who it was. Garrett Anderson. Ooh, good call.
Oh, it was in 2007.
Yeah.
Okay. Did it lead to them winning the World Series or something? Please. I have
I'll figure that out.
Hold the mic up because I need some meaning from that. But what we also need meaning from is Robbie's self-proclaimed potato brain. As you may or may not have seen, mandatory home run derby and World Series picks. Putting you on the spot now.
For the home run derby, I'm going Pete Alonso for a repeat. I just think the guy's he's so good at home run derbies. I mean, I'm not going to pick against him. Everyone wants to go for the new fresh pick. That guy's not losing. I mean, come on. That guy, have you seen what he's done the last couple of home run derbies he's won? That guy's not losing. I will say my dark horse pick. To me, Jose Ramirez is one of the more underrated players in the game. You don't ever hear about this guy. I would not be surprised if he's in the finals. He's just quiet, man. He was my MVP pick before the year. And that was looking good at one point, but now Aaron Judge is probably going to get that. But he's still one of the better players in the game. I was listening to Juco earlier, and he was saying, and also Foolish Baseball, where they said, Foolish Baseball said he's more of a fly ball kind of a guy, and Juco said he's just good at BP. So that'll be my dark horse. I like J-Ram, but I'm going for the Alonso 3-peat, man. I'm not turning away from that.
All right. Well, what about the World Series? Let me ask you that too.
So this is one of those World Series where I do feel like a deadline move could really separate a team from the pack. It could change up a lot of things. Right now, my preseason pick was the Cardinals. I'm going with the Cardinals. I'm sticking with it. I had Cardinals over Blue Jays. I drank that Blue Jays Kool-Aid, man, and you know what? I hate myself for it. Right now, if I saw a Cardinals-Yankees World Series, I mean, obviously I would cry because the Yankees would be in it. But to me, Cardinals-Yankees, if you had that in a World Series, I just love the classic feel of that. And I like the Cardinals, man. I think they just have the pitching is not going to look great on the stat sheet, but with the defense that plays behind them, I just think they play as a team. They play good fundamental baseball. They got boppers in that lineup. I just like them. I don't know why. It's something about the Cardinals. I don't know if it's like a respect thing because they're always there. And my Red Sox have, beaten them twice in the World Series. I digress. But I like the Cardinals. I just do. I think they're quiet. If they're just playing well at the right time, I think they could do it. Some dark horse teams. You might like this one. This one might be crazy. I might lose some subscribers from this. I think if the Marlins go get a bat, I think they could be a shocker like 0-3. I do. I really do. Their pitching is extremely good. I like their starting pitching. If you put that starting pitching in the playoffs, I like them. I do. And yeah, man, the bullpen's been doing really well lately. The starting pitching has been phenomenal lately. Man, I like Alcantara because he's just that workhorse kind of an ace that can just if you got him in a postseason game, good chance he can go 8 shutout innings. That's kind of the one advantage that they have. They need to make the playoffs first, obviously, but I think if they could go get a bat at the deadline, help that offense a little bit, I think they could make a run. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I think they could be a sneaky team that goes crazy like the Mariners are right now. I don't know. That's just more of a dark horse for me. I think the Phillies are pretty strong because I'm looking at how a team is built for the postseason. If you just make it there, I think the Phillies are an interesting one because they got really good starting pitching. And their bullpen has been... Everyone makes fun of their bullpen, but if you look at the numbers, their bullpen's actually been really good. I mean, they had a stretch there where they were blowing a lot of games, but I think they're still a top 10 bullpen at the moment. And Bryce Harper's going to come back eventually. Schwarber's been going off. Castellanos should get hot at some point. Castellanos kind of reminds me of JD Drew in 2007 when they brought him in and he was having a bad year, getting a lot of money. And he wasn't like horrible, but like he was just not performing up to his capabilities. I think the Phillies are a pretty dangerous team if they get in. And everyone wants to go with the Yankees as their best overall. And yeah, here's why I did not pick the Yankees this year, because I picked the Yankees the last 2 years. And I'm like, I'm not picking the Yankees for a third straight year. Because one, that's going to make me look ridiculous because I'm wearing a Sox jersey all the time. And 3, it's like, I can't pick a team 3 years in a row after they, missed out on the first 2. So I couldn't do it. And of course, the 1 year I don't pick the Yankees. Now they're just like phenomenal. I'm like, okay, so whatever. So, but anyway, Cardinals, that's my pick. I'm sticking with them. That was my preseason pick.
Mike, you're on mute.
Thanks for pointing out that I'm on mute. Robbie, thank you.
Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, man.
Everyone go see what Robbie's up to. Really appreciate taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you, man. Have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you.
Later,
Appreciate
Robbie.
you. All right, so he talked a little bit about having like unpredictable teams, right, come through to have success. Who I'm bringing on right now is someone who covers probably the most predictably good team of the last 5 to 10 years, easily. And I brought him on specifically when Storm was here to have some Padre Dodger issues. YouTuber, ESPN contributor, Dodgers everything, Mr. Blake Harris. How you doing?
It's good to be here, boys. Good to be here. I'm glad I heard some Padres discussion because I am always up for some Dodgers-Padres back and forth.
Well, I introduced you a little bit, but you are a man who does many things. I don't know where to start with you. You are a college football guru. You make really good highlight tapes for people. I've known you and seen you do your work for a very long time now, but we're also baseball here. I know that you are a very important Dodger presence. You have time on ESPN. I see here in your Twitter bio where I cheat for that, as I've mentioned, for getting everybody's first judgment. So tell us a little about everything you got going on and what you do and what you bring to the table as a content creator.
Yeah, so there's kind of like 2 sides. There's the YouTube side that you've known for many years that most people know that actually might be watching this, just college football with Harris highlights the last decade or so. But yeah, coming out of college, got a gig where you get to cover the Dodgers, so that's been pretty fun. So yeah, the last 3 or 4 years, I've just been deep in the Dodgers beat, covering the team. it helps when you're a diehard Dodgers fan, so it makes it a lot better. It's not like out of college I had to go cover the Pittsburgh Pirates, where I know nothing about them. So yeah, either you know me from YouTube because you're a college football fan, or if you're a Dodgers fan, or even a baseball fan, maybe we've come across. So yeah, there's the split 50-50 on the two sides. The two sides to me.
So I'm going to ask all three of you, because we have a Dodgers fan, a Padres fan, and a California UCLA resident. Is Dodgers-Padres a rivalry?
I'll let these guys kick it off first before I share my thoughts.
Okay, well, I let the Padres fan speak first then.
Well, I guess you can define it. I guess it depends how you define rivalry, because it's always been like Dodgers, or at least in the past 10 plus years or whatever, it's always been Dodgers beating down on the Padres. So it's really more just a kind of a thing where Padres fans just don't like the Dodgers. So I don't know if you can classify that as a rivalry, but at the same time, you go online, there's definitely some scenarios where Dodgers fans are at least engaging with Padres fans and trying to just, they're all trolling each other, and usually it's all in good fun. Sometimes some people take it too far, but I think maybe some of it may stem from the Chargers leaving to LA. At least that's definitely part of the situation. So it might just be a situation where Padres fans or just people from San Diego just don't like LA. At least that's kind of my perspective. I'm kind of indifferent on LA in general, but it doesn't exactly help when the Dodgers are always beating you down, and the Dodgers fans are kind of just dismissing you in the corner or whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think it's all in good fun, but that's my perspective at least.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've adopted the Dodgers as my team since I go to school out in LA, but as an outsider looking in, I didn't used to consider it a rivalry, but over the past few years, even if the Padres haven't fully fulfilled their potential, I've seen the animosity between the two fan bases grow, at least from the outside. So I'm interested to see what you guys think.
Yeah, it is interesting that, they've really been calling this a rivalry the last couple of years. I will say this, as, a Dodgers fan, as someone that interacts with, Padres fans, as someone that sees it all, I wouldn't say it's a rivalry, because that's reserved for Dodgers Giants. And I think you need a little more. You need a solid, I'll say 5 to 10 years where you're both going back and forth, maybe multiple playoff series. It eventually can get to that where the Dodgers and Padres become rivals. Like, I would say right now the Dodgers and Braves have more of a rivalry just because of previous postseason experience. But I will say I do view Dodgers-Padres as the most exciting matchup in baseball whenever they play, because I've been down there at Petco when the Dodgers come into town. I went last year. It's a big deal down there. Like, those games are a lot of fun. Like, people take it really seriously. And those games are a lot of fun. Like, I know the Dodgers, they say, oh, every game's the same. No, they're not waking up for the D-backs the same they're waking up for the Padres. Like, they're waking up amped for those games. So not a rivalry. It eventually could get there. But I will say, from a Dodgers perspective, I do think it's the most exciting matchup. Maybe not this year, because I know the Dodgers have had the Padres number, but I get really excited when those two teams play. I know I circled on my schedule, and I'm sure the guys on both teams, they definitely circled as well.
Now, would you say the Dodgers have more of a rivalry with the Mets or the Padres?
That's tough, because I know, prior to my days on Earth, the Dodgers and Mets had some pretty historic matchups. I'd say Padres for now, just because, when they played the Mets, the Daniel Murphy series, that still gives me nightmares. That was, I think, 7 years ago now, maybe 8 years ago. It's been some time. So I'll say Padres, but again, that's because I'm in my 20s. I'm sure if you ask someone in their 40s or 50s, they might say the Mets, but I'll be taking the Padres side on that one for those two.
As a Met fan, like, for probably the entirety of 17 to 21, it just felt like they could not even get a lick off the Dodgers. So I know from the Met fan perspective, it's just like, oh my God, they couldn't beat them. And then this year they played 4 games and they split. which was considered a very symbolic Met thing. They're like, oh, we split with the Dodgers, so I wanted to kind of pick your brain for half a second on the other side of that coin. But I would say the Dodgers seem like a fan base that is either really rational or really irrational, depending on what's going on, given that you have so much wind.
They're irrational about everything. I can already tell you. Like this, I'll just tell you right now, there are people saying the Dodgers shouldn't trade for Juan Soto just because prospects might be better. Like, no. No.
I get like Patriot fan vibes from them where like they kind of, at their moments, they're kind of smart enough to understand that the run they're on is crazy and they're not taking it for granted, I would say, for Dodger fans. But at the same time, like you kind of get accustomed to that, and then it kind of changes your headspace on sports in general. So a team like that kind of has a really strange fan dynamic for me. So I wanted to kind of see what your pulse on that was.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean because, yeah, this run they've been on since I think 2013 was when it kind of like started has been, unprecedented aside from that Braves run from like the mid to late 90s. I mean, it's gotten to the point where now it's like the Dodgers are on pace to win 104, 105 games and they'll have a bad 1 week stretch and it's like the sky's falling down. Like Dave Roberts needs to be fired. This guy needs to be sent to the minor leagues, but it's like you're still on pace to win 100 games. You're still on pace to win the division. So I think, yeah, a lot of the fan base has gotten spoiled. They've expected so much in regards to just everything. Like even if like Andrew Friedman, I remember like even last year before they made the Trey Turner, Max Scherzer trade, they acquired Danny Duffy from the Royals, which was a really under the radar pick. He hasn't played yet, but I thought it was a great trade and they gave up nothing for him. And Dodgers fans were ready to storm Friedman's house for not pulling off some blockbuster trade. And it's like, are we really like, we're getting a guy with an ERA of 2.5 and you're not acceptable of that? So yeah, it's gotten a lot over the last few years, especially, but there are out there that, see the bigger picture like myself where I don't criticize every little thing. But yeah, the Dodger fan base is it's a strange and interesting one to say the least.
And going
that day with Scherzer going to the Dodgers, that's still I don't know if I don't know if you're looking on Twitter because I was in Vegas with family at the time and I was just scrolling on my phone because Ken Rosenthal said the Padres were close to getting Scherzer, and then like 12 hours later the Dodgers traded for him, and now every Padres fan doesn't like Ken Rosenthal. So,
right.
But real quick, as you mentioned Juan Soto, and you said Dodgers wouldn't, or you said some Dodgers fans don't want to trade for Soto because they think some prospects are better, and that I think that's kind of interesting because I saw a tweet saying that Buster Olney from ESPN, he said that he thinks Juan Soto is getting traded in the next 15 days. And the Padres are the most likely destination. So I think it's an interesting perspective when you think of like prospect hoarding with a guy like Soto. And I'm just wondering if the Dodgers, or not the Dodgers, if the Padres did trade for Soto, how does that change? I'm not sure when the Padres and Dodgers face each other again, but how do you think that changes the future matchups in the rest of the season and maybe even in the playoffs?
I mean, I think it makes it much more exciting because you're adding, one of the best hitters to an already good Padres team where I will say, like, I was even dunking on, the Padres being 10 games back at the Dodgers, but they've been without so many key pieces this year. And I think they still have like the 5th or 6th best record in all of baseball. It's just the Dodgers have been that much better. I think it'll make this matchup just that much more enticing, especially if it comes out where like the Padres were able to beat the Dodgers when it came to the offer. Kind of like last year where it looked like the Padres going to get Scherzer and then Dodgers came and swooped in. So if the Padres pulled that off, which again, you have to take into account of like what would they give up. I think, and we've seen Preller, I mean, he has no problem dishing out, any sort of prospect when it comes to trades over the last few years. But I think that matchup, when everyone is healthy on both the Padres side and the Dodgers side, like I said, I already view it as the most exciting matchup in baseball. But if it's like September, the Padres are 5 games back, Dodgers are going down to San Diego, and they got Tatis, Soto like in their lineup, in the heart of that lineup. I don't want to see it. I'm really hoping if Juan Soto gets traded, he goes literally anywhere else. But like in a way, like I would kind of be okay with it because one, the Dodgers aren't having to gut the farm system, but two, again, it makes those matchups that much more exciting. Like I want to see every team at their peak. This past series when the Dodgers played the Angels without Mike Trout, like I was bummed. Like you want to see your team play another team at the highest level. So if they do, if the Padres pull that off, if Preller actually gets it done, I'm excited. I think that's going to be a damn good series.
Where do you think this particular Dodger team stacks up with the other ones of the last 5-6 years? Like, do you think this is the best of that group? Because on paper, they got Mookie, Trey, all those guys. Or do you think that maybe that one of these other teams, like 17, 19, 20, had them? Like, where do you think that the Dodgers are relative to their own standard right now?
I think offensively, this is the best lineup they've had, which is crazy considering they've gotten nothing from Max Muncy. They've gotten nothing from Cody Bellinger. Chris Taylor hasn't really contributed much. And Justin Turner, I mean, the last few weeks he's been heating up, but prior to that, he was awful. So I think this is the best lineup. And I think at the end of the day, when they all come together, it may be one of the better lineups. I mean, everyone was saying it was one of the better lineups prior to the season. But offensively, I think the Dodgers have a huge advantage. With the bullpen, I think this might be one of the best they've had also, but the only problem is every single guy that has taken the mound out of the bullpen has gotten hurt at some point this year. The only guy that hasn't gotten injured is Craig Kimbrell, but you might as well have him on the IL because he's been so bad. But I think when the Dodgers get everyone back from the IL, this might be their best bullpen. And when it comes to the starting rotation, they've definitely taken some hits. I think they've had better starting rotations in years past. But the seasons they've had from Tony Gonsolin, Tyler Anderson have been nothing short of incredible. I don't think anyone could have expected those two guys being all-stars at the beginning of the season. So I think, obviously we get Walker Buehler back hopefully in September. Dustin May is starting to go on a rehab assignment, so he might be back in the middle of August. So by September, October, this rotation might look better than it has in years past. As of right now, though, I do think that's the Dodgers' weak point. It's why I do think they maybe should acquire a starting pitcher like Luis Castillo, just because you can't bank on Gonsolin and Anderson replicating this. You can't bank on Buehler or May coming back healthy. So if there is a weak point of the Dodgers, I'd say it's the starting rotation, which is weird considering they have the best starting rotation ERA in all of baseball by like a wide margin. So again, it's just Dodger fans showing that it's not all bad. It's just, you're trying to look at the bigger picture. But I guess if there's a weakness compared to years past, it would probably be their starting rotation at the moment.
I want to show you, I had a tweet bookmark. You said the name Cody Bellinger, and I want to share my screen because I had a tweet that I bookmarked. There's a book that had some Cody Bellinger stories in it. And this is something to behold. I don't know if you guys have seen any of this. Like the frozen pizza thing, however you want to say that, referring to analytics as the metric system, not understanding how credit cards and debit cards work. This is unbelievable, and I wanted to give it its due for just a sec.
It's true too. Like, I mean, I'm not a Harvard guy. I'm not the smartest guy out there, but I've been around Cody Bellinger in the clubhouse. I've overheard conversations he's had, and that little expert in that book, it's all true. The dude is. I know there's the running gag that he's high all the time, which I still think he is, but every story you hear about him is 100. There was one I saw the other day. It's from a few years back where he was doing a fantasy football draft. And he was trying to take DeAndre Hopkins. This is when he was at the peak with the Texans. And he was trying to take Hopkins with the third or fourth pick. And they're all sitting around the table and he goes, all right, I'm taking DeAndre Hopkins, guys. And the timer runs out and he's auto-picked. I forget who he was auto-selected. And they're like, what the heck, Cody? He's like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, you have to pick the guy. You just don't announce who you're going to select. You have to actually manually select the players. So, again, the most Cody Bellinger story ever. The dude's fantastic, and every story that comes out is just better than the other one.
So was he the one? He was the one who didn't know who Jerry Seinfeld was, right?
Yeah, when he was on ESPN, they asked him about Jerry Seinfeld, and he had never heard of the name.
See, this is I kind of love this, and I don't know how to properly articulate what makes it so special. It's just such an interesting presence baseball has to offer.
I love it.
So yeah, Tyler Anderson is the name you also mentioned, added to the All-Star team. That's one that like you said, I bet you Tyler Anderson's like biggest supporter in the world probably had no idea that was coming. But like you said, the rotation's been down. They managed to pull really good performances out of, like, that's their trademark I associate with them. Like Alex Wood, I remember being an All-Star one year. Albert Pujols gave them production last year. Like, they managed to pull all these guys in. Like, do you think, like, what's it in the water out there in LA? Like, what's the strategy to get God knows who into being a major league superstar?
I don't think anyone knows, which is the crazy part, because that's what makes it so peculiar. Because even like not even some of the names you mentioned, I'll just name a few, like Evan Phillips, who is probably a top 5 reliever in baseball that I'm sure majority of baseball fans don't even know who he is. The dude was DFA'd by the Orioles, DFA'd by the Rays, picked up by the Dodgers. And I did one of those like ESPN stats about a week ago where they essentially put together like 8 to 10 different things that make a player unique, where it like makes no sense. But it was like, he's like the only player in MLB history to put like a 1.6 ERA, strikeout per 9 of like higher than 10, like an ERA plus, fit, like all this stuff. And he was DFA'd twice and he's looking incredible. Yency Almonte was, I think, DFA'd by the Rockies with an ERA of like 8, and he's been the Dodgers' second best reliever. So I don't know if it's Mark Pryor, who's their pitching coach now, if he's just finding something with every pitcher that happens to work. I don't know if it's, you know, I mean, they have like 15 different coaches that I don't even know what the title officially is. So I don't know if it's just guys in the film room just breaking stuff down and sharing info. Maybe it's the water they're giving them. I don't know. Maybe they have some, you know, $20 bottle of water that they're giving the guys. But it's incredible. Like, again, the
We lost Blake, didn't we?
Can't have the Dodgers secrets getting out.
Yeah. Blake's
Dodgers caught yeah.
Do you still hear us, Blake? Oh, he left. Okay. It's still like, there he is. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry. There's like a heat wave going on here, so the internet's been going out a lot. So that's what happened. My bad.
I was just gonna say too. I feel like Dave Roberts has been like the most discussed manager about firing, especially for a good team I've like ever seen. Like for like 4 or 5 years now, it's they should fire Dave Roberts and he wins 105 games a year. Like what is it with Dodger fans and baseball fans consistently questioning a manager whose team is like, there's almost no precedent for it except for like teams from 20, 30 plus years ago.
Yeah, the hate that Dave Roberts gets is just mind-boggling to me, because I think the dude has like the highest winning percentage of any manager in MLB history. Like, he's taken the Dodgers, you know, to 3 World Series, like 6 NLCS since he took over. And I know people are like, well, he should have more than 1 World Series, but it's hard to win the World Series, like regardless of how good your team is. I mean, again, with that Atlanta Braves team that I think won the division 15 or 16 straight years, they only won 1 World Series during that entire run. So it is so hard to win in baseball. I mean, there have been teams that have had much better rosters than the Dodgers in years past that they haven't won. So I don't understand. He does make questionable decisions, like going back to that Red Sox World Series where he pulled Rich Hill just because he allowed a walk, I think. Moves like that, but then at the end of the day, the players are the ones that have to perform. So I don't know why he gets so much hate. And I joke with a bunch of fans that if Dave Roberts just wins 1 more World Series, he's essentially almost but locked himself a spot in the Hall of Fame if he sticks around for another 10 to 15 years, because multiple World Series, all this stuff, like he'll have his number retired by the Dodgers. And, you know, people like to say Tommy Lasorda. I mean, he's like a god for Dodgers fans, Tommy Lasorda. But the dude, he won 2 World Series. That was over the course of 20, 25 years. One of them was, and I will say, in a shortened season in 1981, but no one seems to remember that. So, you know, this guy's praised as being the best ever, but again, 2 in 25 years, where if Dave can win one this year or next year, that's 2 in 9 years. Maybe he wins 3. So yeah, the hate he gets is really unnecessary. And I feel bad that he gets that much, because I do think he's one of the top 3 managers in all of baseball.
Thoughts, you guys?
Yeah, I mean, just I did like back of the envelope math. Dave Roberts, since he took over the Dodgers, has averaged 101 wins per season. Like, I
Man.
don't know how you could, in your right mind, say that he has not done a good job. Or
Right.
like an excellent job. I mean, good is underselling it.
Well, Blake,
I'm curious if there's just one quick question. I'm curious if there's a team that you'll see on the schedule and you're like, oh, not this team, and not necessarily like a good team, like someone who's going for the playoffs. Because with the Padres, every time I see the Rockies, I'm like, oh, I do not want to face them. So is there a team that Dodgers typically seem to do poorly against, even though they should be beating them?
Yeah, I was gonna say, for you guys, seeing the Rockies at Coors Field must be like a horror show, because the Padres, for some reason, cannot win at Coors Field. It's like the most mind-boggling thing. I think, like, when looking at the schedule, I mean, every year the Cardinals is always one where it's just, I mean, I tweeted about a week ago, the all-time season series between the two teams, dating back to like the 1890s or whatever, is like 1,037 to 1,035. Like, they literally are nearly identical in their entire series history. So whenever the Cardinals either going to Busch or they come here, you know that's going to be a difficult series. And I will say this, I'm sure Mike's going to like it. I hate whenever the Dodgers have to play the Mets. Like, it doesn't matter where teams are at. It just seems like the Mets are always one of those teams. Their fan base flocks into, but still, like, their fan base flocks into the stadium. It seems like there's always something that happens, and I'm like, I just don't trust the series. With the Dodgers, yeah, like you said, they win most of them, but I just look and I'm like, I just don't know. And same thing when they go down to Citi Field. I'm like, I have a feeling they're not going to win the series. Now, again, most of the time they do, but it's just one of those feelings where you're just like, I don't want to play the series. I don't know what it is, but whenever it's the Mets, I just get this weird feeling that things aren't going to go right.
Well, Blake, as you may or may not have seen, we have mandatory home run derby and all-star game World Series predictions. So where's your head at with that before we let you go?
I'll start with the derby. The easy pick, like if I was putting money on it, which after the loss I took in last year's derby, I'm not going to go anywhere close to betting for many years. But if I had to put money on it, I'd go Pete Alonso, just because I think this dude wants it more than anyone. I think he's going to put on a show. But I'm going to go with a pick. I don't know, and I haven't been able to catch much of your show. I just saw the last 30 minutes before I came on, so I don't know if anyone's made this pick. Julio Rodriguez is my sleeper underdog pick to win. I think he's going to put on a show. But I do have – this isn't to win the whole thing, but I do have an upset of the night. Albert Pujols over Kyle Schwarber in round one. I think
someone
Pujols
else
gets it in
that.
round one.
Yeah, that was
And I
me.
said-
That's my prediction.
Yes. And I gave Julio Rodriguez as my dark horse. I'm sorry, I forgot that was you.
No, I mean, I'm glad to have another Albert Pujols fan in here. I think he's...
If they were to make the second round tomorrow, he might be able to advance. But
Yeah.
watching Pujols just get a single and looking like he's exhausted getting to first base, I don't know how he's going to be able to. I don't know if they're going to give him like maybe 3 or 4 extra timeouts, but it'll be interesting. So that's my dark horse, Julio, and then I'm taking the upset with Pujols. And then the World Series prior to the season, I said Dodgers Mariners, and I'm sticking to that. I think the Mariners, we're finally seeing them play the kind of baseball they could be playing. They were awful through like the middle end of May, and I think essentially I saw some graphic where it's like ever since that brawl with the Angels about 3 or 4 weeks ago, they have like the best record in baseball. So maybe that's what it took to wake them up. So I think they're going to make, I don't say make a splash at the deadline, but I do think they're going to make a notable addition at the deadline just to improve them a little. And I think this is a team, especially if they're able just to get one more decent starter, I think they can make a solid run, because when everything's clicking in that lineup, that is a really good lineup. And I think things are, we saw last year how special this Mariners team can be. So I'm going to stick with them. I like the Mariners. And if I had to go with a potential backup, I'm taking the Blue Jays as well, just because I don't think there's a lineup in baseball that scares me more than the Blue Jays, even though things haven't connected. Come October at the Rogers Center, I'd be horrified to play there. So I'm going Dodgers Mariners, but in case the Mariners doesn't work out, slot me in for the Blue Jays as well.
All right, we'll let you have your cake and eat it too.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
But
for coming
only
out.
Dodgers in the National League. There's no other team. I'm sticking with the Dodgers there.
Any final words before we let you go?
Final words. Congrats to you guys on putting this together. I see that you're 3.5 hours in. I don't know. I think, Mike, you've been on the entire time. I don't know if you two have been on the entire time as well, but
Dylan has.
props to you guys for – oh, man. Props to you, Dylan, as well. I mean, that's got to take a lot, and you guys are about halfway done. So props to you guys for putting this together. You guys make killer content. Dylan, I actually just discovered your channel about a couple weeks ago, and I've been binging. So keep it up,
thanks.
and you guys are the best. And Mike, I'm sure I'll be keeping in touch in our little highlight chats in the weeks to come. But way to go, guys! Again, you guys are great content creators, and props to you guys for putting this together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the kind words and your time.
All right, guys. Hey, go Dodgers! They're winning it all this year.
All right. There we go. Now we have a try set up. We do have no guest for the next half hour. I will say that. We're going to have a bit of a little break, a little more SRS-oriented chat. I'm also strongly considering going to the bathroom, as I've been for the last 2 hours, and maybe getting a bowl of lunch. We are going to have a bit of a brief period before Wardy, Emily, and Mark come on. And if you saw the schedule, we had to flip Mark to 5:30 instead of 4:30. Other than that, everyone's going to be the same. Fico will be joining us at about 4 o'clock as well. So that's the short-term plan.
Sounds
All right.
good.
I appreciate you guys weathering the storm with me too. And for those in chat, thank you for sticking around too. We also, I put it as well. We have super chats available that you could do. I said I'll impersonate a batting stance or something. I got a bat right here, or whatever you want me to do, shamelessly for your money. There's also a Streamlabs and a merch link that I popped in there too. So that's all the housekeeping. Storm, you guys each. So you guys are two of the best guys in the business, and I'm really lucky to have you on our team. You guys both have your own channels on the side that I really hope if you're here in this stream that you guys know about what these two guys do separately. I'm going to ask both of you, are you willing to give the public a little bit of a slight teaser on what's coming next for each of you on SRS?
Yeah. I mean, I can start. So I don't want to spoil it too much, but there is a certain Hall of Fame baseball player who once claimed to have drank 107 beers on one flight between their home city and a visiting team. So in my next video, I'm going to be breaking down if that's humanly possible and just generally this person's career, because he is full of all kinds of weird superstitions, and he's also just, obviously one of the greatest baseball players of all time. If you're aware of this man, you'll probably already guessed who it is. Also, I'm just there's a couple of dozen people watching, so it's Wade Boggs. Getting a Wade
All right.
Boggs video for me on SRS soon.
Nice,
Wade
nice.
Boggs. And those who watch in the replay chat will know that Wade Boggs will also get his SRS video. It is somehow centered around a drinking frat bro accomplishment and his Hall of Fame career. But I trust pretty much no one more than you to spin it, make it one easy narrative that you can fit under one bow.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to tackling it.
And Storm, what about you? What's the next? You have a superpower, I always say, of connecting any two events in human history and finding the timeline between them. Anything you're willing to share about what's coming next from you?
Well, there's one, because I kind of just have a document on just kind of like random starting points, and one of them I kind of had in there for a while. It was basically fully fleshed out already, so it makes my life easier. I'll just say it starts with a trade that didn't happen back in the mid 2010s, but it's not one of those ones where it's like it was a rumor that kind of didn't happen. It was like it really seemed like it was going to happen because of what happened on the baseball field, and because of that not happening, it led to, I'd say, about 5 or 6 different teams getting certain players that they wouldn't have gotten anyways, that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And it also includes the Astros in how their cheating scandal ended up getting exposed. So, yeah, I'll keep it there.
Here we go. You also want to see the best World Series prediction of the day because it's 1990 again. You have a lot of exposure with the 1990 Reds, though, Dylan. So I'm sure that is a little more emotionally resonating to you after what you worked on fairly recently.
Yeah, I think if the Reds can bring back Lou Piniella as manager, they have a shot at making the World Series. But until then, I think Buddy's going to have to wait at least another year.
It is 1990 after all. That's what I see on my computer screen calendar.
Lou Piniella is 78, so it would be very interesting to see him maybe rival Tony La Russa in a
Hey, I was going to
Series.
say, how old was TLR? How old was Jack McKeon when he came back? Like, age for a manager, like you can see some, like Connie Mack probably got in the 80s. Like age for a manager really doesn't mean all that much sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to take this chance to hop off, put in a solid, how 3
We've
hours
been on
and
for
40 minutes
3
into this?
hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, I do not envy you, Mike. You still have another 2 hours and 20 minutes left, but
Hey, thank you
I
so
think it's
much
gonna be
for
fun.
thank you so much for coming out, for the people, for the product.
Yeah,
Need to get you around more because you're one of the best in the business, and we're really thrilled that you're on our team.
oh, I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
I removed your
sorry, I was
second
just
today.
going to say, you got a bunch of good guests coming in, and I will be watching the stream even after I leave, which is going to be right now.
Thank you so much. I do apologize. You got me a second too early.
No, you're good. All right, see you guys
All right.
later.
Have a
See
good
ya.
one. Thank you for popping in.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, it's just you and I for the next 20 minutes or so before we get Mr. Fico and Mr. Wardy are on the docket. So anything that we can stall for the next 20 minutes that would be entertaining that you have suggested?
Well, I'm just kind of scrolling through Twitter, just kind of looking at different, just looking at different stuff. You got the All-Star lineups; they got announced.
Oh, can you read those?
But-
to me?
Yeah, let me see.
I'll give my real-time thoughts on that.
Well, the National League one, you got Acuna leading off in right field, Mookie
Okay.
in center, Machado
Oh,
at
Mookie
third.
leading off, actually, more thinking about it. So who's sitting third? Goldschmidt?
It's Acuna, Betts, Machado, then Goldschmidt.
Okay.
Then you got Trey Turner, Wilson
Okay.
Contreras, then William Contreras at DH. You got Jock Peterson and your guy Jeff McNeil with Clayton Kershaw pitching.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
And let me find the American League. I'm
The
gonna
question for the American League for me is
hope
is
Ohtani's
Ohtani
pitching.
leading off? Is my question for the American League.
He's leading off. He's going to
Okay.
be DH.
All right. All right.
And he's not pitching initially, though. That's McClanahan.
I think
Which is
I think
deserved,
we can
but-
find that out.
Then you got Aaron Judge in right, Devers hitting third, Vladdy Jr., Giancarlo Stanton, who I would have loved to have seen the home run derby because he just crushes everything.
Absolutely.
You got Byron Buxton, who awesome to see him in an All-Star game. Really, like he's
Finally.
just, as Mr. Sadman said earlier, he's just completely exciting to watch. Then
Fun
you got
machine.
Tim Anderson, who
All right.
was you that made that video on him.
Yes, it was the trying to tear down the argument that he's just a luck machine.
Yeah. Then you got Andres Jimenez with the Guardians, so Fuzzy is happy with that.
Met legend.
And Alejandro Kirk at catcher.
Okay, so we got a pretty good group there. I'm excited. All-Star time is one of my favorite times of the year. That's why we have the SRS All-Star celebration right now, of all these wonderful creators and team members alike. So yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes. All-Star game has always got a lot of entertainment value to it. Now let me ask you: are you a believer in the 1 per team rule?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's kind of weird to. It almost kind of seems like the value of the All-Star game is kind of diminished when you look at kind of career resumes. Like, I'll still mention it anyway when I'm talking about a player. Like, they're I don't know, like, say Manny Machado. He's like a 6-time All-Star. So if you make, I would assume he's going to be like a 10-plus time All-Star by the time he retires. And even though it seems like more guys than ever are getting named to the All-Star because of replacements and all that stuff, it still has some value. But even at the same time, I'm still cool with every team getting representation, because it's not like every team has. Okay, you got like maybe the A's who are kind of openly tanking, but they still got like Frankie Montas, and every team has at least one player who deserves some recognition. Sure, it kind of causes some players to be left out, but I'm sure fans of every team are at least happy to see one of their guys make it. So
I'm normally 50-50 on it. Every given day I change, because I think the biggest benefit of it is that, like, I'm more so than the teams, every fan can kind of be represented and like have a reason to watch the game because they're hoping their guy or guys get in. So I think for a terrible team, like, it kind of can be a beacon of season optimism for you in a very small setting, like a little win over there. But like, you're kind of sacrificing the ability to make the best team too. That's you kind of have that given. But what's worse about that, I heard Gary Cohen say it during a Met game a couple days ago. When you have guys whose bonuses are attached to making the All-Star game, that's like you're kind of playing with people's money a little bit with that rule. Is the only like probably the most negative thing, if you really get down to brass tacks, is like some guys who are really having great years and deserve it more so than a team's participation trophy guy could be getting dollars taken out of their pocket, which obviously is not great if they're playing better. So I think that's some food for thought on both sides of the equation there, depending on where you lie with that.
I wonder if that All-Star kind of clause will kind of start going away with the addition of all MLB teams, even though that doesn't really have the recognition that, say, like an all NBA team would. Say maybe like 10, 20 years from now, once that starts getting more prestige as time goes on, I think there'll be a situation where there will be bonuses for making the all MLB team as opposed to the All-Star game. So that's at least something I can see happening. And I kind of hope that does happen, because I do agree with you that it is kind of a participation trophy kind of thing for some players. But at the same time, I mean, they're all at least like happy to be there and take part in the festivities. So it's at least entertaining to watch. And I kind of wonder maybe how many players kind of don't take part, not just due to injuries, but due to, there's of course the superstition that if you take part in the home run derby, you're not going to have a good second half. So I wonder how much that kind of goes into some players' thinking. And I don't even know if that's true, to be honest.
I don't buy into that. I don't think that that's something that actually has merit to it whatsoever.
Who won last year? Was it Alonso?
Pete Alonso won.
How did he do in the second half?
Let's get the first and second half splits.
Already guess. I'm assuming he did fine.
I'm pulling those up right now. 2021 splits. I'm on Baseball Reference right now. Okay. First and second half. Slugging percentage went up to 560. It was 477. The OPS higher in the second half. Hit more home runs in the second half. SOPS plus, TOPS plus higher. Everything, for the most part, was a little better in the second half. So, yeah, it sounds like it was a lot of baloney for Pete Alonso.
Someone should make that video whether the second half home run derby curse is real.
It's like the Madden curse. Like, do we really like the Madden curse? Is freaky though. That's the difference.
Yeah, definitely.
That one is like it really does have like you can make a movie about the Madden curse.
Let's see who was on it last year. I think it was Mahomes.
Mahomes and Brady. I think it was together at one point.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't bought Madden since the one Odell Beckham was on the cover of.
I've bought them like in recent years for like sales or whatever, but I haven't like played it like legit probably since like Madden 13. That's when I played some online franchises with friends, and that was probably like the peak of my Madden experience. But those were some fun days.
The rare occasion I'm throwing a Madden in, it's Madden 08 on the PS2. I still have my PS2 fully plugged in, fully working. I've been on a Power Pros grind in my spare time, doing MLB Life mode on 2008 in the last few weeks. So, like, I've never disconnected the PS2. So, like, once every so often, I'll throw one of those games on in the background for myself, just so when I wind down. Power Pros, Madden 07, good group there from childhood.
Yeah, I didn't grow up with the PS2. I never really I didn't have one until like the PS3 was out, and I just kind of bought it just to see what it was like. But I grew up with GameCube, so I played MVP Baseball 04 and 05. I played that all the time on the GameCube, and then I moved up to 360, and unfortunately it was just MLB 2K, and they were fine for what they were, but I mean, when you play MLB The Show, it's night and day, like the differences.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't get the show this year. I don't really know why, actually, the more I think about it. A mixture of not having as much time, and I really overplayed 20 and 21 for a while that I kind of needed a little bit of a mental break, take the year off even. But I get really addicted to Diamond Dynasty every so often, so kind of needed a year to detox, since that's really all I invest my time in sometimes when I'm really heavily it's videos, basic life principles, and Diamond Dynasty when I'm but I'm also I play it weirdly. For those of you listening, I refuse to use the guys that everyone has. So I'll get mileage out of 91, 92 overall cards, and I'm playing to I think my peak rank was 775 or something like that, and I had 299s in the lineup, just because I really hate the idea of everyone using the same players in every game. It's I actively look for guys that provide me performance that no one uses.
Yeah, it used to be like that with FIFA. That was the ultimate team game that I played for a lot of years. I don't play FIFA anymore because it's too competitive now. Everyone kind of goes for those really great players. All teams are kind of similar to an extent. But back in FIFA 13, 14, 15, you can play with silver cards, those mid-level cards, and just have a blast playing the game. And at least MLB The Show, there are some a lot of similarities between people's teams, but at the same time, you can earn those cards for free. It's not just it's a grind, but you can at least earn them for free. Compared to FIFA, and I don't know how Madden is. I know I've heard from Madden is terrible when it comes to Ultimate Team and microtransactions and stuff, but FIFA is kind of the same way, where it's just gotten super competitive, and it's just kind of taken out of the fun out of the game. So MLB The Show definitely has the upper hand when it comes to that.
I wish I had one-on-one with Dylan to pick his brain a little bit, but because it's just you and I, what about can you tell your origins as a creator on YouTube to the stream? How'd you get into this sort of thing? I know how we found you, but there's a little bit of a period of just you. So how did you yourself get Sportstorm up and running?
Well, I don't think I've mentioned this, but it was back in the mid 2010s, I actually made gaming videos for FIFA, and I don't know where I think the videos are like private in like my main account where I watch like all my subscriptions. But I did that for a couple of years. It was just kind of fun to do, and then I stopped for like, I don't know, like sophomore year of high school, and I don't remember the exact video. I've tried to find it before. It was like a Cubs video on like them winning the World Series, and I was like, yeah, this was like probably 2019 or no 2018, and I saw this video. I'm like, yeah, if the Padres are kind of, Padres at the time were like the best farm system in the league, all these top 100 prospects, and the more I kind of wrote down just on the notes app on my phone, like, yeah, if the Padres win the World Series, I want to be the one to make that video about them winning. But at the time I was watching, I don't think Bailey he might have been making videos at the time, but the main person I was watching was Dawson Wright, and I was watching his videos and I was like, yeah, I could do this. This seems pretty fun. I enjoy baseball's kind of the sport I have the most knowledge of, and actually Padres are the only team in San Diego, so I mean that's all there really is, apart from a couple minor league teams. And I started the channel like 6 months later. I just kind of like, yeah, if I ever want to, I might as well just start now. Why not? It was like April 2019. I can't remember exactly. And at the time, I was only doing like a video every every month and a half. And then like in the fall of that year, I was like, yeah, if I want to be kind of serious about this, I got to make a video like every week. So I started doing that. And the first video that really did well was my Nationals video about them winning the 2019 World Series. And then like, I don't know, like 3 months later or so, I think it was Matt that messaged me saying, hey, do you want to do a video for SRS? And yeah, it kind of just went from there.
Well, you and us has been a tremendous marriage so far. Like the butterfly effect videos are amazing. I really look for even something as little as seeing the board still really gets me going. So it's amazing that like when you started with us, you had probably 600 subscribers on your solo channel, and both the brand and you, like as parts of each other's identity now, have like really soared since then. And I tell you all the time, like it's really amazing how it's gone for both sides since we partnered up together and had you on the team.
Yeah, for sure. Like I really appreciate you guys for even letting me make videos for you guys in the first place. Like I don't know how many subs you had at the time, but it was, I don't know, it seemed like one of the big baseball creators like message. I think someone like commented on my video saying check Twitter DM or something like that.
It might have been that. I have very little memory.
Actually, I don't even know if I had Twitter at the time. Did I? I don't know, because I don't like Twitter. I think I've told you, like, I don't like Twitter anyway. But yeah, and going back to the board, I don't know. I kind of just, when I first made that butterfly effect, my first butterfly effect, it was Steve Bartman. How that led to 2016 Cubs, and I don't know how I came up with the board idea, but I was just like, yeah, this would be kind of interesting. And then over time, I've kind of played it with it a little bit, so now it's more like I make it so it's more like an illustration kind of thing, so it kind of looks a little better. And I think it makes it look more unique, so you're just not kind of using, you're not just taking pictures, you're kind of like illustrating them, so it's kind of like this weird abstract art kind of thing. But yeah, butterfly effect videos, they can be a grind, because like I've told you before, like there's dead ends all the time. Like you're not gonna find like as something every time, and I'm sure there is something like in those dead ends. I'm sure there is something, but that's gonna take like going through every single at bat in games. I'm just not gonna do that, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, and I'm excited. I don't know when the next one's gonna come out. I want to say I think I might have told you I would be finished it maybe like this weekend. So
Okay.
that's really up to you when that comes out. So
Yeah, if it's, we'll see. Like the viewers probably want it, so we'll get it out as soon as we can, like within reason. Like we're not gonna crack a whip behind you and say finish it tomorrow. Obviously, greatness takes time and patience. So yeah, I'm still like, even just as the guy who oversees SRS, I still get super stoked to see the butterfly effects get put in motion. So if I'm still the one after all this time, we've probably been doing this for 2 years now. We still get psyched up doing it. I can't imagine how our most loyal of viewers feel as well.
yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah. So, have you ever like can I ask you? Do you have a favorite one of those? I'm gonna look at it right now and see if I have a favorite one.
Maybe at the top of my head, maybe not necessarily the store. Well, okay, there was the Hee-Seop Choi one that led to the Royals winning the World Series, and that was like one of those starting points where I didn't know that injury happened in the first place, and the fact that actually connects to the Kendrys Morales injury when he hit the walk-off home run and he I can't remember, he broke his ankle or something with his leg, and somehow it's just so interesting, to go from that random event back in, I want to say 2003, all the way to the Royals winning the World Series because a certain player did something to take the lead in a game or something. I think that's just so interesting to me. So that one for sure, just because I remember making that video and I was so excited when I found that. I think it was probably the Kendrys Morales moment, that moment that kind of made everything click. And I wasn't aiming for the 2015 World Series or whatever. I was just kind of seeing what would happen. And with that Kendrys Morales thing eventually led to him joining the Royals. So, yeah.
Now Tyler's here. Before I bring Mr. Wardy up on stage, I'll ask you for your home run derby and World Series picks.
Let me think.
Before I bring Tyler up on the stage. Fico will also be joining us soon as well. He just let me know that he's hopping out of the shower and he'll be getting ready.
Okay. Yeah, because I'll probably stay for Tyler, and then I will likely leave after he leaves. So
Gotcha.
I think I'm gonna. Let me see. I need to remember who's in the home run derby.
I would have thought that just seeing everyone's predictions would have jogged memories. I was kind of banking. I was a little afraid I'd go dark too, even though I've had one in my head since the very beginning. And I'll say at the conclusion.
Well, I got the list. I got the list right here. So I'm gonna go with. Let's go Juan Soto.
Oh.
Because
wow.
I wonder if anyone's gonna mention Corey Seager. Because I think
Seager was Peter Pratt's pick.
It was okay, but Juan Soto. He's the talk of baseball right now with his, he didn't request a trade, but it's implied he's going to be a trade. So I don't know. I think Soto, he's just one of those guys who has great power, and he's kind of an underdog because everyone thinks it's going to be Alonso, and it seems like everyone's underdog pick is either Acuna or Julio Rodriguez or even Jose Ramirez, someone mentioned a little bit ago. So yeah, I'm going to go with Juan Soto. Why not?
What about the World Series? You got anything for me? And Washington Nationals, right? Because they got Soto.
Well, before he's traded to the Padres, obviously.
Ooh.
But I don't know about that one. But I'm gonna. I gotta back my team, right? As much as
love it,
because
just go all in on it.
Because if you would have told me at this point in the season when Tatis got injured that we would be I think we're 10, 11 games over 500. If you would have told me we would be doing that well, and our pitching our starting pitching is actually doing really good, and it's really just bats that we need, I would have been like, okay, that's a building block to make a good second half push and go for the World Series. So I could be a little delusional, but who cares? I mean, I can't say, if I'm gonna go with a different team, I'm gonna go with a.
Come on, you got to go all the way with the Padres, though.
No, I am, but if there's a second team, that's what I mean. I'm gonna go with the Mets. I think they can do it.
And joining us now is someone who is going to strongly refute the Padres Soto claim, Mr. Wardy himself.
How are we today, gentlemen?
We are fantastic. We're 4 hours in. I'm starving,
so,
and I'm happy, and I'm in a great mood, and it just got a little bit better.
There you go. I mean, I'm used to the long live stream, so buckle up. They get a little hot, a little sweaty, a little tiring, but you chug through it because the content, baby. That's what you gotta do.
This is my first crack at the all-day marathon, and I have to say I'm enjoying it. It's got its ups and downs for sure. I feel really stiff in the calves, but we're weathering the storm with the boys right now.
That's good.
How
to
are
hear.
you, my man?
Yeah, no, I'm great. Appreciate you having me on. As always, Mike. Taylor, how are you? Hope you are doing fantastic. I'm excited. I saw you guys have on some illustrious guests already, so I'm humbled.
You were clowned for your height by Adam in the first guest.
Oh,
that
of course.
today.
I mean, hey, if that's gonna lock me in to make sure I'm on next year's roster, so be it.
I felt very uncomfortable as the fellow short king. My driver's license is 5'7", so I kind of had to jump immediately to bat for you. But yeah, using the Twitter bio cheat that I've been doing for everybody, you are a self-proclaimed Mets YouTuber. Tell us all about everything you do. You are even more so than Robbie, hooked on one team as part of your identity and are still crushing it. You really just hone it on the Mets. Tell us all about what you got going on your various platforms.
Yeah, I mean, for people that don't know me, yes, I'm a Mets fan, if you couldn't tell. I started Mets content right as Steve Cohen bought the Mets in fall of 2020. And then as we got really into December, I came out with my first video, and it was one of those things where I tell this story all the time, where I started making hockey content prior to that for a year, and it was doing well, all things NHL, but now I just have our New York Rangers podcast I actually just recorded before I came on here. But one thing is, I've always been a dire Mets fan, but I've never had interest in wanting to cover them unless the Wilpons were gone. So once Cohen came in, I'm like, okay, let's take advantage of this market. Let's ride this wave. And I did exactly that. And, thankfully saw growth right from the beginning, just talking about any and every trade and signing type rumor that was going on throughout the off season. With all this hype, Lindor happening definitely helped propel me. Trevor Bauer not coming here definitely helped propel me. So a lot of things thankfully worked in my favor in the end. And yeah, I've been doing the content now for a year and a half, I would say. And we're right around 16,000 subscribers, largest Mets platform on YouTube that is in the Mets or SNY. So I'm not complaining. There isn't a day that I don't wake up and I'm beyond grateful with what I do. It feels very surreal to me. But yeah, that really is me in a nutshell. Anything to everything New York Mets, I'm your guy.
Fico, how are you? I love the fit.
What up, gamers?
What's up,
Gonna
man?
join in the middle of an important discussion, but hello.
No, not that important. It's okay.
We got the 4 stack back. I gotta say, guys? I had high hopes for the fit, and you truly delivered. I love I don't know if I've ever publicly said it. I love the ski mask bit, no matter what anybody says about it. I will defend the ski mask.
A lot of people don't like it. I like it.
I defend the ski mask to no end. And the jean jacket is a nice touch too.
Yeah, dude, this jacket's sick. Look at this. Try not to stand up too much because I don't have pants on.
You're getting crushed by the green
screen.
Look
at that. Oh yeah. You can see it. You get the vibe. It has like palm trees.
I got my Mets denim jacket here. I just don't.
That's dope.
There you go.
That's sweet.
I knew you two were gonna bond when I put you together. but yeah, just going back to Tyler, you picked a pretty good year to go pretty good all in on the Mets this year because you're going full steam ahead this year. They're playing great ball. What would you say? Like, what's your mid-season Met evaluation?
Like grade for the team? Is that what you're asking?
You don't have to give it a grade. Just like, what's your like your ramblings of how you feel they're doing at this point in the year.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably test this. I'm just very happy. I think that's the best way of putting it. You know, they're over 20 games above 500 in their first year with Buck. I mean, if you would have told me that, look, if you remember what the Mets did in one offseason, it's almost impossible to address front office, complete coaching staff, and major glaring holes in your roster and do a complete 180 in 1 year. And somehow, some way, the Mets have managed to do that here through 90 games. So, I mean, to say I'm ecstatic is an understatement. I mean, they control their own destiny this year. They've been in first quite literally the entirety of the season, even when the Braves have simply been unbeatable until the Mets showed up in Atlanta a couple series ago. So I've been loving every second of the season so far, all the highs and lows, and the fact that they're doing what they're doing without Jacob deGrom, and Jake is finally coming back after the All-Star break. I mean, it just feels like things can only get better from here. So yeah, it's been a very exciting time to be a Mets fan. And I'm grateful for that.
I don't show it very often in my content, but the Mets are like a corruption to me. Like life stops sometimes when they're playing really well. And the thing about this year is like what kind of has fueled the Mets into an addiction that I really haven't had since I was like 9 is that like every 2 days they have this win that's like, oh my God, this is the best win of the season. Like they had the St. Louis game, the Philly comeback, both of those wins in the doubleheader against the Cubs. Like feels like every 5 minutes the Mets play this game. Like a weird one like the Seattle win was a really fun game. Like every couple days, the Marlin game, the Nimmo Tanner Scott game-winning error game, just every couple days practically there is some insane Met win, and I really don't know how to articulate that. Do you have any explanation for it as the resident Met professional expert of the group?
I don't know what else other than that they're the Amazons, you know, like I don't know, they're doing some magical stuff here. I think Buck just has enough words of wisdom, enough experience up his sleeve to kind of help propel the Mets in games where they would usually find themselves losing in years past.
Buck is like the most Buck was an addition that feels like it shouldn't have been that impactful, but that is like probably even more so than Max Scherzer, the most impactful thing they did the whole offseason. Like, and I said this when I invaded your stream in North Carolina, is like Buck was on Seinfeld 28 years ago. Like, this is such an insane. Let me pull it up for any non-believers. We'll show you how young Buck looks. Like, you ready for this, Mr. Fico? You want to see the Met manager of the New York Mets on Seinfeld? I'm getting the screen share ready.
I'm down.
I clicked off.
It's about the Mets, baby. It's all about the Mets. Love the Mets.
So this man with George
Mets.
Buck Showalter, he is the current manager of the New York Mets. And this is, look at this Seinfeldian camera quality. And there he still is with the Mets now.
My man's was in Seinfeld skits when Keith Hernandez was, like just after his career ended.
Oh, absolutely.
He's an old boy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it any other way. I did briefly touch on it. We've gone through this with everyone from the trip. You were a North Carolina trip goer. We actually stayed in the same, we slept in the same room for a couple days. Not a fan. So we really endured it for a night in the North Carolina Southern hospitality nighttime heat, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. What are your thoughts and reflections on that trip now that it's had time to sit in your brain for a month and a half?
Yeah, that was just such a blast. That was the first time for me personally as like a content creator experiencing something like that. Going out of I had never done a flight by myself or anything. So it was a whole whirlwind of like doing all these experiences at once for the first time, and to meet up with like a phenomenal group of people where we all have the same common interests, knowing that, yes, I'm a lunatic and I'm crazy as all hell, but there are people at least on my wavelength that understand what it means to be a content creator, that understand like what the process is that goes into doing what we do. It was really refreshing. It was awesome to network and just build all these relationships with you guys, Mike and Taylor especially, and Matt, of course, when he was there. It just was a phenomenal time, and it's definitely something that I hope that becomes a recurring theme and something that I cannot wait to do more and more of in, the years going forward. There wasn't one part of it where I wasn't enjoying myself other than those first 2 nights of sleeping without a fan. That was absolutely disgusting.
You had to go to Target and
what was the temperature? Like how hot was it?
It was just humid. was humid as it was rough.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
I went to Pittsburgh once, and I got off the plane. I think it was 95 with 90% humidity. It was like running into a wall. It was it about knocked me over. That was not fun.
Yeah, no, it's not fun. 100%.
We had Eric Sim on as a surprise guest today, and he was. And
I didn't even see. That's awesome.
Yeah, Sim popped in. I invited him, and he texted me during the show. He goes, "I can come on," and we had some openings. So I was like, I gave Sim the link, and Sim popped in earlier. Sick. But even so, like the point I was going to make was that like everyone about that trip has used the phrase "bigger and better" for the most part, and I really cannot wait for what we have in store next year. Like this year was, like Adam said it right then and there on the trip, proof of concept. We had a great time. We got to know each other. A lot of good moments with the boys. Next year we're coming to win.
Yeah, and we're coming to win, which means I'll be nothing more than a bench warmer, and that's fine. I'll throw the towels to you guys. I'll do whatever I need to do. Like I will make the most of that experience 100%, you know? Like, but yeah, just the thought of getting a hit at any of those games would be electric. So that's the bar that we have set right now.
I've consistently boasted that I got on base and I wasn't in the strikeouts montage. So I'm going to.
That is pretty sick.
I'm going to lean very heavily on that for the next year at least.
You're kind of a big deal, Mike.
I know. That's what they tell me.
Okay, let's calm down now. His head's getting too big.
Now, you are the expert of, like, better than anybody I know, of doing the post-game live stream. Like, I tune in every couple games to your post-game Met live stream. What about post-game do you think is the most fun part of streaming to you? What gave you, like, what about that whole experience really hooked you into doing it so frequently?
Well, I would say, like, influence, for instance, really came from two people. One is Knicks Fan TV. I know, May, you guys probably know who he is. He's like the top dog in the New York Knicks community, but they do post games after every game, and I'm like, I love the format in which they kind of do things, where they either have other people as special guests or they take callers. But there really aren't many people that do that for baseball because it's double the season. Lengthwise, it's not an easy thing to do. It's very short term in regards to content, how long the viewership will last. So you really need to hone in on really getting the most in like a 12 to 24 hour period of time. But then my buddy Derek, who is one of the best content creators out there for baseball for NYY recaps, this man's editing skills are off the charts, and he's just a phenomenal guy. He kind of helped give me inspiration, show the ropes on like how to properly format things and how to hone in on my niche audience. And yeah, I just loved it. Last year I did a lot of in-game live streams, which people still love. They get upset that I don't do them as much. I've only done a couple this year. But I've just noticed that I personally would rather do post-game reactions more, where I can take the time to have highlights that you saw just from the game, that you can have all the numbers, versus me trying to do my best Gary, Keith, and Ron impression for SNY with broadcasting when I'm a schmuck in comparison to them. I'd rather listen to them, focus on the game, and then discuss it after and share our reactions. After a big win, like the win against the Cardinals and win against the Phillies, I was right here. Perfect timing. We're all just freaking feels like a World Series win to us when we know it only matters for a 24-hour span. The biggest thing that I enjoy about it most is having hundreds upon thousands of fellow Mets and baseball fans to interact with after a win. It really doesn't feel any different than me getting on a call with buddies or something and be like, wow, that was a crazy win. Like, let's talk about it more. Let's just have fun with it. So that's kind of my viewpoint on it. And a lot of people have seemed to enjoy it at this point. I've done probably like at least 70 plus of them so far this season. And there's no stopping anytime soon. So it's been a lot of fun.
That's the best type of content too, when it's like genuine like that. It's like you'd be just shooting the shit with like a friend in Discord anyways. So might as well make a video out of it or something.
Exactly.
And people really latch on to stuff like that too, just because it's genuine. Like you can tell when someone really enjoys and is really about what they're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I try to hone in on. I'm not trying to be fake or anything of that nature. At the end of the day, I'm just a fan. That's literally it. I take pride in like the editing and how I have everything looking pretty visual wise, but that's the only difference from like myself with anyone else that I interact with, I would say. I mean, there's people that do the same thing that I do, and I appreciate all of them. I think it's great for the community. I think that now more than ever, the whole streaming space is so welcomed in today's society and social media that like this is the type of market that's just starting. I feel like this is the future of really in a lot of ways of covering sports.
It also helps that you're really good at it. Like we noticed when you were in the B&B in North Carolina, Matt pointed it out. You don't even like stutter or slip on your words for the most part. Like you're so like really good at like honing in on what you want to say. You're really like articulate when you're out there. And at the same time, the production quality is fantastic. Like I love your like the light changing of the clips is like a little thing on your post game streams. You know, talking about when you have like the light transition of like the various clips of the game. I love the look of that. Like you really have nailed, like for me, the post game aesthetic for like production value, your performance of it, and you really ride like a good game. When I'll pop in, it's like it really masters like the did you see that element of sports. And I think that that's something you've really got to really hammer down on well.
Oh, well, you're making me blush, Mike. Thank you. I mean, especially coming from you guys that are so phenomenal, especially with evergreen content. I mean, it definitely takes influences in a way. It's just something that is my current niche, but it's something that I've always admired. So seeing everything that you guys have done respectively has been an absolute blast. So like to have kind of that little of a taste in the sense of quality wise, while still focusing more on the short term, I think has been a nice balance, thankfully, to this point with what I've been doing.
Well, we appreciate the compliment. We do believe in the evergreen.
Yeah.
We all love the idea where a random video we made 2 years ago can still be interesting and appealing to someone and have like none of its information tarnished. Like it can still perform. Like we like that. Like something about like it's not the case with you. You do very well at preserving that, especially when you do like the instances you do a video are relatively evergreen, I would say, even for like combining topical stuff. The idea that yesterday's thing can be outdated tomorrow is something I really hate in content creation.
Yeah,
I think I said that exact thing to you on the trip.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. Like evergreen, for instance, it's like it really depends on the topic. Because like for me, like right now, for instance, like I made a video earlier today on a Juan Soto update. I made a video like 2 days ago on him, but like I know the algorithm. I know what's attracting everyone. So those videos will do really well, basically up until it's official that the Mets are not getting Juan Soto, or two that something else shuts down. So I have like right now, I would say like a week and a half period of that growth. Off-season content, same thing. I do a bunch of different ways of trade fits for the Mets, free agent signings for the Mets, like really like tiered like top 5 for each position and stuff. And those tend to do pretty well, and they grow for a little bit because you have a good amount of time to weeks to months on end until those players are picked up or something happens. But then you have your other videos that will only last as long as a day if I do a recap on the game. So it just varies. But yeah, there for my hockey channel especially, I've done like prospect lists, which I do intend to do for the Mets as well. Those blow up really well. Like I still get a lot of hits on like videos I did over 2 years ago regarding like the Minnesota Wild that you will not hear me talk about anymore because that's back when I was doing hockey like way early in content creation. But people just like that stuff, it just varies.
Absolutely. And both of you guys, you touched on Juan Soto. What are the superstitions we're bringing out? I want Storm and Tyler to answer this. What kind of superstition luck-based things are we bringing out to pull Soto to the team?
Ooh, I'll let Taylor go first.
You're not washing your socks till they make the trade? Like, what's the superstitious angle you're going to go for good luck?
I don't really know. Like, well, let me think. Define superstitious.
Like something that has no correlation to actually getting Juan Soto that you think will like you personally doing it. Like I'll give one for me. I picked up a habit from my dad, who I've talked about a little before. I think on this stream even. My dad has this thing back in the day when there was a guy on the market he really wanted the Mets to get. He would just carry their baseball card all the time. And like the big one with Johan, right? He had a Johan card in his pocket for probably 3 consecutive months or something like that. And I would do that, and for a little bit it evolved into making my phone lock screen the guy. But I don't really do that as much anymore. I don't really have Juan Soto baseball cards because I probably haven't gotten baseball cards since I was 11. But I need to find something like that. Like, for example, that's the route I was heading towards with that kind of question.
Well, that's a solid
Some sort of
idea.
seance.
I mean, putting them maybe get like a Photoshop of Soto on in a Padres jersey, put it on my lock screen. I could do that, but I mean, I've never really thought about doing stuff like that before because we never trade for anyone good. Maybe if I did last year, we would have gotten Scherzer. So
got to manifest.
But, yeah, I know. I mean, the most I do, I just kind of I just click like on rumors on Twitter. That's kind of my extent. But I could go with your idea. I'll take a picture of Soto. I'll put it on my lock screen. See what happens.
What about you, Tyler? You probably got something good in mind.
I'm viewing this from such a content creator aspect. So, like, for instance, I've talked about any and every player imaginable and their mother that could come to the Mets over the past 2 years, right? And only a very select few of those players have actually landed with the Mets, naturally, because I do prep work up the wazoo, far more than I probably should, just because I like to stay ahead. But I take, for example, let's talk Chris Bryant for a minute. I went so out of my way to have anything and everything about that man covered. And the scenario that he would land with the Mets, we're talking pre-made thumbnails. I even pre-made videos where I could just put in the text of his contract signing or, a trade, whatever it may be. Like, I went through like 10 different scenarios. I did everything to a T. I had different Photoshops that I personally made of him. I had everything, that was separate from the content that I already did. And that got me nowhere. I did the same thing with Trevor Bauer. It got me nowhere. So I think what I need to do now is to do as little prep work for a potential Soto deal as possible and hope that maybe by me being unprepared, that just the reverse happens or that actually goes in my favor. So that and not getting my hopes up. I always get my hopes up. I talk myself into shit way too much. So I think it's just the matter of really having the lowest expectations along with how is your prep work. I'd rather be completely caught off guard and have to like throw up the most random thumbnail last second to react to Juan Soto coming to the Mets. And I'm hoping that could be enough. That could be my type of superstition to dictate what his decision is, assuming that the Nats trade him before the offseason.
That would be incredible
You
too
said
if
they
you
can
made
everybody and their mother.
What's that?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I started talking and then the stream cut out and then I came back to you mid-sentence. So you finish first.
Yeah, you were like a second delayed. It was scary.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh, I was just gonna say that would be insane if you had a video just completely ready to go and you dropped like this fully edited video just on the day it happens. That would be like people would be like, "What the hell is going on?" But
Yeah,
I feel like something that would do really good.
Yeah, I've done that before. I literally still have a Trevor Bauer video saved, like in my archives somewhere. Not even
really?
Yeah. Thank God that didn't happen though. In retrospect.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said the phrase when the Mets try to acquire anybody and their mother. Do you think they can get Soto's mom in the trade package too?
While the mom's appealing, I would almost prefer his younger brother. Just because the Mets, it looked like that they were going to get his younger brother. I'm not sure if you remember. They seemed like that they were locked to get him, and of course the reporting was off. I guess I'm not surprised when it comes to acquiring a prospect that's 16 years of age. He goes from looking like he's going to go to the Mets this past offseason and now going to the Nationals because obviously Juan swayed him. So I'd probably take his brother, but his mother I'd have, right under. They're 1A, 1B.
So here's the thing that you touched on it. It's like the reason why you look at the international prospect list every year and maybe half of them in the top 10 even make the big leagues. It's almost like it's really tough to figure out if a 16-year-old is going to be really good.
I know, right? Who would have thought?
You also mentioned all the Photoshop stuff that you do. I want to take a second to thank you because you actually made this thumbnail and the North Carolina game thumbnail. So
let's go. Let's go. I don't know if my clapping's coming through, but let's go.
I hear it. There you go. Pleasure's all mine. My apologies for being so last minute with it. I hated that. But I'm glad that I got you in time.
I appreciate that you took care of us, though.
We
talked with Robbie that after this trip too, I feel like we became a lot more close knit. Like a lot of the guys who went there and the community
Yeah,
if you want to call it that, is like forming and becoming a lot stronger of people like this. And that's how it should be. Like I said this when he was here. Like, look at what we're doing here. I think that's kind of trying to continue that spirit and continue that feel. So absolutely, yeah. We did talk about the trip already, though, but obviously, is there anything that stood out to you that you didn't expect about that experience of actually stepping in against guys who are like legitimate baseball players?
I think just everything. I mean, you got it. Like for me, I have such little to zero baseball background. Like we're talking the last like any type of league ball I played was literally in T-ball. Like I haven't played anything since. I've been playing for fun since then with some friends, you know, family friends, things of that nature. But like that was easily the first time that I've had someone like legit throw off a mound for me in like my entire life. Like I'm not even exaggerating that. Like I did BP for the first time like a week prior to us going. I was like, okay, this is what we're doing. So the entire experience was just surreal because it was all new to me. Now I have good expectations though. Like now I feel like I have an edge on everything now. Like I know how I'm supposed to feel. I know that, you know, like what the approach is going to be. I know that regardless of how short I am, they're still going to pitch to me and hit my strike zone. Like these are things that, you know, you had to learn as you went. And, you know, thankfully I was able to do just that and come out with a great experience.
So yeah, absolutely. And like you said, like the lineup construction, did you at least take pride in what Adam was going for, leading you off?
Oh, absolutely. I honestly thought it was a brilliant idea. I really did. I'm like, you're talking about a guy that has a strike zone smaller than Altuve. I'm liking the chances. I got thrown a ball. Go. I think the first pitch was like a fastball for a ball, and then they threw me 3 straight strikes, and I think I struck out on a slider. I'm like, oh, okay. So like that's what the guy was pumping like literally 90 plus, and he threw no hitter this year too.
No,
the guy that was pitching. I just wish I swung. That was the only thing, because one pitch he gave me a perfect pitch to hit. Like I had no problem seeing it, and it was a lefty. I'm like, oh man, I really should. Like Adam didn't want me to swing, but in my head I was pissed off because that was literally the best pitch I got the entire trip. Like looking back, so. You know, for next year.
That's always the worst feeling too. When you see one, you're like, oh, that was so juicy. Like that was right there. Just I should have swung.
It was
actually the worst.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask about anything. I actually wanted to ask about going back to, you were saying this is the first time you've like even really hit a ball since T-ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've been practicing. I've been playing like BP, like for fun, like where we'll do a drill with a friend, where someone's just doing a simple underhand toss, and you have a kid in the outfield, infield. But yeah, I mean, actual like a legit pitcher. Yeah, this was the first time. Okay, yeah. So, how was that? How did that feel? Just actually getting a ball cooked by you and just going, whoa! It honestly wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I got to be honest. It was a whirlwind, but it was like, okay. Like, I get it. Like, I get it now. Like, and there were some pitches where I knew I didn't have a chance, but I don't know why. I mean, especially, like, the biggest worry was wearing one, and I know that, Mike, you ate that one so well when you took the off-speed pitch to, like, your back. But even thinking about that, I was just, like, trying my best not to worry about getting hit. If you get hit, you get hit. Just, like, see what he's going to give you. So, the experience of actually, you know, having the guy set up and, like, even if he only took me 40% seriously, that's 40% more than I'm accustomed to. So it was pretty. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, it was pretty neat. Yeah, it was cool.
Hey, if I was a fastball, not a slider I wore, we could have been having a different conversation.
I know.
Still, and plus, go
ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. You're good.
Just real quick, I was going to say, Fico's been talking up that he wants to go to a batting cage and work that into a video. I desperately need that now. I need the footage of you just raking them and doing all that stuff. Show Tyler up that you can take the full speed from a machine.
Oh Jesus! When I played high school ball, the fastest I saw was a guy who would throw like 95. Oh my God! You would see those coming, and you'd be like, okay, am I gonna die or am I gonna strike out? Which one's gonna happen first? It's like holy, because when you're used to guys that are throwing like 80, 85, 90 max. You see a guy that's pumping 95 in high school. You're as a freshman. You're like, I'm gonna die. If he misses, I'm not getting back up.
Exactly,
We
and
need
that's
to
the
lean
biggest
more
concern
into
when you're facing high school pitchers because they're just so erratic.
Yeah,
as it is.
yeah,
You know, like you have
exactly.
no clue. You have no clue.
Yeah.
It's a wild thing.
No
up there.
idea.
We need you to lean more.
I had a
into content.
dude. I had a game once where I got hit. So I got up to bat 5 times. I got hit 4 out of the 5 times.
Oh my god.
I mean, none of them hurt. He was only throwing like 75, 80, 85. So like I felt it, but it didn't like hurt. But yeah, I got hit 4 times in a row. That was like, what is going on?
I mean, you got to see BH's King of Getting Hit by Pitches Now video he did for us a couple months ago. That was fantastic. But
I gotta
oh my
watch that.
oh my god, you know what I just remembered, Tyler? When the puppets put you as their PFP.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
You want to tell that story real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I posted the photo, and then they're like, "Oh, like, did your mom take that?" Of course she did. I asked her to. So like, I don't understand what they were trying to throw at me. But then, yeah, like the day of the game, I'm in the bathroom at our Airbnb, and then one of you guys, I don't know which one, if it was Mike, Taylor, or Matt, they yell at me to check my phone, and I see that my PFP of like my stance is their photo. That was so funny. They kept it for like a whole day. I was like, that's actually pretty sick. Not even complaining.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, those guys seemed like they were really having a good time with it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now,
My bad,
Tyler,
Mike.
I won't keep you too much longer. I know you have amazing things to go for. You have Soto ramblings to get back to. But before
yeah,
you go,
for like 2 hours straight, literally.
I'll let you get on that. But before that, you do know we have the mandatory home run derby and World Series predictions.
Okay, well, I think the first question's rhetorical. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my boy Pete Alonso.
I knew that.
Biasedly or not. I mean, how can you not? Yeah. I mean, I am excited about I'm just excited to see if Pujols can handle like 4 swings without being gassed for a minute. So like that's gonna be really interesting. I mean, you're gonna have some legends in there. That's gonna be fun for the big boppers. Soto, that's really cool. Cunha. I just feel like Pete's got this in the bag for the sole purpose of he's already been here and done it twice already. He knows exactly what to do for everything. So I mean, I just think from a comfort level, he probably has everyone one-upped or close to. So I'm taking Alonso for the 3-peat. And then for World Series, I hate doing World Series because it feels like jinx. Biasedly, you know who I'm saying, but I don't want to say it. But unbiasedly, I'm going to go with the Astros. I think the Astros are still the Yanks' kryptonite. The fact that the Yanks, granted, I shouldn't even say that much. You know, they beat up on the Red Sox a lot lately, but I'm going to go Astros if I'm not going with my team. They to me are just, they are a powerhouse, and they have proven to me, playing against the Yanks, playing against the Mets, playing against like every top team this year, that, you know, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. It would not surprise me in the slightest if they have a deep run again this year.
Now, I don't fit in baseball because I don't believe in jinxes unless like the people involved can actually hear and be altered by you. So are you just saying that the Stros are going to win because you're afraid to put a non-existent hex on the Mets, or are you saying that with your thinking cap?
I think a little bit of both, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think it's a good balance of both.
Healthy dose of both.
Yeah, I really do not want to say something put in existence, because I will be the type, or if the bets do get to the promised land but fall short, I will view that as like, wow, that's my fault. I really had to say this.
I don't think like that.
On July, Mike, it's July 18th, 4:36 p.m. Eastern time, and I just ruined the Mets' chances of winning it all this year. That's what just happened.
Frank Fleming.
So I can't do it.
That is true. I mean,
see, these are the things you have to weigh.
very, very rational. I agree with everything.
Well, Tyler, I won't keep you any longer than I asked you for. I will say that. You have, as I said, Juan Soto ramblings to get back to. You have, I'm sure there's also, you got to get ready for the post home run derby Pete stream, win or lose.
True.
So you have a good bit about this thing called life to get back to before you jump right back on the flip side and host one of these things. Thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate you as always, brother. Any final words?
Thank you so much for having me on. I love that you guys have been doing this as like an all-day event. It's sick. I love the guests that you guys have had on so far and who you're going to have on. Again, definitely something that I'm looking forward to doing with you guys again, and either stream some type of content will be electric as always. I'll get back to my Soto talkings. I know that Taylor probably feels a little cocky. Is Buster Olney, who's every Mets fan's favorite reporter, cue my sarcasm, has picked the Padres as like the most likely landing spot at this point in time for Soto. So we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about all that type of rumor and nonsense. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Mike. Appreciate you. Fico, Taylor, always a pleasure. And I'll talk to you guys again soon, okay?
Hell yeah. Nice meeting you, my guy.
Nice meeting you too, brother. All right, peace out, guys.
All right. So I do want to throw this comment that I
And then
missed
they were
earlier,
three.
that if the Mets get Soto's mom, they have to keep Zach Wilson's mom out of the stadium. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
That was a good one. I just realized I messed up my name, so I think I'm going to leave real quick and join back with the correct name. So I will be right back.
Two names.
Yeah, but I should probably use the channel one since I'm on the channel. All right. I'll just join back real quick while you get the other guests set up.
We actually have the next 22 minutes open until Emily comes in, and then Mark will be the 5:30, and then we are going to, like, this is like a snap of the finger. We've been 4 hours and 39 minutes. The only thing that's really changed is my stomach and my calf soreness. Everything else has been exactly right here, and I would have it no other way. This has been a treat. Now he's back. Welcome back, sir.
I'd be stream on YouTube.
We'll let you sort your life out real quick.
Okie dokie. I guess now that we're here, I might as well do a room reveal. So give me just a second. It's room reveal time. All right, so I'm going to turn off the camera.
Now you don't have the sock puppet hat like me and Storm have.
No, I don't, which makes me sad. I didn't go to the game.
I talked when Dylan was here, baseball historian, that that like I feel bad that we're probably giving him severe FOMO, and you're the new FOMO victim for Trick Talk.
Oh yeah, no, the FOMO was intense. Although it's fine because I was at work all day, so I couldn't watch any of it.
I mean, me and my Family Guy water we're just fine with
Jesus Christ. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right, boys, room reveal.
There you go.
It's probably hard to see, but
just so everyone can see that.
This is my room, boys. Welcome to my crib. This is my crib. I got my homie in the background. He's just chilling, vibing. I think he's got a brick or something. And then I got my pet on the roof, and we're just kind of vibing. We're just kind of vibing, boys.
This is what we came here for.
True. Oh yeah, I had COVID recently, so I might be coughing a lot.
You also did put out our newest video yesterday on one of the weirdest...
We don't talk about that.
Okay, if you insist.
No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just kidding.
All right,
we can talk about it.
We talked about maybe the strangest incident regarding an umpire, like ever. Like, what are your thoughts putting that one together?
I liked doing the video. Like, I liked making it. I didn't necessarily expect the reception. Like, I figured there would be some pushback, but it seemed like a lot of people didn't like it, which is like, fair enough. But I in my opinion, I still think it was like, It's kind of an thing to do on his part.
I think it was just a lot of semantics on whether or not, like, where the authority comes in.
He was allowed. Yeah.
I think that even so, like, I think the argument you made was still compelling enough for what, like, the situation was. And that's baseball would like us to know that he thinks the ump was based. I don't know if you...
The ump was based.
I disagree.
Based and not cringe.
What do you think? I disagree personally with that comment.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this over DMs. I still think, like, people were arguing like, oh yeah, he's allowed to do that. That's the type of thing. I think, yeah, sure, he's allowed to do that. And a lot of people said he should have. I don't think he should have. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, sure, maybe he's allowed to, but that doesn't mean, he should have. type thing. So it's like, I don't know. I still think it was a weird situation, but yeah,
Weird
a lot
is
of people
putting it
disagree,
lightly.
which is fair enough.
I think we're just putting it lightly, personally.
Yeah.
But we can talk about, among other things, Nestor Cortez, who's on the All-Star roster. It is an All-Star celebration.
Dude, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped.
I don't think any single person in the world, even though we kind of in the video, if I remember correctly, you were like, there's a path where you can be an all-star. We didn't think that was going to really happen.
No, I mean, he's a good pitcher, so like he had the potential. Like he's good at the game, but yeah, I don't think we were expecting it to like actually happen, and I'm so glad it did because I love Nestor. He is my favorite boy.
Power to him. As a Mets fan, I'm thrilled to watch his starts, which for a successful New York Yankee is a compliment in and of itself. But I remember when you put that out, it was like, yeah, there's a path where he can be in the All-Star team. There's a universe where I could see that. But even so, we still had the very, like, even like it still is more just like a fun pipe dream of a thought, which I think I saw something that like Nestor had that as like one of his goals, but even so, manifesting it is still really awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty epic.
You know, is the room you're in like hot? Like, what's the weather like in this?
Yes,
pineapple.
It is about in this pineapple under the sea. It is currently, I think it's like 103.
Are you?
Oh, it's 9. No, wait, hold on.
Yellow and porous.
What'd you say?
Are you absorbent, yellow, and porous?
Yes, extremely. I absorb all of the chemicals.
Yep, that's what we're here for.
Yes. It's 98. 98 currently outside.
Is that the true weather? Like
inside.
Like no meme? Is that what? Because Blake.
Yeah, yesterday it was 103.
Yeah, Blake's from Cali too. We have 2 Cali boys on the stream right now.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What's the temperature where you are right now?
It's like, I would guess it's probably like mid to high 70s.
Really? That's crazy.
I mean, it's still decently humid, so that sucks. But
yeah, it never gets humid where I am. It's always just dry and hot.
Yeah, it's weird. It should be dry, but it's like humid. I mean, I am more towards the coast, so that's probably what it is.
Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Because you know
I'm more in the hills.
I had to ask because the pineapple is absolutely part of Los Angeles. You know, like when I look at pineapples under the sea, I'm like, oh, that's LA. So I just had to speculate.
I got the palm trees. I got the palm trees and the seagulls. So I mean,
your fit and your pineapple home is as Cali as it gets. So I kind of had to ask.
Perfect. What is my credit score? 7.
There you have it. 7
million.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, I'm rich. I'm rich as hell. Rich as shit.
Adam Gase once said that to a reporter, I think.
I think I saw that clip.
Doing the Jet video, the 2020 Jet video was January of 21, and it feels like I made that like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, time flies and it goes slow all at the same time.
What
is my favorite team? The baseball. Mr. And That's Baseball asked what my favorite team is. The Giants, because I live in California, specifically near San Francisco-ish. So I'm required. So yeah.
There we go. Padres fan, a quote Giants fan, but you're probably just more of a anarchy fan. And I'm a Met fan wearing an Albuquerque Isotopes hat and a humongous Melonheads jersey. There's our little rundown here.
A jersey looks pretty tasty. What about you, Storm?
I feel so like Storm. Did yours ever come?
Yeah, it came the day I went on my flight to go to North Carolina. Like that was the problem. Like because it was Memorial Day weekend, so it was an extra day of me not being able to get the jersey. So if it wasn't a holiday weekend, I would have got it the day before. But you know, that's life.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels weird. Like, it was so, like, we talked about it even before the event when we kind of figured out this was a possibility. It was so on brand that not all of us had uniforms. Like, I think it made the whole creators playing real baseball players thing, like, hit a little more. Is that Matt didn't get his. He ordered his, like, way too late, though, and he'll even admit that. You didn't get yours, and RBT didn't get his. RBT had, like, the athletic shirt and the Sharpie. You did, like, the white tee, if I remember correctly, with, like, the red sleeves. And Matt actually, like, went on Photoshop and kind of attempted to make one on his own, which was a really admirable go about committing to the event there.
Does he have like does he have the stuff to make shirts, like the vinyl?
I don't remember. He was just like, I checked up with him like 2 or 3 days before, and I was like, dude, do you have your uniform? Because that was like becoming a concern for me. I think I got it the Friday and I left on the Tuesday, if memory serves. So like it was cutting close enough that I was like, dude, I don't think I'm gonna get mine. And I ordered it like pretty early on, like at least like over a month before the game, like much more than a month, like probably 5-6 weeks, if I had to guess. And Matt was like, like when he ordered his like 3-4 weeks after I did, and I'm like, dude, you're probably not getting yours if mine's barely showing up now. So then he went out and he was like, I'll just make one, and then it looked fine. Like obviously it looks different than the quote real ones like this, like when you watch the footage. Like it still looks like a competent is probably too mean of a word, but like it was a competently made jersey.
I mean, that seems like a fair word. I mean, if you're trying to remake something that's made by like a company, you're just doing it yourself. I'd say competent is pretty not too disrespectful.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be like a demeaning word because like I'm here. We've been here for 4 hours and 49 minutes. Like maybe I'm a little cranky, but like I'm never anybody or anything.
Yeah, this has been going on for a minute. When are we going to again? Like 6? I forgot
6.
the schedule.
We have 2 more guests, one at 5, one at 5:30. Mark was going to be in this slot, but then Mark had to move around to 5:30. So we're going to wrap up.
I saw that in the chat earlier.
Maybe have a very brief goodbye splurge between you and I, or Storm. You're more than welcome to stay. I think you said you were going to take off in a little bit. I'm glad I got your prediction then for that reason, because obviously that is a mandatory thing of the stream. And I think I know who Emily and Mark are both going to say, considering their teams have also both been said for predictions. And then I got to give mine as the very last one, as I promised. I've stalled on that for 4.5 hours, more than that. So I'll finally bust it out at the very end. I love how you're phasing through the SpongeBob chair. Where'd you go?
But if I do it right, sometimes I can just go, damn it. It's not working right now, but sometimes if I just lean straight back, I can completely disappear. Like I'm falling into the ether.
You got to lean more into the fact that you played and faced 95 in the videos. Like, I remember we talked last night about a player that you could do next. Like, I suggested one for you, and you loved it. And like, we need more, like, you tapping into that experience of your life as like a resource for the content too. Like, I mentioned that you have
like actually playing baseball.
Yeah, and like also like seeing stuff with that and having those experiences that like I never saw 95. I tapped out when I was like a freshman in high school. Before that, I was playing until I managed to go in and get drilled by a slider, which is something as I promised, I'm going to go for the rest of the year. Base in that game and stealing second with the GoPro on.
How'd that feel, by the way?
It got like, here's the thing that they don't tell you. It feels worse as time passes. Like I also wore fastball when I was taking some live ABs just to get ready, so I took live ABs against a buddy of mine who pitched D1 a couple of years ago because I didn't want my first time back in the box to be against that. So I did want to get a little bit of prep in, and I did face that, right? And I wore a fastball to the shoulder, and for about a week, that was just a weld right there, right? And in the moment, it's like, that's not so bad. Like,
big ass weld.
Slider. In the moment, it was like, oh, that's not so bad. And then 10 minutes later, you're like, oh my God, this is really stiff. And then 2 days later, you're like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I can't move.
Yeah, dude, I had a. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I took a few shots. The biggest ones were probably I got hit directly in the front of my ankle, or the front of my shin, like directly on the front of it. I got nailed with a. I think it was my freshman year when I hadn't played in like 3 years. I either missed a cutoff throw or I missed an actual fly ball, and it hit me right in the. Or no, that was the second one. So the first time I got hit with a pitch straight into my ankle, or maybe I was catching or something. I can't remember the details, but I got hit directly in the front of my leg, on my shin, and then the second one was I missed a fly ball like bad, and then it also hit the same exact spot, and that hurt so bad, getting hit in the same spot at like 70 at least. That was not. Oh my god, dude! It swelled up, and it was like, oh, I could barely walk for a week.
I'm showing you guys a
sucked.
baseball reference page right now of a guy named Mark Lemke. Why am I showing it to you? Any guesses?
Cause he look funny.
No, I don't think he looks very funny. Well, I am showing
No,
you
I
this.
just think that picture's funny.
So Mark Lemke played for
Looks like he's
11
so
years.
sad.
He never got hit by a pitch
What the hell? Really?
as a position player, right? He never. How
That's
do you
crazy.
go, like? Even pitchers will get nailed once in a while, but like Mark Lemke, I saw a tweet. This dude, he played 11 years and he never got hit by a pitch. I just thought that was a fun one to share. Right now, let me stop.
That is insane.
I know,
I'm
right?
gonna see if there's anyone else that did that. I'm gonna check right now.
There's got to be a few, right? I mean, like with how many people have played baseball over the many years, there's got to be at least one.
I remember when the last year that the 20,000th player made their debut, I saw some tweet. It was like, oh, you know baseball? Name all 20,000 players.
Oh, you're a baseball fan? Name every player ever. Yeah,
You know what we
didn't
could
think
do?
so.
We could make a stream where we just have people and their job is we give them an hour, write a list of as many players as you can. Whoever has the most unique players wins. Like people, like
That'd
guys
be
that no
kind of
one else
cool, yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you gotta do
because most of the people would just like take just a list of baseball players. They just get all those, but it's like how many unique ones can they find?
I'm saying, like guys that no one else has on their list. Like we have to make.
Yeah,
We'll do
yeah,
a thing where
exactly.
we look at players. It's sent in, and we need to see who has the most guys that no one else had. Naming is like just naming baseball players.
Most
We're gonna do
original
that
name.
for the stream.
That'd be pretty funny.
And this is the kind of ideas you get when my brain's been doing this for 5 hours. So it could be
Yeah, a
terrible
lot.
idea, but like I kind of
A lot of people. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was like, it could be a terrible idea because it's the product of me being here for almost 5 hours. But like even so,
Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing about like streaming especially is like people think it's just the easiest. It's like, oh, you just go in front of a camera and talk to people, which like, yeah, if you do that for a job, yeah, it's easier than other things, but it still takes a lot of effort to get in front of like a bunch of people and just be entertaining constantly for hours. Like trying to keep people engaged and just constantly talking, trying not to have any lulls in the conversation for 6 hours it's not easy. That is not just a super easy thing to do.
that's why I
It's
got
draining.
You guys are wearing the store with me, and why we got all the guests. Like that's why I'm gonna stick it out. Like because we're this far, I'm not gonna go get food. Like I was anticipating asking you guys to like, hey, can you give me 5 minutes to go like heat something up? But like we're this far deep, I'm just gonna wear it, and I'm gonna devour like the biggest lunch dinner combination after we get off. But like for now,
That'll be dope.
I'm gonna be the trooper here for sure, 100%.
Oh hell yeah.
Going back to that hit by pitch thing, Lemke is the only person to play over 1,000 games and not get hit by a pitch. Like the only position.
That's
player.
insane.
Like how?
That is insane. That is crazy.
You didn't get hit by one lefty slider that missed. or anything like that?
He's just a gamer. He's a gaming gamer.
I wonder if he ever once got like hit, but the umpire said he didn't get hit, like one of those like ones that it hits.
Oh
the
yeah,
knob
just
of the
didn't
knob of
call
the
it.
bat, but,
Yeah,
like,
something like that.
or something.
Like, nope, we got to
Just,
keep
like,
the streak
skims
going.
his shirt. Yeah,
That's a
skims his
butterfly
shirt or
effect,
something.
but there's no way Mark Lemke's like I'm not gonna find highlights of him. So
Baseball is everything pointed out. What if he just never stood in the box? Like Bill Madlock, what we talked about yesterday.
True. He just always left the box, and the umpire called him strike 3 every time.
Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, you're just lounging in the SpongeBob chair.
Mm-hmm. Here, I'll switch rooms real quick. Let me head over to my
I
other room.
think I know what you're gonna do. I'll tell you if I get
What?
it right.
All right, I
you-
guarantee you
I know
won't.
what you're doing.
I don't think you will, but
And that means I'm not.
all right.
Well, we got room. The anticipation.
Gotta look for something. It's gonna take a little
Also,
bit.
separately, I want to thank all the producers who donated some beats for us to use as the background mix. I want to thank David Halo. I want to thank Solemn. I
Oh
want
yeah.
to thank ND donated with his producer. So I want to thank those artists who made this possible.
Yeah, shouts out.
Or the anticipation is just building for this room right now.
It's not gonna be worth it. I promise you. It will not be worth it whatsoever. It's just gonna be another background. All right.
That is what I thought it was gonna be.
You know what's so funny too? I looked up backgrounds, and you had said that earlier, and then I was like, Mike likes Family Guy, and he thinks it's going to be something. I think he thinks it's going to be Family Guy, and I saw Family Guy. It is now Family Guy.
That is exactly.
So that was just.
And saying I like Family Guy, like, I'm not the biggest Family Guy aficionado by any means, but I think Family Guy is underrated in a sense because I think their most clever jokes. Someone said this in a tweet and in a video. Their most clever jokes are the PG ones. Can you make a funny?
Got my fam in the
joke?
background.
You want to make a funny PG joke now that I full screened you?
What do I want to make a funny PG joke?
Yeah, you're full screen, so it's.
So a guy walks into a bar, and then he had segs.
It's not really PG, but all right. Well, joining us now is our 5 o'clock guest. I want to thank her for coming out. Emily, welcome to the stream.
Hey guys, what's going on? Thanks for having me.
You saved us from
I was the only
ourselves.
one clapping.
That's the biggest achievement that we got.
Yeah, it's just been
something
evolving
we've
this
been
entire time.
Something we've been doing first and foremost is I start the first question by judging everyone based on their Twitter bio, right? And yours starts with 3 very simple words that are the reasons that I think that we started to kind of know each other in the first place. Alex Rodriguez, historian. You want to tell us about anything about how that came to be, whether it's self-proclaimed or not, the A-Rod love affair we got going on?
Well, I mean, growing up, listen, first of all, I'm a bit of a bandwagon Yankees fan because I was like 11 years old in 1998 when they were really, really good. And that's when I jumped on the bandwagon. Before that, I was a Ken Griffey Jr. fan, which made me a bit of a Mariners fan. And that's right when A-Rod came onto the scene, and he was just unbelievably hot to my, 8-year-old eyes. And I've loved him ever since. And it was tough being an A-Rod fan growing up. It got obviously exponentially tougher around 2009, February-ish. So I've been probably next to his mother and maybe his kids, his biggest fan over the years. And I found myself always in a position of defending him no matter what the topic was involving him. So I used to have A-Rod Defender in there, and then I graduated myself to historian because I realized, holy shit, I know way more about this guy than I probably should, and anyone should. So I think at this point I'm just a historian.
I love how you touched on how hot he was, because that was something I actually pointed out people like very commonly thinking when I did so I did a video for anyone who missed it on pre-Texas A-Rod, like just kind of when he was the Anakin Skywalker of the prequels, someone pointed out.
That's a great analogy.
Someone pointed that out in the comments, and I did that video, and I was like there were I saw news segments doing research of people before the internet, asking him to go to prom with them, which is just something else entirely. When this is the promposal thing kind of really kicked off, I'm gonna guesstimate 9-10 years ago, and we're talking 1997 for A-Rod, which is not 9 to 10 years ago anymore, as much as it pains me to think about as a kid who grew up in the 2000s.
He was adorable. Oh my god.
So
low key, I mean high key, but still is. Even though now he's got those veneers, but he's still kind of cute in my eyes. Maybe because I'm the historian.
Give us a fun fact. Just right off the dome.
Oh man. Fun fact about A-Rod. Shoot. I mean, there aren't that many fun facts. He's not that fun of a guy. I don't know if you guys have realized.
Damn, he's just the hot guy.
Yeah, I mean, his fun facts: 696 home runs. He hit 300 plus of them for the New York Yankees. Won 3 MVPs. I mean, his fun facts are boring facts because he's a bit of a. As much as people want to get him in for being a villain, he's a nerd. There's nothing non-baseball about him. You know what I mean? He's just that guy that was walking around the clubhouse with an iPad being want to talk about swings, everybody? And they're like, no, dude, we just played for 3 hours. There's nothing fun about him at all. That's probably the fun fact.
I think a baseball boy.
The one that sticks out to me is just it's, I'd say, fairly well known at this point. He was on Shark Tank is the weird one that I always point to. It's that's such a weird
fun fact.
Collision of
why him?
Yeah, I mean, he always tries to brand himself as this business tycoon now, which is very interesting. He'll make YouTube videos. I remember there was one why Warren Buffett is my mentor or something or something like that. That kind of whole Andrew Tate aesthetic he's going for at the same time now.
I will say that when he got his signing bonus in Seattle, he bought an apartment for he and his mom because he was only 18. He bought a watch and then he invested the rest of it into real estate. So that's been something that he's been building his wealth. And he made $500 million as a baseball player just on contracts alone. But he's been cultivating his wealth via real estate since he was literally a teenager. I mean, he was privileged enough to be able to get that kind of seed money to do it. Not trying to say that every teenager can, but that's something that I always thought was kind of interesting about him.
Smart lad, though. That's smart.
Shaq blew his entire draft signing bonus in an
hour. Yep.
Meanwhile, A-Rod is out becoming a Shark Tank investor with it. Even so, the thing that
dumb inventions.
The thing that really sticks out to me too about that is everyone here is older than when he was playing for the most part, or coming up. Around I'm 22 and he was already a 9-WAR player at 20. So there's a slight mixture of where did I go wrong, but at the same time, it's just fun to.
Your biggest mistake was not being born with elite talent like that. With world-class pinpoint talent.
We haven't even touched on the fact that you are an incredible podcast host.
Thank you.
Would you mind taking a second to introducing yourself, to what you do, the kind of creator you are? Give us a little bit of background about who we got here.
Sure. I basically just started amplifying my opinion. I started talking about baseball on Facebook, and all my friends were like, why are you talking about baseball on Facebook? This is Twitter. And I was like, okay, fine, I guess I'll just go to Twitter. So then I found this whole community, and I realized that people people cared about what I said, whether they agreed with me or they wanted to argue with me or they just were paying attention to the things I was saying. And my fiance, who's also our producer of the podcast is Breaking Balls. He was really encouraging me to do a podcast, but I was a little nervous. And then during the pandemic, like during the lockdown in early 2020, it was like, what the hell else are we going to do? We ordered a microphone and we started Breaking Balls, and we haven't looked back. It's been the kind of content that we create is just, I mean, it's very Yankees and Mets centric because I'm a Yankees fan. My co-host John, who's also my cousin, is a Mets fan. So we try to touch on other teams, but the content we create is just, we're funny. Like, I'm not going to pat us on the back, but like, we're just funny people. We've always been saying that the two of us wanted to create some sort of comedy, whether we were going to write comedy together and this just turned out to be the thing that stuck, and just a place where if anyone listening is considering doing anything in content creation, but you're afraid that no one's going to listen or no one's going to watch or whatever, my advice is to go for it. I was really afraid and I didn't think I was creative at all. I knew I was funny, but I didn't think that I had any level of this kind of creativity in me. And it's because I'd never really tapped into it. And I am so glad that I did. It's been the best. I mean, it's opened me up to a world like this. I never would be sitting here talking to you guys about any of this if I didn't just go for it.
That's the biggest thing too, is a lot of that's one of the biggest questions like creators will get is like, how do I start making videos, or how do I start making a podcast? It's like, if you haven't done anything yet, then that's the first step. Just do it. Like if you start doing it, if you started actually making content stuff for a while, then yeah, other creators can give you specific tips, but those specific tips aren't going to help if you haven't done anything yet. Like you have to at least do it first, and then you can get the information that's actually helpful later once you've actually done it. But you have to start. The best way to start is start. Like that's what it really comes down to. I mean,
it is the best advice.
And just to piggyback too, I like to think that we're funny. We have a guy sitting on our stream in Peter Griffin's living room. Just want to put that. So I like to think that we got a little bit of humor to us. The kind of some we love keeping it light, but also giving you your fair dose of insight and a good story. So yeah. And speaking of insight and good stories, you're not getting away with leaving this comment in the shadows. I want Emily's thoughts on this theory from Mr. Fico in his living room that A-Rod works for the How feasible?
I mean, listen.
Hey, I was just replying to someone, all right?
Listen, he was on Shark Tank, so I'm not going to put anything past this guy, okay? He could work for the Cambodian government for all I know, because A-Rod is just after a good investment and a good photo op. So if he thinks that that's something that's going to get him on a headline above J-Lo and Ben Affleck's wedding, he's going to do it. So this might be the weekend that he does something crazy, because that's taken over headlines in the entertainment world now. So what better than to join the Cambodian government, I suppose. Aren't you hot in that ski mask all day, by the way?
Yes, I am. Oh, you meant like heat? Yeah, it is very warm. Yeah,
both.
Not A-Rod levels, but you know.
Well, I mean, who is?
Him, but you just don't know it.
Yeah, it actually is A-Rod, undercover boss style.
Yeah, it's me, A-Rod. I've been judging all of your designs for whatever the hell you're making.
A-Rod also owns the Minnesota Timberwolves, if memory serves. That's another
and the Lynx.
Like you'd never see that one coming, unless you really think about it. But yeah,
and it's just it's really weird because now obviously I have his tweets on notification just for all the times he says dumb things or posts stupid pictures, and I get inundated with Timberwolves stuff, and it's just very weird. And to be honest, I was really nervous about the idea of him owning the Mets, just because people are waiting for this guy to mess up and to trip up. So I knew that it was going to be a nightmare with him. So I'm glad that he is owning a team that the baseball world just doesn't give a shit about. You know what I mean? Who cares? He's owning the basketball team. No one cares about that team or the league. So whatever.
People are going to care about you buying the Mets more too, and your competition is worth $15 billion and is he can objectively do pretty much whatever he wants with that organization. Also, like the thing about
Exactly.
Steve Cohen that no one talks about, Steve Cohen is also a die-hard, lifelong Met fan. So like, it's not like rich guy owns the team. It's one step further. It's insanely rich fan of the team owns it. Yeah. So like, he also like he gets it. He's like like the most credit I'll give him is that he really does have, I think, the right idea of what he's even doing. He just happens to have the resources to pull it off. So like, he really does. He really is just like if some insane fan actually had like the Wall Street net worth to pull it off, which I think is, he would have spent $45 million. He would have spent Steve Ballmer's net worth.
I mean, even just the
a weird one too in hindsight.
Even just like the fact that they DFA'd Cano was something that most teams, and not even just the Wilpons, like the former regime, literally most teams would never do, because they're thinking, hey, we got to pay this guy X amount of money. We're going to give him the at-bats because we're already paying him. Whereas he didn't really care. He said, listen, it was a baseball first decision. That is something that we don't really see in the league all that often. I'm not trying to pat a billionaire on the back, like F him and many like him, but I will give him that much, that he did do a baseball decision, and I do feel good for Mets fans after seeing him suffer for many, many years.
I think Arthur Blank is like up there for best owner in sports. Steve Cohen in the past year and a half is probably in like 1A, 1B with him, was kind of my thinking. But you, like, as a Yankee fan, at what point do you take the Mets seriously yet, like this year, or are you still in the like lol Mets Yankee fan headspace of how the Mets operate?
I mean, yeah, I think that you have to. I mean, at this point, if you're still trying to LOL Mets them, that you are looking foolish and in denial as like another fan. That it's, what have they done this year that's been LOL Mets? Right? Like, they've been in first place for just as long as the Yankees have been in first place. They were able to beat the Braves last week when they could have lost the division right before the All-Star break, and they didn't. And at where I think they weren't they in Atlanta, and they still were able to hold on to the lead. Like, at this point, what's LOL about them? LOL, they may end up going further than the Yankees. LOL Mets, right? Like, that's really where we're at here. So I'm a bad Yankees fan to ask, because I've never been like a Mets hater. I'm like the only Yankee fan in my entire family. Everyone else is Mets fans. I enjoyed the 2015 run of the Mets into the World Series. Like, I will LOL Mets just because it's really funny to sometimes, but I'm not like a Mets hater by any means. So I think that moniker has to drop, at least until they give us a reason to laugh at them again.
No longer an L ratio.
Yeah.
I actually have to go pee real quick. I am so sorry, but I'm going to
leave
go.
the room.
How dare you?
Leave the image of Peter
sorry.
Griffin's room. Don't turn that off.
Leave the room. All right, here. Let me just try to sneak away.
Just fade into that background.
That's exactly, like, this is what we're here for. I want nothing. I love that the chair is facing in and out. Like, I'm gonna full screen.
That was really funny.
This is awesome. I love chairs. This is what you're going to see for a second. Yeah, the Subway Series is going to be very tense this year, I feel like. Like, there is almost no outcome where even the fan bases of the winning teams are going to be that happy. Like, I feel like when it happens, it's like a week and a half from now, it is going to be the most tense, almost miserable 2 games for I would say, more than half. Like, even like fans of the Yankees, even it could be in a world where they win both games, and there will still be Yankee fans who are miserable over the outcome of the Subway Series.
Yeah, I mean, if the Yankees don't beat every opponent by at least 10 runs, and if the pitching staff doesn't shut out the other team, people are going to complain. That's basically what it boils down to, and what I've realized this year, where the team has given us very little to complain about. I mean, I don't know what sports market you guys all live in, but if you live around here and you're listening to New York sports radio, they are really grasping at straws for things to bitch about on a daily basis. Like, they're complaining about the most ridiculous things because there's just nothing. So, yeah, you're right. If the Yankees don't beat them by a run differential of like 40 runs in 2 games, then it's going to be the end of the season. The Mets are better than the Yankees. How can Hal do this? What is he going to do to right this? Blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely, yeah. And like coming off that Red Sox series, which we were talking to Robbie about as a Red Sox guy when he was here, like the last 2 games, could they have gone any better for the Yankees? Like name me one thing they could have done better in the last 2 games.
You can't.
Strike Rafael Devers out one more time for show.
Right, exactly. You can't. And even the series before it, like, I know that it's tough to see like big picture when you're a fan, and it's frustrating because you want them to win every game, even though that's not realistic. But this team has earned the luxury of not having to manage every single game like it's a do or die game, even against a rival like the Red Sox. Like when the game started to get a little out of control, that Sunday night game, Boone punted, because why wouldn't he? They have a huge lead, and there's no chance that this game is going to mean anything in the grand scheme. So why is he going to overtax the bullpen, which then everyone would complain about come October if the bullpen is gassed? They would complain about Boone overusing the bullpen during times like these. So like, it just goes back to, you can't please fans, especially New York fans. They're just going to complain about everything.
I went to a Yankee game at the Trop in late, I think it was the first game was the Cole start, right? And just seeing that team like in off my own 2 eyes, like Clay Holmes is disgusting. Like that whole lineup, every single guy there can really take you deep at any second of the game. It's like playing the Warriors, like in basketball. Like they're gonna score and they're gonna hold you, and the game can change in 2 seconds. It was such a crazy thing to see in person when I wasn't documenting the guy watching Breaking Bad in the seat next to me.
It's so funny to think that someone traveled, because all we hear about is like what a pain in the ass it is to get to that stadium, and I agree with that, it is. But like to think that someone like went through with it, traveled there just to watch like Netflix on their phone while they're sitting there, like why did he even go?
Yeah, dude, I saw him talking about that. I was like, bro, why?
You might want to change the background. I don't want that exposed that I'm keeping you in there.
Well, thankfully, actually, Mike didn't put me in this one this time. I actually, on the way to the bathroom, I ran into a police officer, and yeah, I called him a bad word, and he got mad.
Yeah, we don't condone that.
We don't condone police officers?
No, we don't. Something you mentioned to Emily is that, so I'm going to see if I remember this correctly. You said your cousin is your co-host and your fiance is your producer, correct?
Yes.
Now, what is that like, having to manage all those relationships and crank a product out?
It's actually really easy for me, just like basically because my cousin and I have always been really close. So it's not like we just started this and then started like getting close over the course of the podcast. So we are very similar in our personality, and my fiance is my fiance. So when you're engaged to somebody, there's very little new things to like find out, even when it comes to like working with them. He's already living with them at this point. So like it's pretty easy, and also because I am the way that I am and both of them are aware of that. So that really, you should ask them what it's like, because it's probably more difficult to work with me than I think it is to work with them. If I'm being.
Can you pull them on for the next 9 minutes?
Yeah, let's get them on.
But it's awesome.
Get their opinion.
Really lucky.
I was going to say, putting together the SRS team when I first started that 5 years ago, I would never have remotely considered having it all be family. So like the fact that you've pulled off doing the whole show and having things run as smoothly with it being mostly a family affair is, I think, a testament to how well that works, because I could never see the whole family business sports show model being something I would ever attempt.
I think what really helps is not only is my fiance, he does radio production professionally, but also because my cousin he's a professional musician. So like they're used to collaborating. Like that's, I think, would be the biggest roadblock, is if you're trying to get people involved who have as little experience in something like this as I do, then that's where you can find clashes, because no one really knows what they're doing, but everyone is trying to like take the lead, and they want their ideas and they want their this or that to be the thing that everyone does. Where in this case, I'm able to take Daniel's lead, or I'm able to take advice from John, and more importantly, both John and I are able to take our advice from Daniel, who's the production, who's in charge of the production. So I think that having them both work in those fields makes it work.
That's a big thing too, is like when you do collabs, especially, is some people will have like, oh no, this needs to be done this way, or they'll have this like really specific thing that they like, that's how they imagine it. But that, like, it's a collaboration. Like, the point of it is that you go back and forth and you help each other do this one thing. So it's like there has to be give and take. It can't just be, oh no, it's my way or the highway type thing. So yeah, I
certainly try. Don't get me wrong. I certainly will try to make it that way, but it doesn't always work out.
So you said he works in radio?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
he
pretty cool.
does radio production for a radio station in Sacramento, California.
Oh, really? Oh,
and
that's
he
really
does
cool. Which station?
What's the station? 105.3?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rhythm 105.9. Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've listened to that before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's just started doing it a few years ago. He was on the radio for a while out on Long Island.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I've listened to that station a few times, so that's really cool.
Funny.
Yeah.
Are you guys all from California?
No, just two of us. Just the two of us.
I'm New York to Jersey to Florida. So.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, no California, no West Coast in there for me.
No,
but because we have a Yankee fan and a member of our team who put the world onto Nestor Cortez, can we dedicate a minute to talking about the funkiest, most lovable lefty on the American League roster? What about, like, as a Yankee fan seeing that? Like, I already picked Mr. Fico's brain about it about half an hour ago. But as a Yankee fan seeing Nestor kind of balloon into, like, oh my God, he's probably pitching better than Cole this year, which probably no one saw coming. What are your thoughts on that whole scene that we've getting this year?
I mean, it's been incredible. Like, the best part about it is that it legitimized his performance last year. Because last year was sort of like, oh, like, he's going to come back down to earth. This was just lightning in a bottle. And then when he was able to continue it this year, I mean, it all speaks to Matt Blake, right? Like, I'm a huge Matt Blake stan, that pitchers are able to come here and just be so successful under his tutelage. And I think that there's a lot to be said for that. And that is a huge reason why the Yankees are in a position that they are in. And Nestor is just, you love when you get that sort of production out of guys that you're not expecting that production out of. And I don't like to lean too heavy into like, oh, he's only costing them X amount, because I'm definitely a pro player. So I hate the idea of like getting less from more or vice versa. But that is what it is, right? That you're getting basically like $36 million worth of a player out of someone who's probably making league minimum. And that's the kind of things that will catapult the team to a championship, is just guys playing out of their minds.
Nestor's great. I love Nestor.
Nestor is fucking great. Ooh, sorry, can I curse? I already
Absolutely.
did, sorry.
And we talked about like right before you popped in, how in Fico's Nestor video, we talked like, I think he said something like, yeah, there's a universe where he could be on the All-Star team, but everyone except probably Nestor was just like, oh, that's a nice, fun pipe dream. But then he comes at, like, we knew him as when you worked on the video. Well, he's the funny dude who does the cool leg kicks and has the turtle. But then this year, it's like, wow, Nestor is shoving. We love this. It's amazing. We're not discrediting it by any means, but this is like you just love it, and it's so easy to get. Like I said, I'm a Met fan. The Mets have corrupted kind of a lot of my life, but even I can be fully on board with, I'm going to watch Nestor every 5 days.
He's like a John Everyman kind of pitcher, you know, like just someone that you never heard of. And even if these are his only 2 seasons, it's like going to go down in Yankee lore for a long time, because it's just this guy that came out of nowhere.
He's emblematic of the Yankees too the last couple of years. Like how when I think of the Yankees since like 2019, I think of guys that like you've never really thought of, and just imagining them having success. Like, he's probably not the best person to pick performance-wise, but like Mike Ford comes to mind as like the first guy, as like they just find these dudes who like you would never really see as being like that inherently valuable, and they're going out and they're getting huge hits and huge punch outs. Like here they had Cameron Maben, Mike Talkman on the pitching side, like Lucas Luque, like all those kind of guys. Like you have this great hodgepodge of underdogs and scrappy guys you've never heard of coming together. And they're taking the New York Yankees to first place.
It is pretty incredible.
It really is.
And it's been so long since like the Yankees had a team like this. It seems like, I know for other fans, it's like, shut the hell up, Yankees fan. Your team never dips below 500. But like of this magnitude, that it's easy to forget, like the teams, the super teams of the late 90s, early 2000s, that there were plenty of guys that that didn't do anything before, didn't do anything after, but they were able to come together for that moment in time and just be a player that they didn't even probably think that they were entering the season, because you can't just win on the backs of like 3 or 4 megastars. And I know people think that you can, but it's just not possible. Team, every man has to have his shot in the sport. So you can't have 5 holes in the lineup, or you can't have 3 starting pitchers that are garbage. Like everyone has to be able to step up. And that's why the postseason and stuff is such a crapshoot, because you don't know who that's going to be. And hopefully for this year, fingers crossed, it's the Yankees, and they keep on keeping on the way that they are.
Yeah, a team is still a team at the end of the day. I mean,
right.
Speaking of
I think it was Paul Weaver
said
that like a sport, because every man has to have a shot. You can't just put the bat in the hands of the best player when you need it.
We do have, I have to ask, speaking of crapshoots, before you go, everyone has mandatory home run derby and All-Star and World Series predictions. So I need that for you before we let you get back to your life.
Home run derby, I think I'm going to give it to, I think Schwarber. Maybe that's a cop-out because he's the 1 seed, but I think that he's been mashing lately. I think that he's going to win. A World Series, the Yankees.
Yeah,
I think it's the World Series to lose.
Write that down.
I do have them all written down on a little notepad here, just so you know, Mr. Fico.
But I would love to see Alonso win a 3rd one. That would be sick.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming out. Any final words?
Thanks so much for having me.
People, any final words you got?
Yeah, you can find me at my personal is at MSheDoesIt, and where the podcast is Breaking Balls, it's at Break Balls Pod. We release an episode every Thursday or Friday or Saturday-ish. And if you enjoyed any of this, you'll definitely enjoy the podcast. So check it out. And guys, thank you so much for having me. This is great.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
Joining us now is our last but certainly not least guest. I would say, in terms of identifying someone with a team, Tyler is probably number 1 in my head with Mets, but this guy is not far behind, and it is with the same team. Last but certainly not least, please welcome GiraffeNeckMarc.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Let's go. No one else is clapping still, guys.
All right, I'll clap. I mean, we are 5 hours and 30 minutes deep. If I'm not clapping right away, I promise you it is nothing personal to anybody.
It's a marathon stream right here.
Oh, and we would have it no other way. It's been a thrill, and we are honored to have you for the last leg here. How you doing?
Hell yeah.
Doing well. Back at my parents' house,
brother.
which is a little bit of a different setup for those of you who are usually watching my videos, but this is where it all started. It's good to be back.
It did stick out like a sore thumb, I have to admit, as someone who has seen their share of it.
The couch with a carpet and bags and stuff is a little different than the baseballs and helmets behind me normally.
Absolutely. And the jersey setup too behind you, the framed jerseys, that is sorely missed as well. So the thing that we've been doing to cheat for the first question of everybody is I judge you from your Twitter bio and come up with a question from that. Yours, put simply, MLB content creator. Can you tell us a little bit about what GiraffeNeckMarc is, your background as a creator, what you do, all that sort of thing?
Yeah, I like to think I am a very much like opinion channel. So basically everything that I do is going to be my opinion. I'm not just going to straight up tell you stats. I'm going to tell you also what I think. A lot of rankings, a lot of, reacting. I think that's something that people have really been drawn to with my content, is just me essentially saying what I think, which is really nice because I love talking about what I think with what's going on with baseball. So just talking anything baseball, draft
trade rumors, trade deadline, rankings, tier lists, whatever it is, I'll be talking about it.
Hey, we wouldn't have it any other way either. Everyone's got to fill that void. And as far as baseball goes, I think that you're probably, at the very least, the most successful at it on YouTube right now. And because I'm not going to say you left Tim Anderson a little too low in the shortstop. I'm not going to say I agree with you all the time. I specifically called it out in the video. So
that's your guy, right?
Right. It's a little knife twister right there, but yes, you are the home for the right mix of you are very articulate with it, with like when the rankings and stuff like that. But it is strictly what goes on in your head, and I think that striking that balance on your channel has been excellent.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's something that I like, that I'm able to differentiate myself from, even you guys who do a lot of storytelling, or Foolish, who does like his super, super deep dives into really niche stuff. It's nice to be able to just kind of say what's on top of my mind and that people care about what I have to say. It's pretty cool.
You also have the tremendous honor recently. You are now the host of the official New York Mets podcast.
Yeah.
Which
Let's
is
go.
A tremendous phrase and probably an even more tremendous honor. You care to speak on that? I'm sure you care to speak on that, but
yeah,
it's on that.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I started the podcast with my co-host James about a year ago, basically when the season started last year. I was like, you know what? We're good friends. We're Mets fans. Let's just start a podcast. I've never done a podcast. This is a good way for me to get comfortable with it. I know that everyone loves them, so let's try it and let's talk about the Mets, since that's what we know best. And we're just going to treat it as if, we're hanging out, having a beer and talking with each other like we normally would. And luckily within a year, the Mets came knocking and we're like, hey, we want you guys to be the official podcast of the team, which of course we're like, deal. Sure, the Mets want to work with us, and we get access to players and can go to all the games, get to go on the field before the game. It is about as close to being, on the New York Mets as I think I could possibly ever get. And it's pretty insane to sign a contract with the Mets, which is something I never thought I'd be able to say.
That's so sick.
Just saying the phrase, I signed a contract with the Mets. Like, you sound like you're Max Scherzer.
Right? Dude, listen, me and Max Scherzer have both signed a contract with the Mets in the last calendar year. So, I mean,
I'm not this is what's happening Max Scherzer, but
I'm sure I bring as much value to the team as Scherzer does through my podcasting.
Definitely. Absolutely.
We've asked every single person who's been here from that trip. You obviously were a part of the North Carolina experience that we took on. And the question I've asked everyone that's been there that I have to ask you, now that experience has kind of sat for a little bit in the head, it's probably over a month and a half ago now. What are your reflecting thoughts on everything we did up there?
Can't wait for next year. I'm so amped to get out there and play again. Like, I've watched my at bat way more than I probably should, especially against I think his name's Trey Cooper, who's like been tearing up the summer league. He's been cash for the sock puppets, and I'm like, man, I got a foul tip. I got to put the ball in play a little bit more next year. Like, I got my one ground ball, it was okay, but I got to try and get a hit. Like, the competitor in me came back out, and I hadn't played any sort of competitive baseball game in 6-7 years, and it got the itch completely back for me to just get back out on the field and start playing again.
Everyone said that, which is crazy. Like, and even like we had Sim as a surprise guest early on. He was like, yeah, like I can't wait to do like I got it. Like, and Adam came in the chat. He's like, Sim's got to hit a tank next year. Like, I love how everyone's standard is significantly higher. I feel like the crazy one because I'm like, let's mess around and win is like my thoughts for next year.
Yeah, I mean,
let's win the whole game.
Winning might be tough. Maybe if we recruit some more guys, maybe there's some other guys who maybe have a little more baseball experience too. Maybe we'll have a better chance. I'll take it down one step. Let's score a run. I'll go for a run being scored.
See, I said this when Adam was here.
Now that is a goal.
When Adam was here, I pointed out, if you really think about it, we had a shot. We had a runner on second and Sim up. A base hit to left field. We have a run. We are winning the game if that happens.
Yeah, that was literally our best opportunity, and it was like, so close. And it's
we could go with like the new age strategy of like building like a deep bullpen, so to make sure the other team doesn't score at all, and maybe we can like, I don't know, we can hit like a suicide squeeze to walk off or something like that.
Listen, I think we get baseball quotes another year in the pen working on his stuff. I think we got a little bit of a deeper rotation than we had originally thought, especially with Adam pitching so well against the Disco Turkeys.
Yeah.
I forgot about that until Adam pointed out that Corey won the home run derby against the real players. Like,
Yeah,
we had
which is crazy.
I don't want to say we had a little more talent than you'd think, but we had a little more talent than you'd think if we did that.
Definitely. I was surprised at how competitive we were, relatively speaking.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Like, in the same way, like, we lost 13-0 and we're saying that, like, for the first
Yeah, because
game.
I mean, at one point it was 5-0 and it was like, we're just losing. We're not getting the shit kicked out of us.
Yeah, I think we had.
we're just losing.
I think
Such
we had
a funny
thing on run.
Yeah, no, it was good. I enjoyed it. It was so much fun. I can't wait for next year. It's gonna be awesome again.
Absolutely. And I said when Dylan, baseball historian's here, I said it when Fico is here already. I feel bad that we are probably giving these guys insane FOMO because it was just such.
Oh yeah.
It was just we're going to talk about this experience for the next 50 years. It was just that, hands down. And what we really need is Trey Cooper to be someone too. Hey, we all got destroyed by Trey Cooper. We need that. No pressure, kid. But
I had a foul tip against this guy when he's carving
Absolutely.
up, college hitters next year.
Or the kid who drilled me with the slider. I need him to be like Jacob deGrom. And I say I got on base against that chump.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, so
took one for the team, baby.
Absolutely. And you are we already touched on it, big Met guy. And what is your mid-season review for where the Mets are at right now?
Very happy, very happy. I'm not saying that this would be if the season ended like this and just 20 games above 500, just kind of floating around. I still want to win the entire thing, but I think I'm really happy with where we're at, and I do expect that the Mets are going to make some moves at the deadline, get better, and still be fighting to be one of the best teams in baseball, which I think they're definitely in the conversation right now. So that's all I've ever wanted as a Mets fan, is to just be relatively close.
Considering Steve Cohen put a lot of money into the stick thing, a left-handed reliever is probably worth 1/100th of what that thing was paid for.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, the development department and the analytics and the entire team, it seems like the Mets are just starting to get smart, which is really cool. So we'll be able to find another Aaron Loop type guy, I'm sure, and he'll be great for us. I mean, relievers are a dime a dozen.
Mm-hmm. And when Tyler was here, we all talked about the Juan Soto possibility. How superstitious are you gonna get? What kind of little tricks are you gonna pull out to try to manifest it a little bit?
I mean, I'll put the spoon under the pillow. I think that's the big one. I think that's what we did for snow days up here in New Jersey. Was if it's gonna snow overnight, you throw the spoon under the pillow, and hopefully when you wake up in the morning, you don't have school. But yeah, I mean, realistically, I think it's a less than 10% chance he ends up actually getting traded this deadline. I think it's more likely that in the offseason he gets moved, to which I think the Mets actually have a pretty decent package they can put together.
I think if it's in the offseason, they really are the front runners. But I'm of the belief that it takes at least one all-star caliber player on your roster already. For the Mets, Jeff McNeil sounds like a guy who could be going. You could say something like, "Oh, why do they need Jeff McNeil? They're not going to compete." Gee, maybe if they have all these guys, including Jeff McNeil, they expedite the rebuild by 3 years. I heard that if they want San Diego, Storm's going to have to close his ears. I heard that they're feeling nutty enough that they want Tatis in that trade.
Yeah, I mean, good luck with that. I don't think Tatis is going anywhere. Although,
absolutely not.
With the injuries, I would consider.
That's what I'm saying. The Nationals know they have the greatest trade chip of all time. They're going to milk it and play chicken.
Until the Angels trade Ohtani, then that's the greatest trade chip of all time.
That's a good point. I think that Soto, think about their level of control too. Soto, you're getting 3 years probably, something like that. At least 2, maybe 3 years of a 23-year-old star in his prime who has a 140 OPS plus. You can get essentially whatever you want, which is what I think is a king's ransom in the farm, and already guys for the Mets, I'll just name McNeil types, Tyler McGill, David Peterson, guys in the big leagues. You're probably parting with if you're getting a top 3 potentially player in baseball is 23.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably only one player right now that you don't trade for Juan Soto, and it's probably Julio Rodriguez. But I think pretty much everybody else in baseball, relatively, is available for the right trade, I think.
I wonder how true that is, because it's like you're going to see guys who both prospect and star hug, and like money hug with that stuff too. So like you do point out, like, that's a testament to Soto that pretty much no one is someone that you're going to trade for him. Like, you named Julio Rodriguez. Ohtani's on that list, but it would be hilarious if they like, hey, you want our guy that we don't really have a fit for? You want our guy we don't really have a fit for? And then they kind of make it, and that's what they do. But I think that's the best compliment of the entire day for Soto is what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, this is like his down year, and he has like a 900 OPS and still getting on base 40% of the time and still has 20 plus or 20 home runs, whatever it is. Like, I would love for a down year for a guy in the Mets to be the best hitter on the Mets. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
And like, you're the ranking guy. Would you still rank him like as highly as we did preseason, even with all this and all the guys?
Yeah, Juan Soto's still a top 5. He's still top 5 in my head. I think once you're inside the top 5, like outside the number 1 and 2 spot, I think it's relatively like, fluid. Like 3, 4, 5 is basically the same. It just comes down to personal preference. So I think he's in that 3, 4, 5 range because I still go Trout, Ohtani 1, 2.
And then like this year, you kind of can't ignore Judge.
No, he's sick.
So like, obviously that changes very quickly. Like, no offense to the guy, but just to put you in headspace, like Christian Yelich was the 1A, not that long ago. So these things really do move like clockwork. So the fact that we're even saying like it moved fast enough, they're like, oh, maybe Soto's not top whatever anymore just because he only has a 140 whatever OPS plus.
Yeah, so bad. What a terrible year.
He only has that.
It's only 40% better than the rest of the league.
Only. He's so bad now. You fell
I'm a
off.
fan of your 4th new background, by the way, Mr. Fico.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
That's a deep.
I'm a fan of.
right
I
there.
said this when you came in. I'm such a fan of this aesthetic. Like, even like the jean jacket, the hat. Like, I love when you throw this in the videos, and that's like your little thing. I do not care what anybody says.
Oh, my aesthetic. Oh.
Yes, your aesthetic.
Thank you. I try, kind of.
Everybody has. I will die for that aesthetic. Yeah, Mark, you've also been doing this a good while. This whole YouTube thing. So, what got the ball rolling for you? I do know that you did other things before this niche, so I'm going to say twofold. Like, what got you started as a creator, and what got you started on the specific, like, little headspace you're in now with it?
Yeah. I mean, I actually started my YouTube, I feel like everybody has a channel when you're like a kid, but that doesn't count to me because that was just like me and my friends would like take a phone that happened to have internet and upload like a video once every 6 months. But I would really say first time I started doing YouTube was in high school. I think I was like a freshman or sophomore. I was a big FIFA guy. I loved FIFA. Baseball was always my favorite sport, never a doubt in that, but there was no real scene. And what was hot on YouTube at the time was KSI. His FIFA videos were awesome. So he was really the first YouTuber I remember like actively subscribing to, actively watching. And then I became like really involved in the FIFA community, uploaded those videos pretty much up until like my freshman year of college. Not consistently, kind of whenever I wanted and whenever I felt like it. But just being able to make those videos and even get like a crappy non-HD capture card and be able to take video games I was playing and then editing them and talking over it, and there would be a couple hundred people that watched it. As soon as that started, I was like, man, this is really cool. And then once I got to college, I phased out of the FIFA stuff, started playing MLB The Show because I saw, hey, this is a decent baseball community. I started on Twitch originally, and then because of my YouTube knowledge, I was like, I'm going to also upload to YouTube. And that was my way to get kind of back into baseball in the sense of I wasn't playing it anymore, and I still needed that outlet to be able to be around baseball people. And this was the way for me to do it. The plan was always to end up doing what I'm doing now, which is talk about real baseball. But back in 2014-15, you couldn't talk about real baseball on YouTube. The copyright was incredibly hard to avoid. If you did anything that had any sort of Major League Baseball licensing on it, you basically got hit with something. And there was nobody that was interested. So this was my way to kind of build my baseball community, was through MLB The Show. And then once that game pissed me off, I was like, all right, screw it. I got to make a big decision at some point. I think real baseball is what I care the most about and will have the most fun doing. And luckily enough, I've been able to make it my job, which is crazy still to this day.
Yeah,
so
you-
even back then in like 2015, sorry, Mike.
No, you go.
I just wanted to ask, like, even back in like 2015, 2016, the copyright was like, it was like really crazy for like baseball stuff.
It was horrendously bad. The only I would
Really?
really like, my channel took off in 2019. It took off the 2019 Major League Baseball season, and I had kind of been doing baseball content, strictly just baseball. No MLB The Show for about 6 months at that point, and I had sprinkled some real baseball stuff in with MLB The Show in 18, but I couldn't put a clip, I couldn't put a highlight, I couldn't put anything, regardless of what it was, even if you zoomed it and cut it and chopped it, like it got hit. They were vultures, and luckily
that's crazy.
Luckily, that's not the case anymore. Baseball really got smart. It was
Yeah.
like, oh hey, people talking about our sport for free that we don't pay, we'll let you go.
It takes companies so long to get with it sometimes.
Your drop,
Yeah.
2014, 15. I knew you were an OG on YouTube. I had no idea it was that long in the scene for you here.
I'm like one of the first MLB The Show content creators that like really existed. There was like a group of like 5 or 6 of us, and relatively like not many of them are still around to this day, but it is cool to see like the guys that were around at the beginning. Even a guy like Cougs, who's very big in MLB The Show. I know he was uploading a little bit, came in a little bit after, but like he's one of the original guys too, which is sick that, you know, a lot of us have now made it into something that's actually real.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to throw up
Hell yeah.
a question that will annoy the most people here, which is there a chance the Dodgers get Soto?
Probably the best chance, honestly. If anybody can get Juan Soto, it's the Dodgers. They have the sickest farm system and the best players, and they can do whatever they want because they're the Dodgers. So yeah,
I'm gonna stop being a baseball fan if they get him. Like,
Oh,
they took Scherzer last season, and
hello, baseball geek.
take Soto. Oh my god, I'd be so done.
I feel like they have the most to get it done in season. Like, I think out of the season, like, I think if the Mets are willing to part with one of these fringy all-star types, they probably could do it out of the season. Like, you're not trading one of these guys in the big leagues in season if you're the Mets, because Mets have such a good rapport. I do weirdly think the Dodgers would be more inclined to deal a May or a Lux or someone like that, regardless of time. So I think right at this second, they probably have the best chance. But the longer it goes, I think the other teams kind of tip the scales a little bit.
I can get behind that.
Absolutely. So, draft was last night, started. I know you pay attention to it. What would you say for the draft, that whole, like, I feel like the draft is becoming a lot different than it ever used to be, a lot more accepted. I think this year was also one of the most interesting. What would you say is your overview of how the MLB draft works now? It's different, and what it's like in its current state.
Yeah, so I got into the MLB draft in 2020 because of COVID, because it was the only baseball that I could physically talk about. And I was like, wow, I so desperately need content right now. Let me talk about the MLB draft, because this is baseball. And it shockingly did well. And I think because of the lack of baseball, this actually got people interested in the draft more than they ever had been, because it was your only option. And once you start getting into it, outside of like the dumb bonus pool and slot money stuff, which is like ridiculous, I think the MLB draft is really cool because you do get these really like young players along with a mix of like 22-year-old college athletes who are very proven, and you have to determine whether or not they're more valuable than the guy that actually has been able to do it at a higher level. And you get to follow these guys' careers. I think it's a little bit different than the NBA and NFL, of course, because those guys get drafted and immediately can become stars. But it's really cool to see, a team like, let's just say the Orioles draft a guy like Adley Rutschman a few years ago, number 1, see his journey through the minors. And then when he does get called up, it's like the hype is there. This is who they've been waiting for. So I think people are starting to realize that the MLB draft is a cool event. I still think there's, a few changes and improvements that they can make to it, but it's definitely way more exciting than I think anybody expected it to be at this time.
I touched on it in the college baseball video, and you just did too. I think the biggest hindrance on the MLB draft is just how far away everyone is. Like, these are some 17, 18-year-old kids. Like, when I talked about that for college baseball, you hit the nail on the head. Like, when Zion Williamson gets drafted, he could be on the All-Star team in 6 months. When even for how good Jackson Holliday is, you are probably not seeing him for 3 years.
Yeah,
like,
at least.
That is the. I was being fairly aggressive for a high school kid. I'm just saying, just to put it into perspective like that, where you can get in football. You have, I don't know, Justin Herbert, and he's like a top 7 to 10 quarterback in 2-3 weeks practically. Once the season starts, that's not how it works in baseball.
I mean, like even take a guy like Max Scherzer. It took a long time for him to even figure it out. And like
Byron Buxton was the most the most non-Bryce Harper heralded amateur prospect of this generation. And he's kind of, if you want to say just now putting it together, and he was drafted like 8-9 years ago at least.
Yeah, it's the draft is really intricate, and I think it's like really intense. I think there's like a bit of a barrier to get into the MLB draft, but I think whenever people do actually put time and like think about it and look at it, it does seem like everyone who does like watch it and take it in enjoys it and starts to like. I was never a big prospect guy, and this made me a big prospect guy because it's kind of like a game. You could be like, oh, I like this guy. Here's why. I hope he works out. No, it's kind of fun.
Did you have a guy you most believed in as like the number one prospect this year?
My guy at number one was Drew Jones. Like most people, I think he's just a generational type talent. My big one that I think a lot of people liked, but he ended up falling, was Cam Collier. I really like him as a player. He was number 4 on my board, and he dropped to 17. Obviously, who am I? What does it mean? But I really I like the whole makeup of him along with his actual ability and age. He's a fun player if the Reds are actually able to sign him.
I think for me personally, I got extremely annoyed. I was watching the ESPN broadcast, and they kept referring to Termarr Johnson as the slot pick because I think I would have taken him anyway. I think he's like the best high school hit tool I've like maybe ever seen. If you're comfortable with a second baseman who can hit 15 home runs a year, probably it's 325. There is no passing that kid up. Great makeup, great personality, very smart guy if you hear him talk. I thought that I was like kind of pissed off when I was like, oh, you take Termarr Johnson if you want to save money. I was like, no, this is a major league all-star shortstop or second baseman.
Yeah, like, Termarr, it was really nice to see him when he got drafted, how like appreciative and how like humbled he was that he was taken and like now got to live his dream. It was really cool to see. And yeah, like calling someone like him under slot, it's like, it's not really disrespectful, but like you said, in the same thing, like this is a bona fide stud, especially at the plate. The dude rakes.
And similarly, I'll give you, not to discredit Drew Jones, I think Elijah Green has the highest ceiling of those outfielders.
I agree. I think his ceiling's crazy high. He just also has like a crater floor where it could just be like he just never really figures it out. But it depends. Like philosophy in drafting is also really cool because you get some teams like the Brewers and the Rays who look at their like very specific things that they want. They don't care where they're taking you. You're their guy. They'll take you there. Or you get like, okay, I want the highest ceiling possible, even if it's boom or bust. A guy like Elijah Green or maybe even like Justin Crawford, and teams will, pick those guys. I think that's another really cool part of the draft as well.
If you're a GM, what do you do between those two things?
I am a ceiling guy. I personally don't care about floor. I care about floor as we go later into the draft because I think that's like when you can kind of find some good value. But in the first round, I want those guys who can be the difference makers. I want those guys who are going to be future all-stars for years and years to come. I don't particularly want a guy who's going to be like a safe back-end starter, relief arm at worst. I want studs.
But yeah, for those two guys, for me, Termarr and Elijah Green are the two that I think are the most likely to be just like impacts in 3-5 years, even as high school guys. Like I could see those guys being 21-year-old big leaguers with how far along they already are.
Yeah, especially with Tamar's hit. Yeah.
Like if Termarr he was very confident, I give him credit for being like, yeah, O'Neal Cruz is the Pirates shortstop. I think I'm the next shortstop. Like I love the confidence. No matter where that kid plays, I think he hits though.
Yeah.
And hit tool is what gets you. Hitters hit. So those guys stick around. But flipping it, staying on the draft though, as a Met guy, did it like feel weird when Kumar went 3 after that whole saga last year? Like, does that have any interest? Like your Met fandom have any connection to that in your head at all, or what?
So like I liked Kumar. I wanted him to be on the Mets last year, but when he wouldn't take a physical, I understand why the Mets didn't want to pay him. I'm not going to pay someone who will not prove to me that they're healthy. And then we ended up finding out they did get some procedure I think done later on. I wish the best for the guy. Go be fantastic. He went to the Rangers. He didn't go to the Yankees. He didn't go to the Braves. He didn't go to the Phillies. He didn't go to the Nationals, the Marlins. Anybody that's going to hurt us. Go be the best pitcher you can possibly be in Texas. I'm happy with the guys that we got because of, the picks that we now got from not signing him, and Kevin Parada and Jet Williams.
I think too, like you said, teams have their guys that they want. they had to have known 6 months ago they were doing that, because no one, and I mean no one, other than the people in that war room or probably ownership of the team, saw that coming.
They had a sick draft. They got Kumar at 3 under slot value. I think they saved like $2.5 million, they were saying. And then they took that money, and it looks like they're going to give it to Brock Porter, who was my top ranked pitcher in the entire draft, in the 4th round, because he was a guy who dropped because people thought you were going to have to overpay him. Like they're playing chess. That's such a sick move.
Mm-hmm.
Big brain.
Absolutely. One more North Carolina question I have to sneak in just for my own personal fulfillment. Do you have any guilt for 7-0ing me in air hockey?
Absolutely not. I played to win, and that was tough to watch. I got to imagine, but when I play air hockey, I don't play to lose. And once we started like getting into like a little mini tournament, I'm like, there's no chance I'm letting this game get close. Like,
no shot.
I'm knocking them out, and we're going to the next round.
The thing that most floored me of that is I don't think I played poorly. I just thought that was like the most, like, it was the best 7-0 performance I think in the history of air hockey for the loser. Because like I knew that it was just like you had that magic when there was this one shot I took when it was 6-0 and you block it like putting it down and it's like 3/4 in the thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm not landing anything today. Like it is what it is.
Yeah, my cousins had air hockey tables and stuff, and I had one in my basement growing up that my cousin gave me. So I was like, any chance I can play, that's my game. I love air hockey. You play me in pool, play me in some other stuff. You got foosball. I have no idea how to play that game, but air hockey, nobody's touching me.
We talked
challenge
about
the wrong person, Mike.
We talked about it when Robbie was here. That whole last night, either Robbie or Tyler. That whole last night at the barcade. That was such like. I'm very glad no one had cameras and film because everyone had, like I said, it like no one did anything like illegal, but everyone kind of had something stupid happen that they were involved in. Like when Robbie hit Corey in the nuts in air hockey, when Tree spilled his soda on me when I was on the floor laughing. Like everyone had something they were at least like tangentially tied to. I'm very glad there's no video evidence of it.
If we're back in that same spot in North Carolina, definitely we'll be stopping at that barcade again.
100%. We're going with more people next year because we're getting a 40-man roster's worth of guys, it sounds like.
Yeah. Drinks and video games, I'm in.
Oh, we're doing like absolutely running it back. But really quick, I think I know your answer to both, so you can stroke it all you want for these answers, but you know where I'm going. The Home Run Derby and the World Series. I think it's a foregone conclusion with you, but do the honors.
I'm a new man. I know the powers my words hold. So, that being said, my pick for the Home Run Derby will not be who you think it is. I'm going to go with Julio Rodriguez.
No way.
Yeah, I won't do that. I won't
win for anyone I thought I was having today.
I won't do that to Pete. I said it in my prediction video. I actually predicted Kyle Schwarber to win. I do think he's probably the best guy in this. I mean, he's the betting favorite right now. I like Julio's value. I think he's like plus 800 and he's fun. Julio's my guy, so I'm going to pick Julio, but I'm rooting for Pete. I'm happy to lose that one. I'm rooting for Pete. And then World Series, as you can imagine, who my team's going to be. It's going to be the Houston Astros. I think the Astros are going to be the World Series champions this year. They beat the Mets so handedly, and obviously the Mets are the favorite in the National League, so until we can beat the Astros, I don't know. That team's really good, and I expect them to get better.
I saw Mike shake his head.
You got something to say, Mike? Predictions at the very end. Where it's 6, I'll do it. I had exactly what I thought you were going to have. We have a 3-peat and the New York Mets winning the World Series. And that's with the thinking cap.
Yeah, well, listen, we know that's what I actually think. But I've said the Mets are going to win the World Series so many times, and they've had historically bad years during those times where it's like, I know that I run my mouth a lot. Maybe that's why there's been some bad luck. This year, I picked the Blue Jays to win the World Series, I think, this year, or go up against the Dodgers, and the Blue Jays stink this year. Well, relatively. They've been disappointing. So I know the powers that I hold. I'm not going to do that to my team.
All right, well, I'm very surprised that out of the predictions here, I was the one who had the double Met. And you
the homer pick.
I can't believe that. And I'm the
Keep
one
you on
who's
your
with all the
toes.
Mets fans we had. I mean,
my branding is far less tied to the Mets than yours, and I'm the one who double Met picked. I can't believe that.
I'm the clickbait king. Everyone thought I was going to pick the Mets, and I made you click. I made you ask the question still and get interested, but I gave you a different answer, which made you go, what? What is he doing? This isn't Mark. That's not what he does.
switched
Well,
it
Mark-
up on him though, bait and switch.
Thank you so much for coming out. I really
man.
appreciate getting the chance to pick your brain here. Are there any final words you'd like to give the audience here? Whoever stuck around these 6 hours and 2 minutes that's still here.
Yeah, shout out to you guys for being the real warriors out there, sticking around for 6 hours. I streamed for
Seriously?
streamed for 3 hours the other day, and I'm like, I'm so tired. I don't want to do this anymore.
I'm done.
There's a brick
But,
in my
yeah.
right now. I won't lie to you.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But Home Run Derby's on a little bit, so I'm sure everyone will enjoy
And
that.
Better Call Saul is tonight. That's also what I'm super stoked about.
I just finished the last season on Netflix that's on there, so I'm waiting for the one that's currently on to get on there. Great show. Big Breaking Bad fan.
I will openly say I think this season has surpassed Breaking Bad quality. You are in for a good show.
Can't wait
when it hits Netflix.
A lot of people think that. Yeah, that's really common.
I'm excited. Can't wait.
Well, thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, man.
I won't
Peace
keep
out,
you
guys.
hostage any longer. All right, so we are pretty much at the very end of this thing, which is a testament to, I think, our willpower and our ability to push through and be strong, committed humans. Fico, I didn't get your predictions, though, so before I give a closing spiel, Home Run Derby and World Series predictions from SRS Fico.
I think Buster Posey's gonna take it. Yeah, he's gonna take it all. He's gonna get 30 million home runs, and the Giants are gonna win the World Series. And you can't change my mind. So yeah.
There we go. Well, Foolish Baseball also said that the Giants were a real dark horse contender. So you're not alone, weirdly, in the Giants.
They're gonna get it, boy. They're gonna get it. I'm telling you.
Listen, the only thing I can say right now to those who are still here, both on the screen and in the chat, is thank you. This was a marathon. I want to thank everyone who stuck around this whole thing. I know that asking a lot of viewership at the end of this was a lot. I want to thank Storm for sticking around for a huge chunk of this thing. I want to thank you, Fico, for coming on and co-hosting. I want to thank...
I was on for 2 hours.
I want to thank the producers who fed the beats. I want to thank every single guest. I want to thank every single viewer. I really appreciate that we were able to do this, put on a little spectacle. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this. Now, I do have to apologize. I am starving, I need to pee, and my legs hurt. So that is as good of a segue as to say goodbye as I think I
And
can.
just before you go, though, everyone, thank you to SRS Mike. He did this for we're at 6 hours, 5 minutes. He's been planning this for much longer than that. And now that it's all come to fruition, I don't know the word. Now that it's all come to a head, everyone give it up for SRS Mike. He put in the work for this one. We appreciate everything you do, especially for the channel and just us as creators. Mike, you're a real gamer.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. And do either of you have any final words before I click the dreaded end broadcast button?
Storm, you got anything to say?
Not for myself, but I've noticed that you haven't given your predictions yet, Mike.
Yeah, I did just now.
Oh yeah. Wait,
I
did you?
said Heat and the Mets. What I expected more.
Oh, you intertwined it with the
Alonso, three-peat, P-E-T-E, and the New York Mets. I think they're going to beat the Tampa Bay Rays. I don't think we've seen the best of the Rays yet. I think they're going to load up the bullpen. I think they're playing good ball, and I don't think they're at full strength. I think they're designed to beat teams like the Astros and the Yankees come playoff time. I think if they are a wild card seed, higher the better. I think their chances to get out of the American League are way higher than you think.
Hell yeah.
So on that note, thank you guys so much again. It's been a pleasure. We should probably, hopefully saying this isn't just an empty promise or empty suggestion. We should do stuff like this again. Thank you guys for coming
Dude,
out.
that's what I've been saying. Dude, ever since the first stream, I was like, dude, we have to do more. They're so fun.
All right. End broadcast
But,
button is
yeah.
hit in 3, 2, 1.
Follow me on Twitter.